welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in down south Trinidad, in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. My name is John Ramsing, and we welcome you to this broadcast, where it's match number 11, CG United Regional Super 50 Cup 2022, match 6 of Zone A. This brings together the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the combined campuses and colleges. We have a delayed start of 15 minutes, and you can see on your monitor. Teams for today: Leon Johnson, Pamal, Tejan Chandapur, Gurukesh Moti, Shimon Hetmeyer, Bramble, Imlach, Rutherford, Shepherd, Pestano, Sinclair. First ball from Pestano. The Guyana Harpy Eagles playing unchanged today. CCC. They lost both of their games. Ramdin, Kalicharan, Xavier Burton, Matthew Ford, who's vice captain of this match, Odin Makati, Mikhail Powell, Abhichai Mansingh, Amari Goodridge, Demario Richards, Navin Beresi, Romario Greaves. Oh, what a beauty of a delivery from Pestano, the right-arm seamer. Landing in some very good areas so far. Different kind of attack. We saw the Guyana Harpy Eagles beginning with spin the last two occasions. Now we're seeing Pestano from the northern end, or the media center end here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's a brand new pitch as well that they're using. It's the, what you may say, the western section of the square. Swing and a miss, flashing outside. This is off stump. Is Richards. Richards and Kalicharan starting for the CCC today. CCC yet to get any points in this year's tournament. Harpy Eagles won their last game right here, the day night fixture against the defending champions and host Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And we're seeing some bubbles coming onto the field as we welcome Hamza Mohammed for the first time today. Hamza, we had a little bit of a scare with the weather earlier, but we have some fine weather this afternoon.
Special good afternoon to all of you as locked on. Yeah, a little bit earlier today, it was like a storm by me. I live not too far from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I'm from Penal area to be exact, and it was raining really heavily, and I was a bit worried for the game today. But the weather, the sky is beautiful now, John.
Yeah, lovely weather for cricket. It's cleared up nicely. The Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss, and they're bowling first, and I think they were looking at some atmospheric conditions early up. Single to get off the mark, Richards, and the CCC off and running in over number 1.
Yeah, an aggressive shot there from Richards, but Pestano, his confidence will be high, his tail will be high, I should say. A lovely last over against the defending champions in that last game.
Oh yeah.
Remember that game went down to the last ball, and it was this guy on your screen. A little bit different tactics here today. Guyana, they're actually bowling first in this encounter. They started with spin and that of the experienced Versami Pumal. So Pestano, he has been given the opportunity to open the attack, and he's not doing a bad job so far. Just going for one. Last ball in the first over here.
Nice confident stroke from Kalicharan. He's going to be kept on 0. End of the first over. It's 1 without loss.
Yeah, confident stroke there from young Kalicharan. A guy who has all the shots in the book. He's not afraid to take on the bowlers, and immediately showing it from ball 1. Remember, the CCC team, they're yet to get off the mark on the table here in this competition. So they'll be hoping that Richards and Kalicharan could give them a very, very positive start here.
CCC lost their opening game right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force by 7 wickets. Did not get enough runs on the board, and the defending champions chased it down easily. And then the second game down at the Queen's Park Oval, they lost to the Windward Islands Volcanoes by 50 runs in a rain-affected game. They were chasing 301 to win, and they stuttered and eventually fell behind the Duckworth Lewis mark after 23 overs of batting. So they're looking for some points. They have an opportunity to bat first here. Good conditions for batting. Nice solid track here, nice hard track. Shepherd picks up the attack from the southern end. That's a nice flowing check shot from Richards.
Yeah, Demario Richards, left-handed batsman, looking to get a good start for his team here. And when you talk about starts and you talk about momentum, this guy who is bowling right now, Romario Shepherd, that last game, a blister in 76, 44 deliveries. Really took the game away from Trinidad as you see him continuing here. And he opened the bowling, a really good spell to start off with. Then he came back and picked up 2 important wickets in that game. I think he finished with figures of 2 for 44 in that game as well.
Yeah. Just checking his footmark there as he's landing. Romario Shepherd, perhaps not getting it right, maybe a bit loose as he was landing. Had some rain yesterday right here by Lark Cricket Academy. I came to look at the Guyana Harpy Eagles practice, and after about 45 minutes of practice, they were sheltering and never returned. Lots of rain yesterday. Good delivery, cutting the batter in half. Richards there looking to play through the onside. No foot movement, and almost feathering one to the keeper. There's a slip as well in Johnson. Gully. So some protection and some attacking play so far from the Harpy Eagles. There's a gully in Shimon Hetmaya. So going on the attack very early, Leon Johnson.
Yeah, remember they're only allowed 2 players outside that circle. It's power play overs. There's a man at third man and a man at fine leg.
Nice away movement from the right arm seamer Shepherd. Demario Richards, like you mentioned, left-handed batter, is a wicket-keeper as well. 24 years old from Barbados. And remember, this is the combined campuses and colleges. So he's actually majoring in computer science and management. A second-year student at UWI Cave Hill. So these guys balancing academics and sport. Looking for their first win. But I think by playing in this competition already is a major win for them. Getting exposed at this level. Back over the head of the bowler. That's the first boundary of the day. And that's a beautiful pickup shot. It was in the slot. And back over the head of the bowler for 4.
Yeah, we've been talking about the flurry that Kalicharan possesses. Richards matching that excellently on this occasion. That's the first boundary score. 5 without loss now. Shepherd just a bit too full on that occasion. Probably looking for a better swing there. We didn't see that swing, much of that swing I should say, in the previous game that was played. But remember, we've on a new pitch here. The shorter side to Richards is on that leg side as well.
But that was a well executed shot. So the boundary in the over. And that will be the only scoring shot in the over. 2 overs gone. 5 without loss.
Yeah, you talk about young Richards. Christian Kalicharan, he'll be comfortable here as well. Remember, he's a local boy. He's from right here in Trinidad and Tobago.
He was part of the West Indies Under 19 World Cup squad that won in 2016. Then came back in 2018 as well. So lots of experience at the youth level, Christian Kalicharan.
Yeah, he was vice captain of that Under 19 team in 2018 as well.
He's actually doing sport management at St. Augustine right here in Trinidad. He's a second-year student at UE over there.
Yeah, he's a really talented cricketer, is this Kalicharan, and like I say, he packs a punch.
I remember the headlines a couple of years ago with Kalicharan when he was quite a young player. I think getting what was a record in Trinidad and Tobago, the highest score by a teenager, at the under 15 level, I think it was, or under 17. Pestano starts a new over.
Pestano, he didn't have the best of starts in that previous game, but he came back really well.
Yeah, quite similar to what happened in the first game at the Queen's Park Oval as well. And speaking of the Queen's Park Oval, there's another game on today in Zone A. The Windward Islands, who won both of their matches to date, they're playing against the defending champions at the moment at the Queen's Park Oval. The Volcanoes asked to bat first, 189 all out. Red Force in reply in over number 16, 6-9 for 1. 6-9 for 1, just 121 runs needed for victory, with lots of time still in that game.
Yeah, Trinidad, they'll be looking to bounce back after that loss to the Guyana team who's playing here today, an unchanged Guyana team.
Yeah.
So they'll be looking to bounce back. So far, they're doing an excellent job against this Windward's team they made 300 in that last game. Good to see a century from Alec Atenes and Kavim Hodge.
So, after consecutive centuries, first and second round, Atenes went for 2 today. Or 3 matches to date for the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the Queen's Park Oval. Beautiful deliveries, bold! Getting through the gates, wicket number 1 going down. All the talk about Khalid Charan, especially that name of like Khalid Charan, not living up to the bill, and Pestano gets his man very early. CCC sent in over number 3, 5 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket there from Pestano, but an excellent the length on this occasion. We spoke about the swing earlier that Romario Shepherd was getting. See Pestano here. Slightest movement in there, and you usually say do not leave a gap between bat and pad. And if there was ever an example, that was the reason why, John.
Yes, that's a very good delivery from Pestano, the Rabishan. Early breakthrough. And it's quite a different tactic we're seeing. I guess maybe they're reading the conditions, a new pitch, a little bit of overhead conditions helping the seamers. But 2 seamers beginning today, unlike what we saw in the previous 2 matches from the Harpy Eagles. And I think that is spot on from Leon Johnson and the think tank of this Harpy Eagles side. Early breakthrough, especially winning the toss and bowling first. You want early inroads.
Yeah, so an excellent start here from Pestano. From a Guyana's perspective, they would be really happy with this. Mentioned before, his previous starts weren't the greatest at all. So good signs here. He's a really impressive young man, as this Pestano. We mentioned before in that last game, a couple of seasons ago, he was the leading wicket taker for Guyana.
Yeah.
We've seen a new batsman in Xavier Burton.
Appeal for a leg before. Umpire Chris Taylor nods, shakes his head, says no, not today. But it's a very good first delivery to get, maybe a bit high and heading on the leg.
Yeah, ball probably just drifting. Just seeing the replay here. Yeah, that ball probably just going down the leg side there. Good call from the umpire.
Yeah, doing too much.
Burton, he's probably in a bit earlier than expected.
Looking to get off the mark, but not happening at this occasion.
So this is good bowling here from Pestano.
Burton in the last game got 9. Richards 24. Kyle Trent, who's just dismissed, made 23 against the Windward Islands. Nice teasing line outside the off stump. And that ends a very good over from Clinton Pestano. A maiden and a wicket. After 3, CCC 5 for 1.
Yeah, CCC in a bit of bother here at the moment. Successful over from Pestano.
So the Harpy Eagles won the toss and opted to bowl first. Fresh track, little bit of conditions in the air. Is that a good decision?
Yeah, I think it's a good decision, especially judging from the previous game. They may have looked. I'm sure they would have looked at that first game with Trinidad and Tobago. They would have bowled out CCC batting first for a relatively low score and chased it. So maybe that could have been playing on their minds as well.
Shepherd starts a new over. That one's guided down to third man.
CCC isn't really having the best of times with the bat at the moment. So probably from a Guyana's perspective, probably using that psychological advantage. Probably come on here and try to bowl them out for a low total and go and chase it down as fast as possible. Get their run rate right up there. Certainly that was the thinking from Trinidad's perspective in that first game.
Yeah, when they were bowled out for 119 in just 33.5 overs, so did not get the type of runs they were looking for. Xavier Burton made 5 in the first game, 14 from Richards, 2 from Kalicharan, so not getting starts. Appeal for leg before. Umpire Chris Wright says not out. So Mario Shepherd and Pestano asking early questions of our umpires here today.
Yeah, this is good bowling from Mario Shepherd. That hint of swing again, that's in. Mario will get that ball to shape into the batsman. He'll get it to leave Richards and come into Burton. So I'd like to see him starting just on that off stump to Burton.
This time just too straight. And good feeling at short mid wicket by Tejaran Chandapal. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be losing the services of Tejaran Chandapal because he's going to jet off to Australia to be with the West Indies test side. So this will be his penultimate game. He'll play this, obviously play this game, and then he has one more game to play before leaving with the international side. That's his maiden tour.
Tejaran Chandapal, the son of West Indies legend Shivnarayan Chandapal, so certainly the legacy continues there. And if he can do anything like his father, the West Indies fans, they'll more than be happy with the addition in the squad.
Oh yes.
Shepherd continuing from that far end.
That test tour begins on the 17th of November. West Indies will be playing against one of the local sides at the Phillip Oval. And then they have the Prime Minister's 11 match, which will be a day-night game using the ping ball. 23rd to 26th of November. The first test, 30th of November to December 4 at Perth. And then the Adelaide test match, a day-night test, 8th to the 12th of December. There's 2 test matches down under. Nice short tour. This one goes down to third man for a single. And that will be all in the over, with 2 runs in the over. And after 4 overs, CCC 7 for 1.
The West Indies team, they'll be looking to make some sort of amends on getting back some momentum in that squad, especially being knocked out of that T20 World Cup extremely early in Australia. They were knocked out today after England defeated Sri Lanka. New Zealand and England, the 2 teams qualifying from their group. Superstar, no, he's continuing here from the commentary end.
And he's teasing that wicket, bowling length and line that will have the batters playing more often than not, and that's very important. Using the new balls, very good so far, Clinton Pestano.
What Pestano has done in the latter stage of that second game as well as this game, he's bowling a much more fuller, which is good because he was really short in his previous starts. So this is again good signs from Pestano and the Guyana team. He has 2 slips in play, and that man somewhat of an in-between gully and point position there. So he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Richards now. Richards, he's on 6 of 12. Hit a beautiful shot of Romario Shepherd 2 overs ago.
2 slips in place for the left-hander. Oh, flirting with danger on that occasion. Well bowled again from Pestano. And just to remind our listeners and viewers of that test side, Craig Braffett is captain, Jermaine Blackwood vice captain, Nkrumah Bonner, Shamar Brooks Stage, Narayan Chandapal, Roston Chase, Joshua Da Silva, Jason Holder, Alzari Joseph, Cal Mears, Anderson Phillip, Raymond Reefer, Kima Rose, Jaden Seals, and Devon Thomas. So Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force will be losing some of their players as well. That will be going to the test side. Back over the head of the bowler. This time gets it 1 bounce into the boundary for Richards. So that's his second boundary, and also hit him back over the head of the bowler. We saw what he did earlier to Romario Shepherd. This time Pestano gets his dose. 12 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, as you see here, Richards just stand and deliver. He's not going to let anything bother him here. He's just throwing the kitchen sink at everything at the moment. Was a play and a miss earlier on. With that, it immediately prompts a change in field. The man at third man comes into the circle. There's somewhat of a 3/4 square leg. Looking to bowl a bit short now.
Takes a step down the track, got to the pitch of the ball, and then drove it through the onside for an easy single. Well played. Has some ability, you can tell so far.
Yeah, it was a slower delivery on that occasion from Pestano. He saw the batsman coming down the track pretty early. But now he's on 2 of 10 deliveries. He'll be looking to stay there and build a partnership with Richards.
Two slips going down as well for the right-hander. Half-hearted appeal for leg before, but the one missing leg with the angle of Pestano, and that's the end of over number 5. Leg by signaled.
Yeah, it's going on 14 for 1 after 5 overs, so a good start here from Guyana. Pestano just straight in line there a little. Lucky to get away from that. Bulletin just not connecting. Despite having so much rain here, the ground looks really good. The outfield is always quick here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Must say kudos again to the ground staff.
The unsung heroes of cricket, the ground staff. Shepherd starts a new over. Extra bounce just opened the face of the bat this time. And Burton gets his 3rd run. Just to let you know as well that the West Indies under 19 women have named their squad for that tour of India. So the West Indies under 19s preparing for the World Cup next year, the under 19 World Cup. They've named a squad, and that squad actually is preparing right here in Trinidad for that tour of India. Taking on India A, Sri Lanka.
One that's dropped there at second slip. Mario Shepard, excellent bowling again. That ball flew to second slip, but probably should have done better on that occasion there. Second slip was in close as well, as you saw from the replay there.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair, the ball got to him very quickly and went over his head. Just could not wrap his fingers around it. So chance created, not taken very early. And this time, how often do you see that? After a chance, the next ball goes into the boundary. So that time, it's a very well played shot. It was a ball that was on his pad. And he just drove through the line, aerial but safe.
Yeah, Shepard just straight in line there, and a beautiful on drive. Excellent. Over that man at mid on. CCC now there 20 for 1 after 5.3 overs.
Some discussion going on with the umpires. Well, with the umpire and the bowler about his run up. So that's West Indies on the 19 women's side as they head to India. They'll be taking on India A, India B, Sri Lanka women as well. But then towards the back end of that tour, they'll play against New Zealand. So nice little tour for the West Indies on the 19 women coming up. Back with the action here live, and this one nicely cut away, but there's a field at backward point in Imlach. He does well. Too much of room from Shepard on that occasion. The West Indies on the 19 women will be captained by Guyanese Ashmini Munisar. Quite a talented right-arm off-break bowler who can also bat.
This is excellent news for these upcoming women in preparation, looking to break through in that senior team as well.
Oh, what a peach of a delivery from Shepard. That one pitched and just held its own through to the wicket keeper. And Burton had no idea where that one passed. Well bowled.
It's just good to see that we're having so much of cricket for now and in the future as well.
Yeah, Ashmini Munisar, captain, Trishan Holder of Barbados, vice captain Asabai Calendar, Kenika Caesar, Jazara Claxton. Well bowled.
What I like about Munisa is, after seeing her here, after 6 overs, they scored 20 for 1, and I was saying, after seeing her here for that competition earlier this year, she represents herself and her country really well.
Yeah.
She has the respect, and she demands the respect of her players, which is excellent from a captain. So it's no surprise that she's going to be captaining this team moving forward.
So the rest of that team, Kenika Caesar, Jazara Claxton, Naijani Kamabaj, Janelia Glasgow, Rilana Grimman, Zeta James, Janaba Joseph, Katie Jazz Mitchell, Shalini Samaru, Chanel Shaw, Liana Scott, and Kate Wilmot. So that's the West Indies on the 19 side, West Indies women on the 19 side.
So we've seen some adjustments in the field here. That second slip is coming out. To see Pastano, he's going to be continuing here from the commentary end. So that man at a 3/4 square leg position, a man at fine leg, man of seconds. It's more like a slip and a half there. That man at second slip coming out, and he's in the cover region now. Pastano just holding that line there outside the off stump. Somewhat of a fifth stump line there, not bad at all from young Pastano. Really doing a good job here for this Guyana team, opening the bowling today with Romario Shepard. Remember, they would have started with Romario Shepard and Versami Pomal in that last game. Well, was a bit expensive in that last game as well. But different conditions here from what they would have bowled on last time. Playing on in the pitch next to that one they played on, and immediately there's a bit more swing on offer here as well.
I love how you describe Pestano as a young bowler. 30 years old just recently, this week to be exact. Short ball pulled away nicely and into the gap. 4 runs. Well played by Richards. Richards showing his batting ability. And that was very short from Pestano. Sat up nicely. He had no problem at all. Just turning the wrist over. And there's a field at fine leg. He had to run all the way to the backward square. He just could not cut it off. Well played.
Excellent shot there from Richards.
Yeah, Pestano now in his 17th match at this level. 21 wickets now with that one he got earlier today. Plays for the Rosal Town Houghton Sports Club in Berbice. And when in Georgetown, plays for the Everest Cricket Club. Quite an experienced guy, hard worker. Playing at this level since 2018.
The thing about this Guyana team is that they work really hard on their all-round ability as well.
Beautifully played, straight drive, down the ground. This outfield is still quick. 4 runs. Well played Richards, dealing in boundaries. Short and pulled away, this time full and driven down the ground.
It sounded beautifully off the bat there. Richards now, he moves on to 20 of 21 with that boundary. That's the second boundary in the over so far. Richards loves going straight. Stano, he'll be looking to finish off good here. He's already gone for 8 in the over. It looks like he's going to be going around the wicket to finish off this over.
Slip is very wide now in Johnson. Oh, and this teasing the off stump. On the outside edge is Pestano. He completes 4 overs. 1 for 15 his last over. 8 runs conceded. Very expensive in that over and in the context of the game. But after 7, 28 for 1.
Yeah, Pestano just bowling that wide of the crease there as well. Trying to create some sort of an angle. Yeah, he was struck for 2 boundaries in that over, but his short ball wasn't a bad ploy at all, judging the field he had as well. Just an excellent shot from Richards on that occasion.
And the sunshine, perhaps the best we've seen all day. As we get closer to 3 p.m. here. Shepherd starts a new over. This is his 4th.
Well, despite having all that rain these last couple of days, forecast right now, it's 31 degrees Celsius outside there.
It is. So Guyana lost their opening match to the Windward's Volcanoes by some 28 runs at the Queen's Park Oval. Driven nicely knocked down as well at mid-off. Yeah, so after losing that opening encounter to the Windward Islands Volcanoes in a high-scoring match, they bounced back to defeat defending champions Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy by 3 runs. That game went down to the last ball, and still it was anyone's game at that point. But a brilliant last over from Pestano got his team over the line. Short ball pays off as well.
Yeah, they wanted 5 to win in that last ball. Well, they wanted 5 to win in 2, but Narayan, he declined a single. See the umpire calling one for the over there. Yeah, and 5 of the last ball, and Pestano slow a ball into the surface.
And that surface again coming into question. Mario Shepherd may very well want to switch ends, because if he's not comfortable at the southern end of the ground, umpire right with him may want to just switch ends.
Yeah, we saw a couple of occasions as well, coming up later into the evening. Shannon Gabriel as well. And even when Romario Shepherd opened bowling as well, footmarks really caused a bit of problems.
Yeah, as a bowler, you want to have everything in order as you run in, the field nicely placed and everything. You don't want to have these things as issues bothering you as a bowler. So Shepherd, if he's not getting his foot in right, that's going to play on his mind.
Yeah, that landing is so crucial for those fast bowlers.
Yeah, and he is a big guy as well. That's the edge, and that's wicket number 2 going down for the CCC. Shepherd strikes in his 4th over, and that's Burton caught behind for 7. And in over number 8, CCC batting first, 28 for 2.
Yeah, Xavier Burton on that occasion, it's as though he wasn't sure what to do. He just stayed back and just literally guided that ball into the hands of the keeper. Excellent catch though in the end. Mario Shepherd, he picks up his first wicket here today. Burton walks back. Really disappointed, but it was basically a nothing shot there. He goes for 7 of 21 deliveries. He was out there for some time though. But that's just what's happening to this CCT team. They're going out there, they're spending a bit of time and just not being able to convert at all.
Burton, 23 runs added for the 2nd wicket with Demario Richards, but now he's gone, Burton, the 21-year-old Jamaican. So CCC not having their way so far in this tournament. 119 in their first game, and they were defeated by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy right here. And then 109 chasing 301 to win. So they're batting not their strength, they're not getting it right. And Guyana Harpy Eagles inviting them to bat first on a good track.
You see the new batsman Nevan Bedesi is going to be facing Steamy Shepherd now.
Another left-handed batter. Beautiful first delivery going wrong the wicket. And that's an excellent over coming to an end. Shepherd 4 overs now, 1 for 12. And after 8 overs, CCC 28. For the loss of 2, a wicket maiden sent down by Romario Shepherd.
Yeah, that's the 2nd wicket maiden we've seen here so far. 1 from Pestano and now 1 from Shepherd. And it was just a matter of time before we saw the introduction of spin here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair looks like he's going to be picking up the attack. Sinclair bowled very well, but did not pick up any wicket so far in this year's tournament.
Yeah, we still haven't seen that somersault that he does as a signature celebration.
When he played with the emerging players in 2019 when they won the Super 50, he was one of the more economical bowlers. Started with the new ball, and it was among the wickets as well, along with another Guyanese, Ashmed Ner. This time around, after 2 matches, yet to pick up a wicket. He's going to be bowling wrong the wicket to the left-handed Richards, who's well set on 20. Navin Bedesi's with him, just gotten there, just faced 1 delivery. So to a pair of left-handers, And immediately the off spinner is into the attack. Starts on the line of the leg stump. This one is in the air down towards mid wicket. Chandapal is chasing, but it beat just a retrieve. And that's the first 6 of the match. And first spin and the first 6 in over number 9, 34 for 2.
And it's no surprise that it came off the bat of Richards. See Sinclair here just going nothing delivery on that leg stump line. Richards just happy to put that away. Moves on to 26 of 23 now. Some much better delivery there from Sinclair, just getting the ball to move away a bit. But getting a bit of bounce as well from that fuller length.
Bounce and a hint of turn. So 4 overs before this from the northern end, then spin. So not necessarily an old ball, so we'll not get a lot of turn. Get some drift, a little bit of movement of the pitch as well. With the new ball, get some bounce.
Yeah, what Guyana did really well in that first game as well. After they picked up that second wicket of Jason Mohammed, it was as though it was a different outlook out there in the field. Their fielding was excellent, almost flawless after that, and it really raised their spirits.
Down the leg side this time, it beats the keeper as well. And it's going to run away down towards the boundary at the southern end. And Bestano's after it, but has lost the battle. Runs signaled by umpire Chris Taylor.
Yeah, so a poor start here from Sinclair. Straying in line at the moment.
So Badesi is off the mark with the boundary. That will do his confidence a world of good. Badesi did not play in the last game when the CCC played against the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the Queen's Park Oval.
That's an excellent delivery there from Sinclair. So it's a mixed bunch here so far from Sinclair. Straying in line with 2 deliveries and bowling 2 excellent deliveries. Looking to finish off this over good here.
Yeah, good finish to the over. That's his first completed. 11 runs off of that over. 9 gone. 39 for 2. This is Badesi's first game actually. He did not play against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in match number 1 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy either. Looks as if he has replaced Jonathan Drakes. Not featuring in this game, Drakes. Shepherd will continue nonetheless from the southern end of the ground. It's a nice sunny afternoon here now. And after the over, it will be an All Muhammad combination. As Kareem Muhammad will take my space to join Hamza Muhammad. Continues wrong the wicket. Nice on the line of the off stump. So Ramari Shepherd landing in good areas so far. 5th over on trot for him.
Yeah, he so far went for 12 runs and picked up wonderful wicket there. 1 for 12 of 4.1 is Romario Shepherd, just continuing where he left off.
3 days ago, 2 for 44 against the Red Force. Went wicketless against the Volcanoes. Bounce.
A genuine all-rounder is Romario Shepherd.
Yes, and he was actually MVP of the inter-county tournament in Guyana before coming to a Super 50. Wickets and runs for the right arm all-rounder. Also from Berbice in Guyana. His son Romaldo is a very big fan of his dad, obviously. He loves cricket, Romaldo. Tucked off the hip, but let's see if the signal will come from the umpire. Any at all? Leg by. So that was pace on and took the meaty part of that tie guard, maybe. So just a single again. So extras are adding up to this total. It's into the 40s now, 40 for 2.
Yeah, when you look at his run up, doesn't look like he's gonna be bowling with that extreme pace, but he has a strong shoulder. He uses that shoulder power extremely well.
2 slips now. Edging, but actually guiding that one all along the carpet to Leon Johnson at first slip. So some pressure being applied to Badesi, and who's playing his first game for the CCC.
But we've seen a lot of these though over these past couple of games here at the Brandon Cricket Academy. Not much has been carrying the slip. Maybe prompting St. Clair to be so close in that previous over. It's excellent bowling there from Romario Shepherd. Just keeping that line. As you said before, he can't bowl a heavy ball.
So Navin Badesi, 22 years old, from right here in Trinidad and Tobago. He's actually majoring in geography and environmental and natural resources management at St. Augustine. Down the leg side, wide signal by umpire Chris Wright. So a pair of Jamaican umpires in the middle, Chris Taylor, Chris Wright. The reserve umpire is Barbadian Gregory Brathwaite. Match referee Donovan Hills, also out of Jamaica. Shepherd looking to finish well. Does so. Dot ball. 10 overs gone. The first power play has ended. The CCC being asked to bat first. 10 overs gone. 41 for the loss of 2. We'll have your thoughts on the first 10 overs of play, and you'll be joined by Kadir Mohammed for the next passage of play.
Yeah, pretty much even here at the moment. CCC started off really slow, but Richards, 27 of 27, he's steadying the ship here. CCC would be happy. Yes, they've lost 2 wickets, but they'll be hoping that Richards and BDC could consolidate here, build a partnership moving forward. We know that's been their issue so far in their previous couple of games. They've lost their 2 games. The sun is shining out there right now. And next to me, this guy is also shining as well. I welcome Kadir Mohammed to the commentary booth.
Good afternoon, Hamza. Good afternoon, viewers. And it's brilliant conditions for cricket here in South Trinidad as we see the introduction of the champion left-arm spinner Versami Purmal. He's going to be bowling from the media centre end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Demario Richards. Hamza, Demario Richards, a very pugnacious left-handed opening batsman. Actually, in that game against Windward Islands at the Oval, he started really well, putting away all the bad deliveries, and then just probably a little bit overconfident being bowled by Kavim Hodge, going for a big one. So today it's good to see that he's really tried to stick it out. He's batted 10 overs so far and really trying to build an innings, and by him doing so, CCC can probably look to get a good score on the board, being asked to bat first.
You see Pumal, he's continuing here. Oh, that's just turned away. Pumal getting some bunks and turn as well. But just to your point there, Kadir, any side would want, especially one of their openers, to go as deep as possible, and that's more than likely going to be the key for them actually getting a good total. And again, that's been CCC's problem. So for Richard still being out there, he's faced 29 deliveries so far, he's on 28. Earlier on, he was looking to hit everything, but now it looks like he's just calmed down after the loss of those 2 wickets, which is good for CCC. So it's going to see how he's going to go about his innings here, especially with the introduction of spin from Sinclair, but who's been replaced here now by the veteran himself, Versami Pumol. Didn't have the best of games in that last encounter. His first 5 overs went for 33 runs. Came back well in the end, I should say, but his figures was 9 overs, 51 runs, 1 wicket in that game.
BDC, nice solid forward defensive push. Navin BDC from right here in the Southland, 22-year-old Trinidadian. So he would know this track here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy well. And so far he's that type of player that he's gonna stick it out. He's gonna weather through the tough periods. Versami Pumol, certainly a champion of his trade. A little bit of spin there from Pumol, but just beats everything. Wide signal by umpire Chris Taylor.
What we've seen in this track so far, it's offered much more spin for these spinners, as well as a lot more swing as well. So it's going to see how long it stays on, especially for when that second inning starts as well. Remember, they'll be going into the night with that dew factor as well coming into play. See, Pumol, not a bad start so far. Another wide there. So they'll be looking to correct that extras.
Yeah, Pumol just getting a bit of turn, hint of turn, so probably just need to start it on and about just outside off stump, getting that ball to come back into the left-handed Bidesi. And this one is well lined by Pumol. So that's the end of over number 11. The CCC are 44 for 2.
So just a bit of update on that game at Queen's Park Oval. Windwards, they were bowled out for 189. Currently, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 110 for 2 after 27.1 overs. Joshua De Silva, he's on 42 not out, and Darren Bravo, who made a 70 odd or so in the game against Guyana, he's on 8 not out. So Trinidad, they'll be hoping that these batsmen could probably continue and go back on winning ways. Remember, they've played 2, they've lost 1 to Guyana, and they've won that first one against CCC. Guyana coming into this encounter played 2 previously, win 1, and they've lost 1 as well.
Guyana getting that slim result, that victory over the Red Force by 3 runs in their previous encounter, so they full of confidence coming into this one. CCC, on the other hand, in their previous game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they lost via the Dockwood Lewis system. They lost by 50 runs, chasing 300 for victory. So, being asked to bat first, they would want ideally to post a formidable total on the board, and then later try and defend that. So it's going to be Sinclair, switch of ends for him. Oh, and this one seems to be Johnson. It'll be interesting to see if that one carried. Just about carried, fingertips from Leon Johnson, but ill-advised there from Demario Richards. Neither forward nor backward, and just hanging the bat out with a slip in play. Ball spinning away from the left-hander. Ill-advised. This one a lot straighter from Sinclair. So started a lot better in this over now. Halfway through over number 2 for Sinclair.
I think the spinners now, they'll want to discontinue those extras. I mean, that's the last thing they'll be wanting to do. And that looks like another wide there. So that's the fourth wide in 2 overs. 2 from Purmall, and now there's 2 from St. Clair.
What are your thoughts on the surface that they're using today,
Well,
Hamza?
the surface looks like there's something for the bowlers as well as the batsmen on this pitch. So far it's been playing through, and there's obviously turn on offer and swing on offer as well. So from a bowling perspective, you just want to get your deliveries in the correct area. Not like that. St. Clair, since he started, he's been all over the place. He's not settled at all here. So playing on this track, he'll be wanting to land the ball in the correct areas, and from a batting perspective, play each ball on its merit, as we've seen Richards done. Yes, Richards was going at everything at the beginning of his innings, but so far he's calmed down. He's realized he's lost 2 quick wickets on the other end, and he's just playing in himself here. So CCC will want him to stay on and bat as deep as possible. So at the end of 12 overs, the score now 46 for 2. Richards, he's on 28 of 35. Bidesi, he's on 4 of 12. St. Clair, he's just completed his second over. The current run rate right now, 3.8.
So very important partnership here for the CCC combined campuses and colleges. Richards, he's been there from the start. Navin Bidesi just joining him, and from a CCC point of view, these two would probably need to bat. They would probably need to bat until probably around the 25th, 30th over. They've currently put on 16 so far. It's going to be Purmall again.
Yeah, the partnership 18 of 25 deliveries so far. So that's going along nicely here right now. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery there from Purmall. He's getting a bit of drift in. Purmall will take advantage of the bounce and offer as well. And
This one badly lined and into the gap. A good shot from Bidesi. Hint of turn again, but this time a little bit too short, allowing Bidesi to just swivel on that one, getting it in that gap. Beats Rutherford on the deep square leg boundary. Score moves on to 50. This is the 50 for CCC comes up in the 13th over.
yeah, that's much better now from Purmall. He's drawing the batsman forward on that occasion. Much better here from Versami Purmall. Short on that occasion that DC rocked back and hit that boundary. And it was an excellent shot though to find that gap. Oh, this is really good from Purmall. And what Purmall will do, he will push through his overs once he's bowling like that.
So good from Leon Johnson, mid off up in the circle. Tevin Imlach. Nice push from Bidesi. Out to that man, Pestano on the point boundary.
So at the end of 13 overs, score now 51 for 2.
So these two forming a nice partnership so far. 20 partnership currently. But you're going to have to contend with spin from both ends. As Sinclair, he's going to continue.
Yeah, Guyana would want St. Clair to just calm down a bit here, just find his rhythm. Currently, like I said, he's all over the place at the moment. Especially on a track that's often a bit of turn as well, Kadir.
Yeah, Johnson employing some close-in fielders for Navin BDC. It's a slip in place. It's a backward point. It's a catch and cover. There's a mid-wicket in close. And a man at 45. So a nice ring of fielders as well. Mid-on as well up in the circle. And this one BDC pushes this one down to the man at the long off boundary. Picks up a single. He moves on to 10. So the mid-on goes back now for the Mario Richards. And this one, good areas from Sinclair. So Sinclair, not really a big turn of the ball. He's going to push it through. He's going to extract whatever little turn there is on offer. This time he's on the line of the leg some, but the Mario Richards can't beat Pestano. Up in the circle. Either side of Pestano there would have been 4.
Yeah, might have felt that he missed out an opportunity there to get an easy boundary. It's Richards. So this is good from Sinclair and Versami Pumol. Not only will they build the pressure if Sinclair continues, but they'll push through their overs as quickly as possible. Just a bit of added pressure there to the batsman as well.
This time again on the line of leg stump. The Mario Richards just can't beat that man at 45. So that's the end of over number 14. CCC 52 for 2.
Yeah, and I was now going to say that it could actually bring about a foul stroke there, and you can see from that last delivery there, Richards looking to go big as well. Just not being able to pass that man.
Yeah, credit to Captain Johnson for employing that sort of a in and out feel, if you like. Catchers in close, and then there's the boundary riders as well. So no easy singles inside the circle. Asking these two to do something different. And this time badly line again from Pumol. It's beaten Bramble. And they'll jog back for an easy 2.
Yeah, but Pumol will be getting that ball to spin into the left-hander. And that's the reason why there's a man at deep square leg, a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a long on, I should say. And there's a man back on that point boundary as well.
Solid from BDC. So it's really a matchup, the left hand orthodox to the left hander. Ball spinning back in, and well played. They're allowing the ball to spin back into him and then just opening the face. So running close to the boundary. They're going to pick up 3.
Yeah, that's really good running there. Good call from Richards in the end, pushing for that third run. Got home in the end quite comfortably.
But that was well played from BDC. No risk involved in that one. Allowing the ball to turn back into him and then just guiding it past Leon Johnson at slip into the gap, picking up a nice 3.
Yeah, let's see how Richards how he's going to consolidate against Versami Pumol. So that big heave, that last ball in that previous over, we know he is a guy who doesn't like to get tied down at all. And that's the reverse sweep being played there.
This time it beats keeper Bramble as well. Picking up 2 more. Signal by umpire Chris Taylor.
Just goes to show how much that ball is turning outside there for Versami Pumol.
Yeah, the wicket seems to be breaking up a bit, so it's going to offer some turn for the spinners.
And if you look just to the front as well there, Kadir, of Richards, you can see that footmark as well. Because Romario Shepherd, he was bowling really close to the stumps as well. So you're going to get those footmarks in there.
Yeah, exploiting those footmarks. Areas for the spinners to hit, if you like. And this time Richards is down the track. Getting enough bat on that one. And he's going to run into the boundary. So he picks up 4. CCC move on to 64 for 2 now. Good shot from the Mario Richards. Given a bit of air from Purmall and using his feet. Getting down the track. Hitting straight. There's a man placed at long on in Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah, anytime he gets the opportunity to go straight, he will not miss out at all. Fielders or not, he is going to chance them. And so far, he's quite successful, is Richards. Moves on to 32 of 42 right now.
And this time, he's looking to play the reverse sweep and he's getting it in the gap once more. Forward of that man on the sweeper boundary. Picks up another boundary. So Purmall finishing with 2 4s to the over. And CCC move on to 68 for 2 after 15.
Yeah, 68 for 2 after 15, as Kadir rightfully said. But not so good signs now for Richards as he's on the ground. Not sure if it's the heat out there or not. But as we wait to see that, I welcome back Mr. John back into commentary to continue with Kadir.
So not bad from CCC. And Richard seems to be coming off. Not good signs for CCC. Also, it's a drinks break. My apologies.
We'll take a break.
So after 15 overs, CCC are 68 for 2. We'll be right back with you as soon as the drinks break is over.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And we're seeing a new batsman making his way into the middle. It's because Demario Richards has retired hurt at 68 for the loss of 2 after 15 overs of batting. Remember, he started the batting earlier with Christian Kalicharan. He lost Kalicharan without scoring, bowled by Pestano in over number 3. Then Xavier Burton followed, caught by wicketkeeper Bramble off the bowling of Shepherd for 7 in over number 8 for 7. And now Demario Richards, we saw the physio attending to him on a couple of occasions, and then at the drinks break opted to leave the field at 36 from 43 balls. Navin Badesi is still there on 13, and it's going to be the captain of CCC, Dinesh Ramdin, who's going to start his innings. So Ramdin replacing Richards. Ramdin, not a college student by any means, but I think the CCC and the think tank, whoever was responsible for putting this team together, did the exact right thing by having Ramdin as the leader of this side. He's not going to be on strike now, Dinesh Ramdin. Over number 16 is going to be bowled by Kevin Sinclair, and it's going to be continuing round the wicket to the left-handed Badesi. Badesi has a start. This one cut away nicely. He'll get a boundary. There's no fielder at the man on the boundary. There's a backward point, and it went to his right in the gap. Runs immediately after the drinks break. 72 for the loss of 2 in over number 16. Khalil Mohammed is still with us. Yeah.
Good shot again there from Badesi, using that back cut to good effect, picking up a boundary right after the drinks break. So usually these drinks breaks tends to bring wickets. You tend to get lax, at the drinks break. So it's going to have to be a start to turn on your concentration once more.
Yeah, well, that's a very loose delivery from Sinclair once again. This time he's on target. Well bowled, well played. I haven't seen the type of performance from Sinclair we saw in the previous 2 matches. He was asking lots of questions. Now in over number 3 for him. Over number 4.
Nicely pushed by Badesi down to long off. Picks up an easy single. So Sinclair not being asked to open the bowl in this game. Being asked to come in round about that 9th, 10th over with the ball relatively new, something that he's accustomed to as well.
So Ramdin will take strike for the first time. He's marking out his guard by Chris Wright, standing at the southern end of the ground. And Sinclair is going to go over the wicket to the right-handed batter. Johnson is at first slip. He's off the mark immediately, and that's experience for you. Just playing with the soft hands just in front of him. And there's a field at cover. Maybe you can see he was on his heels for Sami Pamal. He could not cut off that single. Good start from Ramdin.
Yeah, positive start from Captain Ramdin. Exactly what he's going to do. He's going to pinch those singles. Always looking to turn over strike is Dinesh Ramdin. And this time, on the line of leg stump, Ramdin is down. And a direct hit would have been interesting there. Ramdin looking for that single. Badesi, he had no ideas of that single.
With a quick delivery on the line of the leg stump fired in by Sinclair. And Badesi was more interested in where the ball went because he did not actually play it. The ball played bat. And there was Ramdin seeing the opportunity for a single. Was down the track in a hurry, but they had to turn back. And if Imlach had hit the non-strikers in, Ramdin could have been a goner. 6 runs from the over after the drinks break. 16 gone, 74 for 2.
Yeah, all's well that ends well for Ramdin. So he lives to fight another day. And CCC going well. Going at just about 4.5 to the over. 74 after 16. And we're going to see the introduction of Moti. Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah,
He's going to replace in Pumol from the media center end. So quite an important phase of the game now for CCC. As the spin has been introduced, they're going to be asked to test their techniques are going to become the techniques are going to be questioned with these spinners. Quite a number of spinners we've seen, 3 so far from Johnson.
And they're very different in their styles as well. Right arm off spin of Kevin Sinclair, who can be he's a tall guy, so coming from a high action. Left arm spin of Pamal, who's more defensive, but Moti, left arm spin as well, but he's more attacking. Tend to rush you a little bit. Go to Kesh Moti. Ramdin looking for a single that is not on.
Moti a bit flatter introduction, but he's gonna get that spin. Anything on offer, he's gonna extract the spin. Good to Kesh Moti. I really enjoy watching him bowl.
So he's starting round the wicket to Ramdin. Beautiful turn. Nice bounce and turn, just biting on that track.
Yep.
Sharp turn too.
Good speed as well. So good start from Moti. 2 dot balls to start his spell. And this time a bit shorter on Ramdin, just tapping this one out to the man on the point boundary.
So Badesi has looked good so far for his 18. Had nice partnership going with Demario Richards. This one is stuck to it nicely. Runs for Badesi. Get at least a single. And he'll settle for just one. It's leg by actually.
Prodigious turn on offer.
I've seen 5 bowlers used so far by Leon Johnson. Previous 2 matches we saw Sheffield Rutherford got some amount of bowling. 4 overs at the Queen's Park Oval. And 7 in the last match right here. If he's going to turn to him, it's left to be seen. And if so, how many overs will be bowled by Rutherford today? Pestano, not a bad opening burst from him. Romario Shepherd as well, to the both picking up wickets. Chipped back in the air, but there's no feel that that's straight mid-wicket, mid-on region. In that gap, and get a single. So a single to end the over. So that's Moti's first over completed. 3 conceded. And then a leg by. So 78 now for the loss of 2. 17 overs gone.
Sinclair once again from the southern end. Sinclair bowling 4 overs, none for 20.
He's coming from that southern end with that in his background. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy, that's where the hospitality boxes are. Somewhere there, blending in nicely, is our cameraman to the southern end of the ground. Short ball outside the off stump to start with. This one is punched away. So Badesi is looking very composed. Sinclair not necessarily threatening him at all.
Yeah, Badesi just 22 years of age, but has a good head on his shoulders. He's not realizes that he's not that big hitter type of batsman. Came in at number 4, team in a spot of bother slightly, and the situation required for him to knock it around and be there, and exactly that he has done so far. Ramdin looking for another single, always looking for singles on offer.
Well forward, Dinesh Ramdin. Remember Dinesh Ramdin winning the under 19 tournament for his side, the regional tournament a long time ago, 2002 I think it was. Drives to cover, gets another single. Went on to become the captain of the West Indies side. Long, illustrious career for him. First wicket-keeper batsman to get a Test 100. Dinesh Ramdin.
He broke a lot of barriers as well as West Indies wicket-keeper.
Yeah, very good with the gloves. Perhaps could have done much better with the bat. part of the championship side that won the tournament last year for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. This time is with CCC in that mentorship role, that leadership role, which is very good to see. On the management side of things for CCC as well, we have Floyd Reefer, Pedro Collins. So these are some guys that are marshalling this young CCC side. Quick delivery from Sinclair. Ramdin gets it out and gets a single. And that's the end of 18 overs, 82 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, good from these two so far. 82 for 2 after 18, going on just about 4.5 to the over. BDC 21 of 32. Sinclair 5 overs costing him 24. So a little bit on the expensive side so far from Kevin Sinclair. Not able to string enough deliveries in that good area. But Moti once again.
Ramdin stabs it out in front of him, sets off for a single, but it's not there. That's his style of batting. We've grown accustomed to that. So those who know him will know that it's not necessarily that the single is on. Just always looking for that single. Moti just in his second over, not giving any room at all to Ramdin. Ramdin is very good square of the wicket. He can sweep very well. He can cut. There he goes, chopping at that one, but Rutherford is at short third. He collects. How well Ramdin bats here today will determine the type of score CCC will get. He is the leader of this pack. Would love for him to get a good score to put aside in a good chance of winning, get to their first points. Down the leg side, beats the wicket keeper as well. Bramble, in all fairness, was sighted by Ramdin. So Wise signalled. So extras contributing to this total.
Yeah, quite a few extras so far in the innings. Into the 19th over now. Is pushed into the cover region, single on offer, and BDC gets down to the other end relatively unscathed. Brings Ramdin back into strike now as we see Imlach. He is going out to that long on the long on boundary, and Ramdin is just punching this one in the gap out to Hetmeyer on the cover boundary, and that's the end of over number 19. CCC 86 for 2.
Two runs from over number 19, bowled by Gorakesh Moti. So Moti tight so far. Seeing some bubbles in the air. And that's because there's an event on the parking lot right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, there's a Walk for Cancer event taking place in the parking lot of the Brian Lara Academy.
It's Bubbles for Life, and they say it's time to run, walk, or dance against all cancers. As Sinclair starts a new over. So it's Bubbles for Life. So I was looking at the back during my time off moments ago, and it's actually lots of foam causing that bubble.
Yeah.
And all of the persons they're enjoying their time there.
Yeah, nice event really put on there by the Cancer Foundation. A lot of kids on show as well. Bouncy castles, a lot of activities out there for the young ones.
Yeah.
As Sinclair, he's into his 6th over now.
Last month was designated Cancer Awareness Month in Guyana.
Yeah.
Lots of events surrounded cancer awareness, walks, seminars, and other charity shows raising money to fight cancer. So quite similar here we're seeing at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And I said it's time to run, walk, or dance against all cancers. I'm not surprised that dance is included. because soca music, chutney music, calypso, parang. Why not?
Yeah, once there's a beat,
Once there's a
Trinities
beat-
are gonna
oh,
dance.
yes.
Yeah, that's our thing.
Second nature, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, so it's a 5K run walk. It's all for charity, bringing awareness to cancer and raising funds at the same time. This
This
one's
one-
down the leg side and it's going to run close to the boundary behind the wicketkeeper and going to be pulled back just in front of the ropes. Good work from Clinton Pestano. Sends a strong return as well to the wicketkeeper. So Bramble not having the best of days so far, and also lots of wides being served up by Sinclair. We saw two in the previous over from Gurikesh Moti. So Sinclair, he's having an off day and making Bramble look very bad, trying to save those down the leg side.
Yeah, just not getting his radar right so far. Into his sixth over now, Kevin Sinclair just not able to string enough good deliveries together and really leaking runs. To this one now, Ramdin is pushing this one back up to Sinclair. No run. Very unlike Sinclair. Always seems to be on the money. This one, Ramdin is just working this one nicely to long on. And that's the end of over number 20 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's CCC being asked to bat first by the Harpy Eagles. They are 92 for 2.
Despite just 8 runs so far from Dinesh Ramdin, it's a nice composed innings. Very pleased with the way he's batting. Looks as if he's setting up himself for a nice long innings. Dinesh Ramdin, former West Indies captain. Pestano started with Shepherd, 4 overs, 1 for 15. Shepherd, 5 overs, 1 for 13, just the wicket takers so far. The spinners yet to pick up any wicket. Full, very well bowled from Gurikesh Moti, starts of over number 21. Elegantly driven down towards mid-off. Nice batting from Dinesh Ramdin. This is a batting display that we haven't seen in a long time. Not taking a lot of chances, just picking the gaps nicely and running. Moti now in his third over, none for 8. As Hamza joins me once again. Hamza, were you in that bubble event earlier?
I tried to reach, but unfortunately it was a bit too far for me. But it's good to see you all mention the kids. There's a lot of kids on show there that's just dancing and look like they're having a good time. The weather is allowing it as well, so that's excellent.
Outside edge found, not carrying the hand. Slight misfield as well from Pestano, and will get the second run. So Moti not pleased with the effort at all from Pestano. But I think this was Moti who was too wide on the occasion to start with.
Yeah, I remember a couple of them outside there asking me about the event here as well. So when I mentioned the cricket, it's finished. Their event is finished in 6. A couple of them showed their interest in coming here after and watching the game.
Beautiful delivery, a gem. Just outside the off stump, and came back in with the arm from Moti. Badesi, who's also well set on 24, was beaten on that occasion. He had no idea what happened.
Yeah, we saw the Mario Richards retiring a little earlier on, and I took a walk out to the dugout a while ago, and I saw Pestano as well was feeling the effects of that heat outside. It's good to have him back on the field though. He just came out for 2 minutes and went back in. Looks really dehydrated. He opened the bowling here. It's really hot outside there.
So that's the end of 21 overs, 95 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, the CCC team looking to rebuild. When you're looking to rebuild an innings, you think about the experience that's out there in Dinesh Ramdin. Perfect person
Sinclair 6 overs, none for 30. Pamar 3 overs, none for 22. And Gudakesh Moti, none for 10. The spinners, like I said, not in the wickets column today. Just the seamers picking up 2 wickets from the 9 overs that they have shared. Pestano and Shepherd. I did say that. Sherfin Rutherford, who was used in the last 2 matches, is available as well if Johnson is looking for another seam option.
Yeah, Rutherford would have sped through 7 overs in that last game.
Yeah, the first game he just sent down 4. So he is an option, a bowling option. Pomal starts a new over.
Yeah, there's 2 senior guys now. They're battling it off there in Dinesh Ramdin and Versami Purmal. Been around for a very long time, these 2.
Nicely fielded. Good work from Gudakesh Moti. That ball was travelling. It was hit nicely and powerfully by Dinesh Ramdin. But there's Gudakesh Moti at cover. Moving quickly to his left and knocking it down, preventing the single. There are 2 fielders behind him. One at long off, one at deep cover. I think had it beaten Moti, that would have gone away for 4. It was well hit. Straight to Moti again. So, bowler, batsman, cover fielder. That's a triangle you're working with at the moment. This looks like the best batting effort for the CCC in this year's tournament to date. This time Ramdin playing much straighter, will get the single to the right of Moti.
But the intent of the CCC team was just totally different, right? We saw the wicket fall, 2 wickets that fell earlier on. 2 good deliveries with almost like nothing shots. But apart from that, the intent was there to carry on. Hopefully make a big score. And that's what they've been lacking so far in this competition.
Just 119 from 33.5 overs against the Red Force right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And then after 23 overs of batting, they were 109 for 4 when the rains came, and that rain affected game at the Queen's Park Oval.
That's an excellent shot there from Bidesi. He's been doing that a lot, getting those death touches in, and he's been doing it against the run of play as well. So they'll be hoping that he could probably just play the ball and probably pick up 1s and 2s as well, because you don't want to be staying out there for long and not have that scoreboard ticking.
Then as well, the Harpy Eagles will be hoping that Leon Johnson can stop some of those balls that go very close to him. Over completed. 97 for the loss of 2. So 2 runs in over number 22.
So good over there from Versami Purmal. Good piece of feeling as well by Gudakesh Moti in that over. Very talented fella is Gudakesh Moti. So bowled 6 overs for 33 runs and picked up a wicket in that last game.
Both of the spinners did not finish at 10 overs in the last match. Moti and Versami Purmal. Moti, like you mentioned, 6 overs only, and Versami Purmal 9 overs.
Purmal was not his best at all in that game. He came back well in his latter spell.
Sinclair finished his 10, none for 35. Yet to pick up a wicket in this year's tournament, Kevin Sinclair. So the spinners, which you say, if you look at the Guyana traditional attack, the spinners usually is the strength of their bowling.
Especially on a surface like this one here today.
Yeah. But this surface is hard. It looks good for batting. See value for shots so far. They're getting nice shots down the ground. The Mario Richards played some nice lofted shots back over the head of the bowlers.
It was very unfortunate that he had to go out. Hopefully he can come back in and continue his innings later on.
Nice full delivery again from Gudakesh Moti. Bounce and turn. Ramdin goes down on one knee. He's like probably thinking, where did that come from?
It's excellent there from Muti. He is going to try and stay as full as possible and as straight as possible as well, and he has the feel for it.
Not feeling his own bowling and allowing Ramdin to get off strike.
Yeah, you could see he was a bit disappointed, and it's understandably so. He's been really good off his own bowling as well since he started playing at the national level.
The name Gurukesh Moti is now a household name. He started playing cricket since he was perhaps short as the stumps, playing in Albion. I remember his early days before actually getting into the Guyana side at the under 15 level. He was a room attendant at Albion. Then he got into the Guyana side, I think it was age 13 at the under 15 level. Allows a single down the leg side, tucked off the hip, and that would be the 100 on the board for CCC. So the 100 coming up in over number 23 for the loss of just 2 wickets. So that's a good going. That's good going so far by CCC. 23 gone, 100 on the board, 2 wickets down.
Yeah, this will certainly lift their spirits. Not just the batting effort here, but fully well knowing that they've been asked to bat by this Guyana team as well. See, 100 for 2 after 23 overs. Richards, he retired hurt. He's on 36. They see 27 not out currently. Ramdin, who's with him, he's on 11 not out. Burton went early on for 7. The bowling figures, Romario Shepherd, after 5 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Pestano after 4, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Moti, who's currently bowling, he's bowled 4 overs for 13 runs. And Versabi Pomal, 4 overs for 24 runs. So Versabi Pomal, he's going to have to run a ball here. Be hoping that he could probably slow it down a bit.
Coming for his 5th over now, Versami Pomal, operating from the southern end of the ground. But AC on 27, about to receive. Kyrie mentioned earlier when he was on, once there's a beat, Trinidad and Tobago will be moving to the beat. So the bubbles have it going on right now on the outside.
Yeah, he's been moving as well here in the commentary box too. So it's understandable.
Tomorrow is going to be the launch of Panorama, I was told. So Panorama is going to be launched tomorrow. So that's something that a lot of persons have interest as well in Trinidad and Tobago. It's usually big down here.
Yeah, the steel pan being the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. Something we take a lot of pride in here. That's cut away really nicely and a good piece of fielding again. Certainly a highlight of this Guyana team. And as we say that, in between, there's some very unusual fielding as well that takes place. But for the most part, Guyana has been really good in the field.
Yeah, that was station right. Chandapal coming up with another good stop. He has been working very hard on his fielding. Always very good in the field, Chandapal. Very fit and very quick. We saw what Moti was doing earlier. Pestano having a good time as well. Hetmaya usually very safe. I think so far just Leon Johnson having to keep up with the younger folks.
Yeah, the skipper of the side for so long now, Leon Johnson. He's a man who's kept himself fit though.
Yeah. Been playing since October 2007 when he started playing. The likes of Eason Crandon was still playing. Rayon King, Neil McGarrell, overcompleted as the end of 24, 102 for the loss of 2. Do you remember the name Neil McGarrell?
Yep.
Yeah, Neil McGarrell was still playing when Johnson made his debut at Providence. He made a 50 on debut, Leon Johnson, against Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago attacked that time. Riyad Emirates. Bravo was there as well. That's Dwayne Bravo. Mario Belcon was playing for Trinidad and Tobago at that time. This one is cut away nicely by Ramdin. Runs for the wicketkeeper batsman. The captain of CCC gets a boundary. Start of over number 25, and there's Moti giving Ramdin too much of room outside his off stump, and he accepts and collects a boundary.
Yeah, when you talk about people who's used to these conditions and used to this ground, with all the experience he has, is that man, Dinesh Ramdin, local boy here as well. Oh, that's tossed up nicely there. That's a single.
Dinesh Ramdin. Everyone calls him Shotter.
Moti isn't going to be afraid to give that ball a bit of air. He's been doing it really well so far. Oh, that's excellent there from Kudakesh Moti. DC just playing that on the back foot. He's been shuffling all over the crease. To Kudakesh Moti, you could understand why. And again, he comes down the ground this time, but falling short of that fielder. They only get one, and it's because again of that flight that Kudakesh Moti is bowling with here.
Let me remark some memories for you. I just mentioned the teammates of Johnson earlier. Seen Ryan Chatigo, Travis Dowling, Royston Crandon, Narsin Dean Ryan, Asad Fudadin, Derwin Christian, Neil McGarrell, Isan Crandon, Zahir Mohammed, who made his debut in that game as well, Rayon King. And for the Red Force at that time, Lendell Simmons, Mario Belcon, Darren Gango, DJ Bravo, Karen Pollard, Ramdin, who's playing here today, Sherwin Ganga, Jason Mohammed, Riyad Emrit, Mervyn Dillon, Rafi Rampal. Those are the guys that played when Leon Johnson made his debut in October 2007. Over completed. That's the end of 25. 109 for 2. Something for you to remember, young Hamza.
Made his debut against a really good bowling lineup as well. And with that fun fact there, welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Kadir Mohammed. Kadir, at the end of 25.1 overs, 110 for 2, CCC, much better batting performance here.
Yeah, much better batting display from the CCC guys, Ramdin and BDC, forming a nice partnership so far. BDC quite solid. He's 28 of 46, and he has the experience of Dinesh Ramdin to lean on, who's at the wicket currently. He's 16 from 31. So he's 19 from 35. Sorry. So yeah, very good from CCC, keeping some wickets in the hut for that back end of the innings. Well played again from BDC, using his feet nicely, getting to the pitch of that one and pushes it down to long on, picks up an easy single. And Permal not really accustomed to this sort of treatment. He accustomed picking up wickets in his quarter, already into his 6th over. It's none for 28. Lovely flighted delivery again from Versami Permal. But it's brilliant conditions for batting up here, Hamza.
Yeah, CCC making good use of it, and they need to pick up a couple points here if they are to stand a chance of qualifying. They already lost both games here, so looking to make amends with this game. After 26 overs, the score 112 for 2. Ramdin just steadying the ship here nicely. He's on 20 of 38, BDAC 30 of 50. We saw in those last couple games, the partnership builds and you keep those wickets in hand. With a flourish in the end, you could certainly make a challenging score here. Remember, they still have the Mario Richards, hoping he could come back out and play some shots in the end if required.
Yeah, you mentioned the Mario Richards. You also Odin McCarthy, Matthew Ford as well. He can use the long handle. So Moti, once again, this one, Ramdin is just trying to turn this one. Can't beat Purmall at mid-wicket. So CCC going at a decent run rate. 4.2 to the over.
So at 112 for 2, Kadir, what's your thoughts on a projected score here?
Well, at the current rate, they would get just about 220 or so. So they would probably looking to get about 250 once. And you know, the key is to have wickets at the back end when you want to sort of launch.
That's a brilliant shot there, again from Ramdin. I love the fact that Moti is continue to fly those deliveries and entice the batsman to continue keep them coming forward, because we all know he has that quicker ball up his sleeve as well. He gets one to just bounce and turn as well. Guy with a lot of variation is Moti, so this is excellent from him.
Gorgeous looking drive from BDC. Can't beat Purmall in at cover. Yeah, Gurukesh Motley quite skillful in his trade. Made his test debut recently against Bangladesh. And this one, BDC is down the track but can't beat that field at mid-wicket. So that's the end of over number 27. CCC have progressed to 113 for 2. So what do you think? What do you think is going through Leon Johnson's head at the moment? Do you think he's trying to keep these two at the crease, seeing that their scoring rate is just about 4 runs to the over? Do you think he's quite contented with the game as it is currently?
I don't think that he'll be too worried, but I'm sure he'll be wanting to get this man back in the dugout as soon as possible in Dinesh Ramdin. Because we all know he can be there and strike rate can move from 80 to 180 in no time. He has the ability to hit the ball really hard. He's been doing it this past few seasons in the CPL as well as for teams that he's been playing for. And the thing about Ramdin is a guy who has a lot of experience, but he will give the batsmen on the other end some words of encouragement to help them along their innings as well. So as fast as they can get him out, that's be the key here for the Guyana team.
Yeah, Ramdin, the mentor of this young CCC team. And Bidesi is looking to swing this one, getting under it. And that's the fall of the third wicket. Navin Bidesi trying to go over the top. And Kemal Savory, the substitute, takes the catch. So Purmall, he strikes. And Bidesi getting a bit anxious there and just picking out Savory. So Bidesi goes for 30. CCC, they lose their third wicket at 114.
How often do we say that name Savory when there's brilliance in the field? Excellent fielder is this guy. Mention he's on substitute. So just shift gears from this game a bit here and take a look at that game at Queen's Park. The game has finished. Trinidad and Tobago, they've won that encounter They reached their target 195 for 3 in 43 overs. Darren Bravo, he remained not out on 27 of 56 deliveries. Nicholas Puran, he remained not out as well, 36 of 31. Earlier on, Keon Otley, 36 of 48. And the guy who held the innings for them together, Joshua De Silva, 66 of 88. Another guy to out is Jason Mohammed. So a good couple points there for the Trinidad and Tobago team, bouncing back after that loss to Guyana here a couple nights ago.
Yeah, so the Red Force getting that all-important victory over the Windward Islands Volcanoes, who previously won their opening two games of the CG United Super 50 Cup. So they were on a bit of a high. So good performance there from the Red Force, as we see the new batsman Odain Makati. Odain Makati, the 26-year-old Jamaican. So he's walked to the wicket now. So Pumal picking up that wicket at a crucial stage for the Harpy Eagles. Just as these two were trying to stem the flow, knocking it about a bit, Pumal strikes, and Johnson, smelling blood, he's employed a second slip now.
Yeah, Pumal, man who strikes at all important stages for this Guyana team, doing it yet again. Talk about striking at important stages, he would have gotten that huge wicket of Jason Mohammed in that last game, his lone wicket as well. Jason Mohammed would have put on 47 runs with Darren Bravo in that partnership. So Sammy Pumal is a guy been known for doing that over the years for this Guyana team. Certainly a huge asset for them. It's good to see players on the whole bounce back after such an ordinary performance. So good stuff here from the veteran Versami Pumal. He's bowled 7 overs for 30 runs so far. Picked up an important wicket there. Excellent in the context of the game career.
Yeah, good from Pumal. Experienced campaigner. Been around for quite a while now. Versami Pumal. Muti, the very economical Gudakesh Muti, he's gonna start his 7th over now. He's bowled 6 overs, none for 21. So he's gonna be bowling to Ramdin. After this one, Ramdin can't beat Muti. So from CCC's point of view, they certainly now a lot of responsibility is on Captain Ramdin's shoulders now to actually bat deep into this innings.
That's cut away nicely there. Man on the bunker should cut it off. They'll get back 2 easy runs.
Bullet-like throw there from the substitute Quinton Sampson.
Yeah, so there's a couple substitute fielders on right now for Guyana team, so
Lovely flighty delivery there from Moti. Induces the edge, goes past the slip. It's gonna run close to the boundary, but Ramdin is gonna jog back for an easy 2.
So the 2 experienced campaigners, they're off on the bench right now in Shepard and Hetmeyer. We'll be hoping again it's probably just because of the heat out there. Hoping to see them back out soon. Shepard should be required to bowl a few overs in the latter stage of this innings as well. So far Moti doing an excellent job for his team, along with his veteran Versami Pumal. It's always good to see a veteran from one and an upcoming talent from the other end employing their trade so excellently career.
Yeah, Gudakesh Moti would have learned a lot from Versami Pumal. Identical in their trades, similar type of bowlers, left arm orthodox. So a lot of knowledge would have been passed on from one to the next. Makati, he gets off the mark with his push into the leg side.
So 120 for 3 after 29 overs now. CCC just going along their way here. I don't think Guyana should be too worried here at this stage, but again, they'll be hoping that they could pick up wickets along the way. I mean, all bowling teams would love that, but especially to get rid of that man, Dinesh Ramdin, that would be a huge plus for them. And I think it's really good keeping Versami Pumal because of the fact he's into this rhythm. So they wouldn't want to break that. So if he could continue and pick up another wicket here in the next couple overs, certainly a plus for this Guyana team.
Yeah, I think spot on. That's the thinking from Captain Johnson. Pumal just picking up that wicket in the previous over. So he is going to continue with the hope of picking up another one. Makati, fairly new to the crease. So these two were at the crease when the rains came at the Queen's Park Oval against Windward Islands. Udin Makati and Dinesh Ramdin. This one, Ramdin is cutting this one in typical fashion. Very good square of the wicket, Dinesh Ramdin. Anything slightly short, he's gonna pounce on it. Very good cutter, puller, sweeper of the cricket ball. Lovely flighty delivery again from Pumal, pushed into the mid-wicket region. Pumal jogs after this one.
Yeah, both batsmen, they would have put on broken 27 runs partnership there. Obviously not being enough for CCC team in that rain affected game. Makati, he was 6 of 20 deliveries not out, and Ramdin 21 of 19.
Nice again from Ramdin. Confident push down to Rutherford. We've not seen Rutherford with the ball yet. Not required just yet.
It's always good for a captain when he has so much options up his sleeves, Kadir.
Yeah, it really makes his job a lot easier. On this one, he's flighting and nicely. But Makati, equal to that task, pushes it down to long off. Picks up another single.
I was about to say, what makes it even easier from a team's perspective is when you don't have to use all those options because your team is doing something correctly here as well.
Yes, certainly.
So at the end of the 30th over, the score now 126 for 3. Pretty much an even game here as I welcome back Mr. John into the commentary booth to join Kadir.
There we see combined campuses and colleges 126 for 3 after 30 overs. Demario Richards, he is retired hurt. He was not out on 36 at that stage when he left. Navin Bidesi, the last wicket to fall, he went for 30. Xavier Burton, Romario Shepherd, 5 overs, 1 for 13. Pestano, 4 overs, 1 for 15. As Moti starts with a wide one down the leg side. He's into his 8th over now. Gudakesh Moti.
He too yet to pick up a wicket. Just like Kevin Sinclair, the other person used today by Leon Johnson with the ball. Just Pamal picking up his first, joining Pestano and Shepherd as wicket takers.
Earlier, we were speaking about that Guyana team
Yeah.
when Leon Johnson made his debut. Seems quite a long time ago now, John.
Well, yes, it is a long time. Look at those players, and they're all doing different things at the moment. Rayon King, McGarrell. Look at the sweeper ball that was on the line. It was stumped.
Neil McGarrell actually played for the club that I currently represent, Mary Boys Sports Club in Dingo Martin.
Mm-hmm.
That lovely stadium that you've been to,
Right.
covering those 40
Hemraj
games.
played a few matches with you guys as well. That's Chandapol Hemraj, who's not in this side because of a finger injury.
Nicely pushed there by Makati. Tevin Imlach. Another one of those wicket keepers in this.
The Crandon brothers played as well in that match. Yeah, the Gangas, the Bravos, Ramdin himself, Dylan.
Moving Dylan, former coach of the Red Force. But yeah, quite a number of players who currently doing a lot of different things into coaching, into management.
Rayon King and match referee Travis Dowling, one of the West Indies selectors for the women's.
Travis Dolan played some cricket down here in Trinidad as well too.
Seen Ryan Chattagoon, who has a business in Guyana. So those are the names that were around when Leon Johnson made his debut.
Sooner in Chattagoon, another one of those left-handers out of Guyana to represent the West Indies as well. So at the end of over number 31, CCC have progressed to 130 for 3.
And there you see some of the persons that are part of that run, walk or dance run, walk or dance against all cancer right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, just on the outer concourse. It's a 5K run, walk or dance. And there they are. There they go. It's
So
all for
John,
the cause.
if you were part of this 5K, what would you have done? How would you have completed this 5K? Would you have danced the way to the
It
5K?
would have been a little bit of everything, of course. Look at someone is dancing there. Most of the others are walking. Yeah, it would have been a little bit of everything. Start off hot and sweaty, cool down a little bit, and you dance to the end. How about you?
So Rutherford,
You can
being
leave it alone.
I would have tried to finish it as quick as possible, so I guess I'll be jogging my way through.
Yeah. But it's all for a good cause. Run, walk, or dance against all cancers. It's time. Bubbles for life. Right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. You mentioned the name Rutherford. Indeed, Sheriffin Rutherford is into the attack. Replacing Pamal from the southern end.
Immediately Ramdin is looking to drive this one. So from CCC's point of view, this is going to be an important phase. Rutherford being introduced, medium pacer. Ramdin well set. So this is going to be an ideal matchup. Rutherford to Ramdin. To this one, Ramdin is just trying to cut this one. Staying a tad low. One bounce to wicketkeeper Bramble.
Yeah, playing over it. Then it's Ramdin. 32 so far for him.
What's your thoughts on this surface, John?
It's a very good service for batting. I think CCC having the opportunity to bat first will look to get as many as possible. Good single taken from Ramdin. So they've gone past their two previous best scores, CCC, 109 for 4 in a rain-affected game after some 23 overs, and 119 all out here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy from 33.5 overs. So another 2 overs will be the best effort in terms of batting overs. And they're very much on course to pass that. So it goes to show that there's a much better batting track as well.
Yeah, we've seen a more conscious effort, and this one, a nice bit of inward movement towards Makati there. Yeah, we've seen a lot more conscious effort from the CCC batters to bat longer and stick it out. Ramdin 33 of 57. Usually batted well so far. And ideally, they would want him to carry his bat all the way through.
Runs for him. Just going to go through the vacant mid-wicket area and into the boundary now. Very well played shot from Dinesh Ramdin. Playing across the line but in total control. The ball that was well pitched up from Rutherford on the pad. There's Ramdin getting a boundary.
Yeah, came in slightly, allowing Ramdin to come through with that bat, getting it into the gap. So Rutherford is doing a bit with the ball. And this one, he's just dabbing this one out to third man. Just a single. So at the end of over number 32, CCC are 137 for 3.
7 runs from Rutherford's first over. He's the 6th bowler to be used by Leon Johnson. And in 2 previous matches, same 6 bowlers were used. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles playing same 11 so far this tournament. We haven't seen Niall Smith, the extra fast bowler. We haven't seen him as yet. Quinton Sampson, who was on the field moments ago. That's an all-rounder. Can bat, bowl some right-arm medium. And then we can keep a batsman, Kemal Savory, who can bat pretty much anywhere in the order. Hoping batting back home for Esquivo. Got 100 in the first match. Got some runs later on in the tournament as well, so he's in some form. Kemal Savory. Moti will continue. Ramdin is on 38. The joint best score by a CCC player this season. Chip one back to the bowler. Caught and bowled. Soft dismissal. Dinesh Ramdin, just when we were saying he's well set to go on and well set to perhaps be the highest run scorer for a CCC this season, gives the bowler a very easy catch. Moti accepts. That's wicket number 4 going down. 137 for 4. Ramdin caught and bowled Moti for 38.
Yeah, that one seemed to have held up in the surface a bit. Ramdin playing before time, leading edge, back to Moti. So just as you were speaking about joint highest run scorer for CCC so far, Ramdin departs for 38. Caught and bowled. Good catch, Moti. So CCC losing 2 quick wickets, relatively quick wickets. That of Navin Bidesi and now Ramdin.
Or there we saw Christian Kalituran bowled by Pestana for no score. Xavier Burton caught wicketkeeper Bramble, bowl Shepherd 7. Navin Bidesi caught Savory, the substitute, bowl Pramod 30. And now Captain Ramdin caught and bowled Moti 38. Do you remember Demario Richards retired hurt on 36? That was at the end of the 15th over. It was 68 for 2 when he retired. So 137 for 4 now in the 33rd over. And I feel now that Dinesh Ramdin has disappeared. The Guyana Harpy Eagles be looking to wrap things up quickly. But Matthew Ford, who's making his way into the middle, is no rabbit with the bat. He actually had 37 in one of the earlier matches. So he has some ability. And I saw him during the during the CPL, sorry, for the St. Lucia Kings. Very good prospect, very good bowler. Live wire in the field, and he can handle himself with the bat, like we saw here in this year's tournament. So some batting ability still to come for this CCC side. But the Harpy Eagles now, Ramdin, they might be thinking Ramdin was the glue that was holding it together. They may want to wrap things up very quickly now.
Yeah, certainly a job for these two, Odin Makati and Matthew Ford. So Ford is going to take his first delivery now from Moti. This one is slightly short from Moti. Ford gets off the mark immediately. So these two are going to have to sort of do a rebuilding job. You know, they don't want to go too early, too hard too early, and then lose wickets in clusters. So they're gonna have to consolidate for a bit. McCarthy and Matthew Ford just into the 33rd over, so just about 17 overs remaining in this CCC's innings. And Johnson has employed himself at first slip.
It's actually Shimon Hetmai who's at first slip. Johnson is off the field.
So Hetmeyer
Yeah.
in at first. McCarthy pushes this one past Moti. Picks up a easy single.
We had a good partnership between Dinesh Ramdin and Navin Bidesi for 46. That wasn't a bad effort at all. After the Mario Richards retired hurt. So we need another partnership here now. If the CCC will put up a very competitive total. Huge outfield means there are lots of gaps out there. Just gotta apply themselves, CCC.
So Moti with a nice loopy slower one to end the 33rd. CCC 139 for 4. Moti, he's completed 9. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 33.
So 1 to go for Gurukesh Moti. He'll be the first bowler to complete his spell of 10 overs. If he does so the next over, still to be seen. But it's going to be the man on your screen, Rutherford, who will continue. Earlier this morning when the teams arrived, the covers were on. And there's some debate about whether we'll have a full game or a delayed start. This one is down the leg side and into the boundary for 4. So it's 5 wides in all. Starting on a very bad line. Rutherford in his second over beats the wicket keeper as well, Bramble. And down to the boundary. Chandapal at fine leg had no chance of cutting it off. This morning when we got here, the covers were on. It was raining. Covers came off. The players came out. The rain came back, covers came back on. And then there was a 15 minutes delay. Toss was delayed. The action was delayed by 15 minutes. Since then, we haven't seen any sign of rain, which is very good.
Yeah, it's cleared up nicely. Lovely conditions for cricket. Now, lovely blue skies.
Yeah. And this is the best we've seen in terms of the weather in 2 days, because yesterday was totally overcast and lots of rain as well. In this part of the country. Back home last night in Guyana, on the coast of Guyana, lots of rain, thunderstorm, blackouts, congestion on the road, congestion on the Demrar Harbour Bridge, all sorts of confusion. Down the leg side again from Rutherford.
Yeah, where I came from earlier today, it was hot sun. Yesterday as well, we had that short sharp burst shower early on, just about lunchtime, and ever since then it was hot sun.
So yesterday, while in this area, the southern part of Trinidad, of the Twin Island Republic, after the rains, I noticed a few of what the locals are referring to as the rivers, water rushing and seem to be overspilling. And I always, look at it differently, because in Guyana, what we're accustomed to in terms of rivers, huge water masses.
Yeah, we have certainly reached a high level in terms of our benchmark in terms of the rivers.
Yeah.
So much rain we had in the past few weeks. So Matthew Ford there just signaling, seems to have burst a strap on his pad.
Yeah, so one of the rivers that I was referring to in the Williamsville area is like, if you know the cricket pitch how it stays, it's like from the popping crease to the bowling crease,
Yeah.
that kind of 4 feet really, the return crease.
Yeah.
So, and that's a river here in Trinidad and Tobago. Whereas Guyana, that is perhaps in somebody's backyard.
Yeah.
It's what makes us
Have
unique.
Have you ever been to Kaitcha?
I've flown over Kaitcha on a couple of occasions, but not touched down at Kaitcha.
Yeah. Seems to be one of the bucket list
Yeah,
destinations.
it is
Kaitcha.
one of the wonders, really.
Largest
highest-
single drop.
Yeah, highest single drop falls in the world. In the Kaitcha National Park, and was described as central Guyana.
We are really a wonder of the world. Kaitcha.
I've had lots of pepper in South Trinidad, so that is a wonder of Trinidad and Tobago as well.
What type of pepper?
All types. So we're back with the action. Matthew Ford has his pad again. Rutherford continues, but it makes the food tasty, and you're always wanting more.
So you seem to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, culturally Guyana, Trinidad, very much similar.
Again, some inward movement from Rutherford.
Quick single as well. I took my off day. Was down at Barrackpore, where Darren Ganga, Sundar Popo, and all these good names, Jason Mohammed and everyone came from. And that reminds me so much of countryside Guyana as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it felt right at home.
Well, I'm glad you had fun so far in this lovely island of ours, Trinidad and Tobago. Have you been to Tobago?
I've been to Tobago on a number of occasions as well. The crab soup is lovely across there. Lovely beaches. And the accommodations are, whether you want it modern, traditional, take your pick.
So this one Ford is turning this one down to the deep square leg region, and that's going to end over number 34 CCC at 149 for 4.
Yeah, very long over there from Rutherford.
Rutherford 2 overs costing him 17 so far. So 10 runs in that Rutherford over.
That's going to be good in case Moti, who will continue. He will end his spell. Just picking up the wicket so far of Dinesh Ramdin, caught and bowled in the 33rd over. Slip still in play. Ford squeezes it one. Just a short turn with Rutherford collects and we get an easy single, Matthew Ford. And the 150 is up for CCC. So 150 for 4 in over number 35. By far the best batting effort in this year's tournament.
Yeah, credit to the coaching staff and players as well for that conscious effort, presence of mind. Good single, quick one. Makati. Yeah, good presence of mind as well to actually bat the allotted 50 overs if they are to do so. But certainly on track.
Makati has 12 runs under his belt before coming into this match. 6 runs against each of the teams that he played earlier.
So he has gone past his best as well. Udain Makati, the 26-year-old Jamaican, who's actually studying sports science at the Cave Hill campus.
So these young players, they're balancing academics and sport, and that's something the world over has been trying to do. We're seeing it done successfully with CCC. Good delivery from Moti. There's Ford trying to play him back up the track. Leading edge. Ball went down towards the extra cover. And now Pamal taking an extra step up, closer at extra cover, and going into a catching position. Well bowled.
I think we're seeing some two pace from the surface now. Some seeming to hold up in the surface. Lovely. Flight to delivery from Moti to end his quota of 10. 10 overs, 1 for 35, and CCC after 35 overs, 151 for 4. As I leave you now, and Hamza Mohammed is going to come into commentary seat.
And just as we mentioned Tobago, I'm sure you know Jason Passad, who lives in Tobago, always in the cricketing arena. He had sent an invitation. He says he's going to send some tickets for us to go to Tobago to visit him because he's feeling slightly left out. So hello Jason, hello Kerry Porter and family. As Hamza about to take a seat, we'll take a drinks break because the players are taking some refreshments, and we'll be right back in about a minute or two. So we're back after the refreshments break. 15 overs to go in the CCC innings. Rutherford continues. This is over number 36. Post to McCarthy. McCarthy into double figures now. He's on 10. 6 not out. The last match at the Queen's Park Oval against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. First game he also made 6. McCarthy. His best effort here today. Down the leg side again. So lots of extras we're getting in this innings. So CCC being helped along nicely by the Guyana bowlers.
Yeah, Guyana opting to continue with Rutherford here. That was the 27th extra of the innings so far.
This time, get bat on ball. So Rutherford continues to bowl on the middle and leg stump line. Gotta be very careful because lots of gaps on the onside. You don't want to be giving free runs. Rutherford don't want to be giving away all the hard work that was done earlier by Pestano and Shepherd, especially with the new ball. Chance for run out. Imlach collects but does not throw.
Yeah, 153 for 4 after 35.3 overs here. Much better batting performance from the CCC. Put things into perspective, they got their highest partnership of the competition so far. That was the third wicket of Dinesh Ramdin and Nevin Bidesi. 46 runs partnership.
Yeah, that was a very good partnership, especially after losing 2 quick wickets, and then the set batter had to retire, Demario Richards. So at that stage you can perhaps look at it as 3 batters were down when the repair job was done by Bidesi and Ramdin, his captain.
Those extras certainly helping their cause here as well. Guyana would be very disappointing so far.
Short ball bowling into the pitch. Luckily the batter did not get more bat onto that one. Rutherford would have been sailing out of here. Matthew 4 trying to hit it too hard. Before Richards had retired at 68 for 2, Richards and Badesi were putting together a nice little partnership as well. It was 40 to the value at the time. So the middle order, after the top order went, started to hold the innings together. 36 gone, 154 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, much better over on that occasion there from Schiff and Rutherford. Yes, he bowled that wide, conceded 2 off the bat. So yeah, Leon Johnson would be a little more happier with his effort there on that occasion.
Yes, Johnson now back onto the field. Was off for a long time. Not sure what the issue is. We saw Resami Pamal, who is vice captain, taking over. And then Hetmeyer was at first slip for a long time. Leon Johnson's back on the field.
So a decent game here so far for Versami Pulmal. He's bowled 8 overs for 36 runs. He picked up 1 wicket during his quota of overs so far.
Oh, a good delivery. There's Matthew 4 trying to make room by going outside his off stump to go through the onside. Pamal followed him and then he almost chipped it back to Pamal.
Here we saw something similar from Gurikesh Moti's over as well. Dinesh Ramdin was the batsman on that occasion. Very soft dismissal though.
Yep. Moti getting his ball to bounce a little bit now and turn. Hetmeyer slip. Ford gets off strike. That might be the wise thing to do at this time of the game. Odin Makati will take strike.
Yeah, I would love for Sami Pumal to continue flighting that ball, especially with that turn he's getting away from the right-handers. It's excellent again.
Oh, good turn and almost guiding it into the hand of the first step fielder. There was Hetmeyer diving away. Could have easily carried the hand. Good thing the batter played it with soft hands. Nice flight again. So Moti finishing his quota of 10, and now he's seeing Pamal in his 9th over, causing some troubles for the batters. But they're equal to the task so far, just weathering that storm. Gets a single as well. That would be all she wrote.
I would love to see a second slip in for Puma, especially when he has 1 over left again. At the end of 37 overs, the score now 156 for 57 for 4, that should be. So correction there, the score 156 for 4, 37 overs. Ford, he's on 6 of 18. McCarthy, he's on 12 of 23 so far.
Just 2 singles coming from that over. So Sheriff Rutherford now, who's going to continue. Be looking to bowl another tight over. These batters trying their level best to free their arms. There he is, very quick, good start. You mentioned Panorama will be launched tomorrow. I understand there's something called San Fernando Week. That starts tonight. What is San Fernando Week? What is that all about? Hamza with local knowledge. He's going to try to summarize very quickly. Inside edge. What is Makati? Playing what is called the French cut. That ball coming between his leg stump and his pads. And going down towards fine leg. Could have easily been chopped on. The shadows here now stretching across this beautiful outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Down the leg side. One of those every over, it seems like, from Rutherford. Extras helping. So lots of activities around this time of the year in Trinidad and Tobago. Very culturally rich Twin Island Republic. Tobago, we mentioned earlier, where Jason and company they reside, had its first year of carnival not so long ago. The standalone carnival, that is, because there's that traditional carnival in that early part of the year, February.
Yeah, you mentioned the San Fernando City Week. It actually begins tonight.
Yep.
With our local icon David Rudder in concert at Sapa.
Quick single and a chance for Ronald as well, and he missed the woodwork. There was Stephen Imlach, had a good look at it, just coming in from backward point, collected it. Matthew Ford was halfway down the track. Imlach had a good look and eventually missed. Ford got back into his ground. All is well that ends well.
Yeah, Imlach had a lot of time there just to properly aim, but the show was ill-directed there. So a chance there for Ford.
At practice yesterday, in the little time before the rains came, and today, I saw assistant coach Garvin Ned working a lot on fielding and asking his players to hit one stump. So they were practicing for that. And Tevin Imlach missing the woodwork. So it's a difference between when you're in the actual game as opposed to practice. But I'm sure Garvin Ned and head coach Ryan Hercules will have to work a little bit more, and they wouldn't mind putting in the effort. Short ball down the leg side again. This time umpire Chris Wright allows it, and that's going to be the end of Rutherford's 4th over. None for 22 so far. 38 gone, 158 for 4. See, down the leg side, I thought that was a wide.
Yeah, the umpire just difference in opinion there. But since the drinks break, Sheriff Rutherford, he's come back really nicely here in his second spell. He's bowled 2 overs so far for 5 runs as compared to his 2 overs for 17 previously. So some good work here from Rutherford. As we see a second bowler who's going to complete his 10-over spell for today. That is for Sami Pomol. He's done an excellent job here so far for his team.
I think it's much better use of the spinners as well from Captain Leon Johnson, because in the last game when they were playing right here against the Red Force, they were not able to bowl their quota of 10 because when they came back towards the back end, Bravo and company were well set and were taking advantage of the bowling at the time. Then it was difficult for the spinners to grip the ball in the dew a few nights ago.
Yeah, I think the conditions here were a bit more ideal for them. So Leon Johnson using his bowlers really well here so far.
And then you'd like to have your senior bowlers giving you a full quota of 10. Pamal and Moti are doing so today. So single easily taken. Some room given by Pamal. They're keeping things tight recently, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, especially since the fall of Dinesh Ramdin's wicket. Top score so far with 38. Having Bedesi mid 30. Demario Richards retired on 36. Suffering maybe from a little bit of dehydration. And it was very hot when he was batting. The physio was out there trying to give him some beverages.
Yeah, he looked very uncomfortable for a period of time though. So hopefully he's okay and he could resume his duties for the CCC team. Well, just a bit short on that occasion.
Already without Jonathan Drakes. I rather suspect they're rotating their players, trying to give everyone an opportunity. So Drake's missing out today.
Yeah, but beside rotate, it's about trying to find that winning combination as well.
Oh, good straight to delivery from Pamal. One that went through with the arm ball. It's a format that's quite interesting. Each team playing each other twice in their zone. Swept away nicely. Runs for CCC with good feeling from Clinton Pestano, saving a certain boundary. Had to dive full stretch to his right. Had he not been in that position, in terms of pulling out that dive, it would have been a certain boundary. But as the end of Pamal's spell, 10 overs, 1 for 43. 39 overs gone in CCC's innings, 163 for 4.
Yeah, Pestano, he'll be appreciating the fact that he's in the shade at the moment. He was out earlier on feeling that heat. As you see here, Pestano, he's bowled 4 overs, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Shepherd 5 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket. St. Clair, he's 6 overs, 30 runs, no wickets. Pomol and Moti, they're bowled out for 43 runs, 1 wicket and 35 runs, 1 wicket respectively. Rutherford, he has bowled 4 overs, 22 runs, no wicket. So a lot of options still left here for Captain Leon Johnson. I think we'll see. I was about to say Mario Shepherd with the ball now.
Yeah, with 11 overs to go, you want to look to bring back the seamers now to finish the innings off. There's also Sinclair with 4 overs still to go. So if he's going to be given any more, left to be seen. But did not have the best of days so far.
Yeah, Pestano, he was excellent in his comeback in that game against Trinidad and Tobago. Hasn't bowled too badly here as well, so certainly options left for Leon Johnson.
Chipped in the air, and he's gone. Well set batsman and Odin McCarthy. Got a full delivery from Romario Shepherd. Going through the line, hitting through the onside. And there is Veerasamy Pamal at mid-wicket, accepting a very simple catch. And that's wicket number 5 going down. 163 for 5 in over number 40.
Yeah, that ball just straight in the leg, but McCarthy, he could only find a fielder right there who didn't have to move. Pretty much a simple catch in the end there, and what it does is it gives Shepherd his second wicket. 2 for 13 so far and 5.2 overs. Excellent bowling for Mario Shepherd. Score now 163 for 5. We're in the 40th over here. CCC may just be a little anxious at this moment. But the word is, I'm sure the word is that they'll want their batsman to go out there and at least face all 50 overs. Try to make some sort of a respectable score. Something to challenge this Guyana team as we see the new batsman Amari Goodrich.
So Odin McCarthy caught per more ball. Shepherd 16 from 31 deliveries. 5 for 163 now, over number 40.
Yeah, Amari. Another young lad in this team is a 20-year-old Bajan, also studying sports science at Cave Hill. So it's good to see the balance there with the academics as well as the sporting talent being shown here.
Well built young man. Goodrich. Amari Goodrich. Good shot to start, good delivery as well. Nice piece of cricket. Good ball, better bat, good fielding.
Yeah, Amari looks like he's been out there a while with that show.
Yeah. Looks like a middleweight boxer as well. Tall, strong. Shadows pretty much like 1/3 of the ground here now. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy sward. Good bounce. This is a nice, really nice pitch for batting. Nice bounce and carry. So the spinners getting some assistance. Nice stroke playing so far. The 5K walk, run or dance seem to pick up as well on the parking lot. Chipped in the air, mid off is too deep. Goodrich going just a bit too hard in the gap.
Yeah, Shepherd just getting that ball to move in a little there. Using the angle really nicely.
Looking to get off the mark. Rutherford cannot pick up cleanly, cannot prevent the single, and 1 run in the over to go with that wicket. Shepherd now completing 6 overs, picking up 2 for 14 so far, and after 40 overs, 164 for the loss of 5. CCC asked to bat first against the Guyana Harpy Eagles in this match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and that means it's the end of the middle phase of the innings. Now it's time for the bowling power play, where a maximum of 5 fielders are allowed out of that 30-yard circle. We were just looking for our co-commentator. I understand he went to the Bubbles event and he's back. So Kadir will pick up the attack. I will take us through to the next passage of play with Hamza.
Look at the scorecard here. Kalicharan went for North, Burton 7, Bidesi 30, Ramdin 38, McCarthy 16, Ford. He's not out on 8 at the moment. Goodrich, who just strolled onto the wicket, he's on 1, not out. Remember, Richards retired hurt earlier on. He was looking good. He retired hurt for 36. So we hope that he's okay right now. Kadir, 140 right now, after 164, I should say, after 40 overs. They continue at this rate, they'll reach up somewhere around 205, but I'm sure they'll be looking to reach at least close to that 220 mark.
Yeah, certainly. The first order of the day to bat out these remaining 10 overs, but they're going to have to contend with Clinton Pestano, who's on this one is worked away nicely out there to the deep square leg, picks up a single. Yeah, Clinton Pestano, he's shown to be quite good at the death, so they're going to have to contend with him. Lovely mix of pace, quite smart in his approach, Pestano.
Yeah, he's only bowled 4 overs today, 1 for 16 so far, and he has the luxury of having that extra fielder outside as well.
Yeah, we seeing a fine leg, deep backward square, long on, and the sweeper. So that's the third man as well. So that's the 5 fielders out of the 30-yard circle for the Harpy Eagles. Ford still there. He's 8 of 25. Amari Goodrich, he's just come to the crease.
Seems as though when you came today, you brought the sunshine with you, Kadir.
Yeah. It's nice to see the sun out here in the Southland, and this one is turning nicely. It's gonna pick up 2. Ford. Yeah, so he's quite capable with the bat as well. Hamza Matthew Ford, a member of that West Indies under 19 team as well. Also represented the St. Lucia Kings in the just concluded Hero CPL. So he quite young but has a lot of experience. So he's going to need all of that experience to come to the fore for this CCC team. He's vice captain of this team as well. So that's another added responsibility for Matthew Ford.
Yeah, it's good that players could step up at an early age to try and grasp that responsibility factor. Hopefully it reacts positively in his career moving forward. See, Pastano's continuing here. Since he's returned, he's strayed a lot on the leg side. Is Pastano. Not too much damage being done, but he'll want to correct that. He's gone for 5 so far in the over.
Pestano, 1 ball remaining in the 41st over.
Yeah, that ball too high there on that occasion. Easy decision for the umpire.
This one is going full. Dug out there by Ford into the mid-wicket region. So at the end of over number 41, CCC 170 for 5.
Yeah, much better delivery there to end that over. See if Romario Shepherd, he's going to continue from that far end. It looks like, though, they've changed their mind. It looks like it's going to be Kevin St. Clair. He hasn't really had the best of days in terms of getting his radar correct with the ball today. He's gone for 13 and 6 overs so far, wicketless. So Guyana will be hoping, like the rest of bowlers in the previous games, that he comes back well here to finish off.
Yeah, Sinclair now from the southern end into Matthew Ford. And Ford easily pushes this one back to Kevin Sinclair, and Ford goes. So CCC lose their 6th wicket now. A easy return catch for Kevin Sinclair. And that's the end of Matthew Ford. He goes for 12.
And not for the first time today, we see the easiest of return catches. I think Kevin Sinclair just took a while to pick it up though. But score now 170 for 6. Ford, he looks very disappointed, and rightfully so. So we're talking about Kevin Sinclair coming back good career. This will certainly boost his confidence.
Yes, certainly a wicket to start his second spell. Kevin Sinclair. Matthew Ford, who looked relatively good at the crease, he has now departed. It brings Romario Greaves to the crease.
Yeah, one of the older folks in the CCC team, if you want to put it like that. 27 years old. B. John. That's excellently bowled there from Kevin Sinclair. So a totally different start to what we've seen earlier on from him. This is excellent in his return. Yeah, Kevin Sinclair really starting off his spell really nicely here. Wicket and 2 dots so far.
Yeah, good start for Sinclair in this his 7th over.
Flighting that ball really nicely.
This time a bit wider from Sinclair, and Greaves gets off the mark with a single outer sweeper on the boundary. That's Pumhall.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, the CCC team first target is just to bat out his 50 overs.
Yeah, that's the first order of the day for them. They're hoping that the Mario Richards, he can return at some stage for them.
That's tucked away really nicely from Goodridge. And at the end of the 42nd over, the score is now 172 for 6. Greaves, he's just strolled out to the middle. He's on 1 of 3. Goodridge, he's on 3 of 8. Sinclair, he's just completed his 7th over. Really good comeback here for him. He's bowled one. He's got 1 wicket for 32 runs so far.
It's going to be Pestano once again from the media center end. 172 for 6 now. CCC with just about 8 overs remaining in this innings.
Captain Leon Johnson is probably feeling really good after that over. Probably took a bit of gamble there bringing back Kevin Sinclair, since Romario Shepherd was going along really nicely on that end. Gamble certainly paid off for them.
Not really a gamble per se, Hamza. Remember he opens the bowling as well, so he's accustomed bowling these tight overs, these when batsmen are looking to get after you. So it's something that he's quite accustomed to, Kevin Sinclair. So did well in that over. 2 runs and a wicket in that over, but it's going to be Pestano now. Goodridge just tucking this one. Square leg, who's up in the circle. He picks up. So he picks up a single. As my co-commentator John Siram saying, he's just luring me into his lovely food that he's just received.
That's got away really nicely there. Nice dead touch. He'll be looking for 2. Send back there from Goodridge.
Yeah, should have been 2. Should have been looking to press that fielder out there.
Yeah, Greaves took off really late on that occasion.
Something that I want to see more from our batsmen in the region, Hamza, to be looking to press those 1s into 2s. Bit wider from Pestano.
Yeah, you feel as though the sense of urgency isn't there on a lot of occasions. And what it does, for example, for that Trinidad and Guyana game, there was a lot of occasions that the Trinidad batsmen could have easily made 2 instead of 1. They lost the game by 3 runs. That could have been a deciding factor there.
Yeah, that's something we've grown accustomed to seeing. We just relax after taking a single, not really putting any pressure on the fielders. So that's something I want to see moving forward, certainly from the white ball teams. You know, that's something that really needs to be implemented into our game. It really needs to be looked at specifically from members of the respective coaching staff.
Yeah, Rutherford and Imlach, though, even though that middle period was slow for them, the quick singles that they took really put Trinidad fielders under pressure.
Pitched up from Pestano. Can't beat extra cover. Yeah, from what I've seen from Tevin Imlach, he's one of those guys who can nudge and noodle the ball in the middle phases of the innings when there's a lot of singles on offer as well. So it's going to be interesting to see him when it's his turn to bat, if he does get the opportunity, that is, to see how he goes about his work. Tevin Imlach, another one of those members of the championship winning West Indies under 19 team as well.
There's another wide there from Pestano. Don't think the Guyana team would be happy with this performance in terms of the extras being bowled here, Kadir.
Yeah, a lot of extras contributing to this CCC's score. Nicely played there by Goodridge. So at the end of 43, CCC won 76 for 6.
Yeah, some 30 extras in that 176 runs.
So extras contributing largely to this score. 30 of them. Sinclair once again. Kevin Sinclair, 7 overs, 1 for 32. Previous over has been good. 2 runs and a wicket. From that one, he's going to be bowling around the wicket to Amari Goodridge, who is on 5 at the moment. As we see a bit of a change mid-wicket, coming all the way across the short fine leg, or 45.
Yeah, the 5 men on the boundary. Some man a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, an extra cover fielder. Yeah, the boundary riders remain the same for Greaves. Sinclair will be hoping to induce one of those big shots for defining those fielders. And back away, and that's cut away straight to the fielder. On that cover.
So this one, Greaves is trying to give himself some room to access that acreage right in front of him over extra cover. Huge gap out there. This one he's down the track, but Sinclair is paying this one in at the legs. And Greaves gets a single, but it's going to be a leg by, signaled by umpire Chris Wright.
Yeah, Greaves certainly showing his intentions there, his last 3 deliveries there, Kadir. Just not connecting properly though.
Yeah, the intent is clear. Goodridge just happy to pinch these singles, looking for 2. A good run in by these 2.
Yeah, the sense of urgency you were speaking about earlier showing here. It's excellent running. Need to pick up as much of these as possible now. The score 180 for 6. One ball remaining in the 44th over. St. Clair staying around the wicket to Goodridge.
Goodridge turning this one nicely. Just going to be a single this time. And at the end of 44, it's 181 for 6.
Yeah, another decent over there from Kevin St. Clair. 5 runs from it. Current run rate just above 4. Players would be relishing this weather now. Some very cool conditions out there. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Remember, this is a day-night encounter. See Pestano, he's continuing from the commentary end.
No single on offer.
Yeah, Pestano, he just strayed a bit in the last over, just on that leg stump line. Not too much damage being done though, but overall he's done a good job today. 6.1 overs, 25 runs, 1 wicket.
So Pestano, who's been operating for the Harpy Eagles in this Super 50 at the death, so it's going to be interesting to see the lengths that he bowls at this stage. That time, nice Yorker right up in the block hole. Nothing Goodridge could do about that one, so it's going to be interesting to see how he changes his pace, how he executes his Yorkers.
What he did really well in the last game as well, he was using the creases advantage and he was bowling a bit wider, creating that angle for himself, especially in that second spell.
Another variation that we've not seen from Pestano so far is that slow ball into the wicket. We've seen the wicket scuff up. The wicket has offered turn for the spinners, so that's an option he can use as well into the wicket. Slow deliveries, it's going to hold up. He has quite a number of catchers. And this one he's trying to beat Tej Narayan there at mid-off. Unable to do so. And that's the end of over number 40. No, 1 delivery. Sorry.
Yeah, you talk about those fielders on the boundary. There's a man at extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and a man, third man. So wide delivery there from Pestano. Sure, he'll be disappointed with that.
Another extra added to the total for CCC. All these are going to count for them.
Yeah, psychologically, when you have a side 184 for 6 and 44.4 overs, then you look at the extras being 30 odd. Really something you need to be working on.
This one, Goodridge is edging this one out to third man. Just a single.
He's just bringing in that long off fielder. Probably telling Goodridge, let's see how good he is to go over the top here.
On this one, Greaves is swinging this one into the gap, but it will not go to the fence. Burmall comes around and does the fielding. So Greaves picks up 2.
So at the end of 45 overs now, the score 187 for 6. Greaves, he's on 5 of 9. Goodridge, he's on 11 of 20 deliveries so far. He's on
So welcome back, my co-commentator John Ramsing. John, how was your meal?
It's still there, actually. Well, we're down to the last 5 overs in the CCC innings. Sinclair continues.
Goodrich turning this one into the leg side. He's going to pick up a easy single.
I'll give you a little bit of a history, not only of cricket and what's happening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Give a little bit of the history of that meal that you're speaking so highly of. Smells good, doesn't it? So, Sinclair. This one is in the air. Mid-wicket goes around. Takes it, but sends it back into play. Good work from Shimron Hetmaya.
Yeah, brilliant fielding out on the boundary there from Shimron Hetmaya. Good presence of mind. The ropes right back there and just threw it back in play. Good work from Hetmaya.
It was a short ball that was tugged away. Hetmaya there realized that the momentum was going to take him over the rope. Just patted it back into play. This time he's going to be out caught. Looking to repeat the shot, Goodrich. This time got more height and not so much distance. And there was Shimron Hetmaya coming off the mid-wicket fence and collecting it, running about 15 yards to his left and in. And that's wicket number 7 going down. Goodrich caught at mid-wicket by Shimron Hetmaya off the bowling of Kevin Sinclair. Greaves, in fact. And now it's now 190 for a loss of 7.
So the new batsman, Abhijay Mansingh, he is going to have a job to do with just about 4 remaining overs in this innings. Sinclair just picking up that wicket there of Romario Greaves. So 190 for 7, John. Do you think CCC, what do you think they have as a target score in mind?
With 4 overs to go after this, if they get 225, that'll be commendable with some last minute assault, so to speak. But with 3 wickets in hand, you got to be very careful of not being bowled out. They can try to get to 200 first, bat out their 50 overs, and see what else they can pick up. Even 215 can be very much competitive if they pick up early wickets when they have the opportunity with the ball.
And we've still not seen Demario Richards.
Yeah, I think whatever.
And this one, Mansingh is guiding it past Bramble, but Imlach does the fielding. Just one good quick return from Imlach as well, keeping the batsman down to 1, and that's the end of over number 46. A successful one for Kevin Sinclair. CCC 191 for 7.
Yeah, you mentioned we haven't seen Demario Richards returning as yet. Whatever is the issue, I'm sure it's not anything too serious. Maybe not worth risking bringing him out back, but I hope it's not anything too serious to keep him away from the game for much longer. Nonetheless, a good over for Kevin Sinclair and for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Abhijay Mansingh, right arm leg spinner from Jamaica as well, 24-year-old. 4th year major in finance. His dad is also a medical doctor in Jamaica.
Was a member of that Jamaica Tallawahs squad as well.
Yeah.
So Pestano withdrawn from the attack, and it's going to be Shepherd.
Pestano 7 overs, 1 for 30 out of the attack, and they go into the same type of bowling, medium right arm, medium fast of Romario Shepherd.
Would you call the leader of the attack Romario Shepherd?
In the context of with international experience, yes, he is the leader of the attack.
This one is on the line of the leg side. Mansingh turns this one into the leg side. Moti does the fielding. Just a single.
So I was about to tell you the story about the meal that was afforded to me today. I was here early at the practice, on not on match day, on off day, and was smelling something very good at the venue, and I followed my nose, and it actually led me to what is called a tunnel here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Powerfully struck. The call is 2. China Paul is quick as well at long off, but will not prevent the double. Good running by CCC. I followed my nose to the tunnel, and there was a few guys having what is called a cook. So they offered me some of the local cuisine. And I want to say thank you very much to Harish, to Adrian, to Ramnath and Kapil Prasad Sanasi.
Slow delivery by Shepherd into the wicket.
To Devo, Kala Prasad, to Samuel, who's Devanand Samuel, Ramnath, Rajendra, Sankaran. These are some of the guys who mastermind that meal. And I must say thank you. Local cuisine is always the best.
Very well said there, John Ram Singh. And this
Full
one,
straight bowled. Very low, very good Yorker from Romario Shepherd. He gets his man. Goodridge is bowled for 14. The 8th wicket is down in over number 47, 194 for 8.
yeah, well executed by Romario Shepherd. Using that Yorker to perfection. There, Shepherd with that slingy type action. Landing it on the popping crease. Nothing Goodrich could do. So he goes. And the CCC are in danger of not batting out the entire 50 overs here, John. As we see the new man, Mikhail Powell. Mikhail Powell, the 31-year-old Jamaican, who's in his 3rd year, studying sports science as well.
Lots of persons will be looking to extend their playing days by getting into an educational institution, hoping to make the CCC side. I remember when this started, I think it was the year 2003, 2004. University of Guyana. I was attending university at the time. We had an opportunity to send persons to the trials, and a few of the guys managed to pick up spots in the first ever CCC side. Guilford Moore, my teammate, he was part of that. Later on we had Ramdin Chattagoon out of Guyana as well. Some of the guys, and they were at University of Guyana at that time, working on their first degrees mostly. Appeal for leg before, umpire Taylor says not out. Very good delivery, and now they'll get an extra run via the overthrow. Could get 4, but we'll just get 2. Good fielding from Pamal in the deep. In fact, that's Moti in the deep. So leg bys signaled by Chris Taylor. They were Shimon Hetmaya getting that ball after it came off the pad of Powell. Sent the return to the strikers and missed the woodwork and went way down into the deep, and they got 2 leg bys. So 196 now for the loss of 8. And I'm after that first season of persons trying out for a CCC side.
Shepherd this time full again. Inside half of the bat from Mikhail Powell, and he's coming back for the second. Good running. So that 2 runs ends over number 47. A good one from Shepherd, over in which he picked up that wicket of Amari Goodridge. CCC 198 for 8 after 47.
And after that first season of tryouts for CCC, when only 4 persons had the opportunity, the next season many more persons were interested, because realizing that they can prolong their playing career while still studying. And I'm sure the same will happen now, that persons are realizing that CCC is back playing list day cricket. Remember, they played first class cricket as well as the 4-day, regional 4-day. So persons will be able to be motivated again, because sometimes you have to make a very difficult decision. Should I quit studies to go play cricket? Should I play cricket and quit studying? But this time you have an opportunity to balance both. I know Machu Nandu, West Indies under 19 captain, who played this year at this year's tournament, during the under 19 World Cup earlier this year, was actually studying and playing and wrote exams. I think one of his exams was on the morning of the very first match that West Indies had to play at Providence. This one is in the slot and it's hit high and it's heading down toward mid-wicket. Again, Hetmyer getting anxious but could not hold on to it this time, and goes over his head, over mid-wicket. 200 is on the board for CCC in over number 48. That was a flighty delivery from Sinclair that was dispatched with disdain.
Yeah, good swing of the bat there from Mansingh, Abhijay Mansingh. Yeah, now welcome boundary at this stage for CCC. And this one is just turning to fine leg. Pestano launches the return. Well backed up by Permal.
Yeah, Mansingh has been around youth cricket in Jamaica for a while, and then knocking on the doors, and got into the franchise side, the Jamaica Tallowers, as one of those emerging players. I saw him around this year with the 60. So he's been around and he's showing a little bit of his experience by just maneuvering and trying to manipulate the bowling by moving around in his crease. And that's 6. That is a well hit 6 over mid wicket.
And that 6 brought up the 200 for CCC as well. 205 for 8 now. This one, Sinclair's on the line of leg stump, called wide by umpire Chris Wright. Do you remember the name Tyrell Tull?
Tyrell Tull, my very good friend, yes. Back home in Georgetown. Seems as if you have a lot of time for him still.
Just a name that came to mind from those Stanford days.
Appeal for leg before. Umpire says not out. Yeah, was part of that Stanford winning side in 2006 when Guyana won the inaugural Stanford title. That $1 million 6 from Narsingh Deonarine.
Under pressure as well.
Of the bowling of Samuel Badri.
Yeah. Wider from Sinclair and not called wide by umpire Wright. Interesting from Powell, leaving alone that delivery. And that ends over number 48. CCC 206 for 8.
Sinclair has completed his spell of 10 overs as well. So 10 overs, 2 for 48 from the right arm off spinner. A little bit on the expensive side, but in the context of the game, 2 wickets to pick up. That's not a bad return. First wickets in this tournament for him. First 2 matches, no wickets. A little bit economical today, getting his first wickets of the tournament.
Yeah, second spell certainly was a lot better than his first. Started a little bit bowling both sides of the wicket. Then he came back really well in the second spell, picking up those 2 crucial wickets. Shepherd, penultimate one of the innings. He's going to be bowling to Abhijay Mansingh.
Good short delivery on the line of the body. Mansingh handles it nicely. A slower one as well from Shepherd to start over number 49, which is his 8th over. It means he's not going to bowl out his quota of 10, nor will Clinton Pestano, but the 3 spinners have finished their 10 each. And the seamers were helped by Rutherford, who had a little bit of a spell as well today. And it's good to see that CCC taking it very down, way down to the end of their allotted overs, down the leg side.
Mansingh trying to be innovative with that one. Misses this altogether. So Mario Shepherd touted as one of our dead bowlers. So it's nice work over for him here.
had a rough time at the start of CCC this year, bowling in the death overs. And then we saw a concerted effort to bowl more in the start and in the middle phase of the innings. And then quite later on, so I'm getting back his confidence. I'm trying to come back into the depth. Here he is.
And this one, slow delivery from Shepherd up into the air. Imlach coming in, and Imlach takes a fine running catch. So that's the end of Abijay Mansingh. He has to go for 9. Caught in the deep by Imlach, bowled Romario Shepherd, and CCC lose their 9th wicket now. And it Mario Richards. So he's going to take no further part in this batting innings. So that's the end of CCC's innings. They are bowled out for 206 in the 49th over. So Shepherd finishes with 4 for 19.
4 wickets for sure, but the graphic is a little bit obscured, but 4 wickets for Romario Shepherd. Not a bad effort at all. No wicket in the first match against the Windward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval. 2 against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 3 days ago, or 3 nights ago if you want to put it that way. And now 4 wickets today. So very well bowled. We just said that he was the leader of this attack and picking up 4 wickets today to help restrict the combined campuses and colleges to 206. Not a bad effort at all from the powerful right-arm all-rounder. So 4 wickets to Shepherd, 2 to Kevin Sinclair, 1 each to Parmal and Gurukesh Moti. Clinton Pestano picking up the early wicket as well. So 9 wickets falling, and we saw earlier Demario Richards retiring hurt, but in fact he retired out because did not take any further part of this innings. It means CCC 206 all out in the 49th over. The top score 38 from captain Dinesh Ramdin, 30 from Navin Bidesi, and the player to retire her, Demario Richards, 36. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles will need 207 to win from 50 overs. We'll have some more thoughts before we go to a break from Kadir, and then we wrap it up.
So ideal from Leon Johnson and the Harpy Eagles, restricting the CCC, the combined campuses and colleges, to just 206 wicket. A bit slightly too paced. We've seen throughout the CCC's innings ball not too much staying low, but some just a tad lower. But in the main, decent score for Harpy Eagles. They would be certainly happy of that effort.
207 is the victory target from their 50 overs when they come out to chase. They'll be also chasing their second victory, having lost their opening game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the start of the tournament and beating the defending champions and host Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Harpy Eagles looking to get 207 for victory. We'll bring you the excitement in about 30 minutes time. So do join us. Bye bye. welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We're just about ready for the run chase here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, with the Guyana Harpy Eagles set a target of 207 to get from their allotment of a maximum 50 overs. CCC 206 all out when they batted. They were asked to bat first after Leon Johnson won the toss. Captain of CCC Ramdin top scored with 38. Opening batter Richards, he got 36 before he had to retire hurt, and eventually did not take any other part of the game. So Demario Richards 36, Navin Bedesi 30, Odain McCarthy 16, the principal scorers for the combined campuses and colleges in their turn at the crease, and did not bat out their allotment of 50 overs. 48.3 overs the innings lasted, and Harpy Eagles now set a target of 207, starting with the familiar pair this season, Tej Chandapal and Anthony Bramble. Pestano and Shepherd pick up 1 wickets in their opening spell. Pestano did not pick up any more, 1 for 30, Shepherd 4 for 19, Kevin Sinclair first wickets this season, 2 for 48, and the left arm spinners Pamal 1 for 43, Golikesh Moti 1 for 35. The other wicket takers, Rutherford bowled 4 overs unsuccessfully in terms of picking up a wicket. So 207 is the victory target. John Ramsing with you once again, and Kadir Mohammed start things off tonight. Kadir, 207 from 50 overs. Where's your money tonight?
Certainly my money's in the bank, but I know Guyana gonna need a good start. Certainly Tidjana Chandapal, a very solid left-handed opening batsman. Had quite a few starts in this tournament so far, so for him and for the Harpy Eagles, they would be hoping that he can get a good score under his belt. Recently selected for that upcoming tour of Australia, so with all that in his sights, he would definitely be hoping for a good score here tonight.
48 in the opening match against the Volcanoes at Queen's Park Oval, 25 in the last match against the Red Force here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is the first time that the Harpy Eagles will be chasing a target. On the previous 2 occasions, they batted first in that losing cause to the Volcanoes. And last, the match here, right here on the lights, they batted first, got 269 for 9, and then restricted the Red Force to 266 in their turn of the crease. So, Chandapal will take strike for the first time, and marking his guard in that traditional way now, made famous by his dad taking the bail and hammering it into the ground. We've seen many persons around the world taking that same pattern. Bramble is on strikers end. They put on 44 in the first match and 6-9 against the Red Force, so they're batting well together. Matthew Ford to begin. 2 steps going down, and Matthew Ford probably got cold feet on that occasion, bowling to Chandapal.
Tidjana. So Matthew Ford operating with Matthew Ford operating with 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, and third man, the 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. So right on target from Matthew Ford. Tidjana Chandapal just pulling his bat inside the line of that delivery.
Yeah, good start from the right arm seamer. He's been landing in some good areas. I was watching the other matches that CCC playing, and Ford and Powell certainly giving the oppositions a lot of things to think about. And Ford we see getting a good start. Nice bounce on carry.
Yeah, Ford not express pace by any means, but he has that knack of moving the ball both ways. There we see this one leaving the left-hander.
Yeah, just too wide for comfort for umpire Chris Taylor. So the first run on the board for the Guyana Harpy Eagles coming in the form of an extra. They wouldn't mind.
Yeah, certainly. So for CCC's point of view, they would certainly be looking for a good start from Matthew Ford. Certainly he started well, a wide delivery, second delivery, And this time Ford on the line of that fourth stump. Chandapol gets some bat on that one. No run.
This time forced Chandapol to play because it was much closer to him. But not trying to hit it too hard, just got bat onto ball. And that is usually a good feeling. That ball hit in the middle of the bat. But you want to be in control of the shot.
Yeah. So Ford operating with the artificial lights overhead. This one, Chandapol right behind that one, pushes it out to man at cover.
So Chandapol is going to jet off to Australia very soon with that test side. It means that there's a spot open in the Guyana Harpy Eagles top order. He has one more match with the Harpy Eagles before leaving. So that game will be on Monday right here at the Queen's Park Oval at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So Ford a bit straighter this time. Chandapol working this one off the hips into the square leg region and picks up the first run off the bat. And the Harpy Eagles are 2 without loss with 1 delivery remaining in the first over.
Chandapol getting off the mark. So Monday, the Guyana Harpy Eagles will take on the Windward Islands Volcanoes right here in a day and night match. And that will end the Harpy Eagles day and night match leg of the tournament, so to speak, here in Trinidad and Tobago. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes played all 3 of their matches so far at the Queen's Park Oval. They're all day matches, so the next 3 matches will all be here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the Volcanoes. Each team having to play 3 matches day and 3 day and night matches as they take on each other team in the zone 2 times. It's a nice format. I'm really enjoying this format.
Yeah, well put together format by Cricket West Indies. Interesting.
Yeah, so when Chandapol goes, there's vacancy there. Not sure who the selectors will be bringing over to fill that breach.
On this one is back in to the right-handed Bramble. So that's the end of the first one. Harpy Eagles in their reply of 206, 207 for victory. They are 2 without loss.
Nice start from Matthew Ford. The wide and Chandapol got off the mark in easy fashion. You'd want to continue to make some trouble with these new balls. Matthew Ford just bowling a decent line of length to start with. In fact, the over is not ended. It still continues. Full delivery. Much straighter to Bramble. He's going to get off the mark as well. Looking to come back for the second. Start, stop, yes, no. And eventually, better sense prevailed. Chandapol went back into his crease. And now a no ball being signalled. So it's a long over for Matthew Ford. It has everything in it.
Yeah.
Extras. Now a free hit.
Yeah, chance here now for Tejanarayan to break the shackles, so to speak, of this free hit. But what was noticeable for Matthew Ford there, that previous delivery, going right up, giving that ball enough time to swing. As we know, he can move the ball as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how he operates.
So with all these extras, giving the scorers a little bit of a headache early up. Free hit now for Chandapol.
And this one he's trying to go over mid-off. Just goes over BDC, who's stationed at mid-off, and they'll complete 2 runs. So with that, it's going to be the end of the over.
Finally the over has ended. And at the end of the first over, score 7 without loss. So not a bad start, a confident start for the Harpy Eagles. And then we see now the free hit. Chandapol not quite getting it in the middle of the bat, and now just got a double as opposed to a boundary that he was looking for, whether it's 6 or 4. So our scoreboard is saying 2. It was 3. The scoreboard here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy has 1. I'm sure It's about 6 runs in that opening over. We had a single to Chandapal, wide. The no ball that Bramble got a single off of, so that's 4, and then 2. Should be 6 runs.
Yeah. Just about on par there. John Ramsing. Mathematics seems to be good.
Memory seems to be better. I forgot what was dinner earlier. So Powell is going to pick up the attack from the other end, the southern end of the ground here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Not where we are operating from, is the northern end, the media center end. Not sure if the ground has names other than north and south, media center end and southern end. But here is Powell. Nice slingy action. Right on target as well as he bowls to Bramble. I was looking at Powell, a couple of the earlier matches. He bowls to me like Fidel Edwards, but his structure looks like Romario Shepherd, who is also slingy. And
I tend to think that he looks a bit like Mario Shepherd in his approach. He's just a little bit more slingy.
That's right.
In terms of that lower arm action.
So let's have a look at him. Seeing him there, passes the umpire now. There he goes, and there is Bramble hitting him back over his head, over the fielder at mid-on, and it's going to go into the boundary for 4. So not only that we will have a good look at him, Bramble is having a good look at him as well.
Yeah, definitely, and Bramble obliging to that shorter length from Powell and depositing that one over mid-on. Picks up the first boundary of the Harpy Eagles innings. So Bramble has gotten off to a flyer in the previous game against the Red Force. So for him, certainly he as well as Tejana and Chandapal, they would want to carry on. And this one is in the air.
Chipping it down this time. That's Bramble. He's going to give you, he's going to go hard at you very early. Once the ball is in the arc, like they say, he's going to try to hit you out the park. Not going to miss out at all on some loose deliveries. Anthony Bramble. Very strong. Berbishan comes from the Corriverton area in Berbice. Overlooking the Quarantine River, you can see Suriname. So Suriname, you can see, is Bramble's neighbor. This time he hits it again to mid-on, through the fielder this time, and we get a second boundary in the over. Bramble dealing in boundaries in over number 2. This is Powell being roughed up. Not a bad delivery entirely. It was just a bit wide. And there's Bramble fetching from just outside off stump and got enough bottom hand to it, and it went down towards the boundary.
Yeah, Goodrich should have done better on that occasion there. Bit of an awkward bounce just in front of him, but he should have gotten his body behind the ball. First order of the day. But Bramble, he's definitely off and running now. 2 boundaries in the over. Powell, and this one, Bramble is with disdain up and over cover. 1 bounce into the fence. So Bramble back to back boundaries here for the big wicket keeper.
Yes, this time going through the offside. It was with this time from Powell outside the off stump of the right-handed Bramble, and he takes it, and once again throwing everything at it and got the boundary. It went very close to being a 6 as well. So there's Bramble with a lot of connection.
And Powell, just as he started his opening spell against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, he was a bit off the money, bowling 2 sides of the wicket. Ramdin was kind of stressed in terms of where to set the field, because he was bowling both sides, and he can't really protect the both sides. You set a field and you ask him to bowl to that. And this time he's a little bit straighter on the line of the middle stump, and Bramble just pushes this one into the mid-wicket region. And that's the end of over number 2. The Harpy Eagles are 18 without loss.
Starting with 2 slips at the start of the over. Then he had to plug the gap at short mid-wicket, Ramdin. And then 1 slip eventually was in place, pushing that slip a bit wide. But it's a good positive start once again from Bramble and Chandapal. New opening pair. Previously we saw Chandapal Hemraj opening the batting for the Guyana side.
What a loss that would have been for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, just got an injury to his pinky finger. I'm not sure how long he's going to be out of action for because, like I said, there's an opening after Chandapal leaves, and if he's fit enough, he should be one of those being considered for selection because of all of his experience. 3 1 internationals, 40 list day matches, 200s under his belt, averaging just under 28. 4 starts and new over. So he will be one of the persons right up on the tongue of the selectors. He's just 29 years old.
As a replacement.
Chandrapal Hemraj. He can also bowl the useful left arm spin. Usually has a golden arm.
Yeah.
Comes in to break a partnership, tie up an end, or can even use a new ball as well.
Yeah.
Quite a utility player, Chandrapal Hemraj, if considered. But because he was injured, he's not in the reserve list as well for the Harpy Eagles. Nice full delivery, nice straight delivery to Chandrapal. So one of the other persons in consideration as well is Akshaya Prasad.
Mm-hmm.
He has been around the circuit, 25-year-old.
He scores heavily on the domestic scene as well, Akshaya Prasad.
Yeah, he has some experience at this level. Just 8 matches, 3 for Guyana, 5 for CCC. Yeah, he won the title in 2018 with CCC when he made 2 half centuries in that tournament. Guyana played in the final. He did not play the final. Oh, well bowled. Nice bounce. Beat the inner part of the bat because a little bit of inward movement to the left-handed Chandrapal. So Ford going round the wicket, getting his ball to move into the left-hander. Well bowled.
Yeah, good again from Matthew Ford. Pitch top delivery. Had Chandrapal on the back foot there and ball just beating him on the inside portion of the bat.
There's something funny between Bramble and Chandrapal. They were laughing about something there. Not sure if it's a laughing matter. Sometimes you must enjoy yourself, however. Yeah. Ford again, looking for the breakthrough. Not this time, not to Chandrapal. Yeah, we mentioned Akshaya Prasad. In the recent inter-county tournament, he had some starts. He got 37 against eventual champions who were defending champions at that time, Berbice. In one of the earlier matches, 36 against Essequibo. Did not feature in the other matches because his side Demerara did not make it into the final. Then there was a T10 tournament after. He got 40 from 12 deliveries against Queen's College. 62 from 25 against DCC, a powerful DCC side, a traditional powerhouse. He's in some form. He bowls left arm spin as well. But if you look at variety, Moti, Permal, if he's considered Akshaya Prasad another left arm spin option, you may look for variety.
He's a part of the reserve.
He is in the reserves, yeah. If you're looking for variety, you can also look at another person who's in the reserves, 19-year-old captain West Indies under 19 in a few matches in this year's World Cup, Matthew Nandu. He's in the reckoning.
And he's an opener as well.
He's an opener. Oh, well bowled. Pitch of a delivery from Matthew Ford. Touching down and leaving Chandrapal just in that corridor of uncertainty. And that's a good way to end over number 3. 18 without loss. It's a maiden.
Maiden over by Matthew Ford. Really good from the young man. Pitching it up. Giving the ball enough time to do its bit. As we know, he can swing the ball either way in to the right-handers, away from the left-hander. Matthew Ford, another one of those bright prospects in the region as well.
Bright prospect is Matthew Nandu, like I mentioned. In the inter-county tournament, he got 27 and 16, playing in what was called the Presidency 11 side, not one of the traditional county sides, but a team that comprises players who did not make their county side. Start of a new over on this one. This time he gets the outside edge and he's gone. Bramble, faintest of edges, and he's gone. Brilliantly taken at the wicket by our wicket keeper, Dinesh Ramdin, and Bramble goes for 12 in the 4th over. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 18 for 1.
Yeah, some reprieve there for Mikhail Powell roughed up by Bramble in his opening spell, in his opening over, and he comes back and gets his man. So that's a breakthrough there for the CCC team. Guyana Harpy Eagles 18 for 1 after 3.1 overs. And in at number 3 is the pugnacious Shimron Hetmyer. So that must have felt good for the CCC to get that early breakthrough. Not a huge target on the board as well, so they would have wanted that early wicket. Bramble, the unfortunate man to go. But that brings to the crease Shimron Hetmyer.
Yes, Shimron Hetmyer, with all of his promise, all that he has to offer to cricket, is batting at that very important number 3 position for the Harpy Eagles. He'll be looking for a good start and to get some runs under his belt. Hetmyer got 11 against the Red Force and 12 against the Volcanoes. So, not sure if he will looking to get 13 or 10 in this innings, but he won much more than that for his side. Champion batsman Powell is fired up. Good delivery, well pitched up to Hetmyer. Yeah, so Matthew Nandu, let's go back to that. Who could be a possible replacement for Tejaroy Chandapal? Nandu also bowls off spin, so that is also something that may be considering if you're going to look at Matthew Nandu. Then there's the option of using Kemal Savory, who's into this team already, on tour here in Trinidad and Tobago. Down the leg side and it's wide, signaled by the umpire. Savory, one of the wicketkeeper batsmen in this squad, opened the batting in a recent inter-county tournament, got 100 in the first match. Also got a good knock later on in the tournament. I think it was round 3, a half century. So he's on some form. He can move up the order if you're going to bring him into the side. It means that you have an opportunity to bring in someone else in the lower order. Whether you want to bring in Niall Smith, the fast bowler, whether you want to bring in someone else from the reserve list. And you can look at maybe a Junior Sinclair to bowl some off spin to complement Kevin Sinclair, to complement the 2 left arm spinners. So there are options there for the Guyana Harpy Eagles selectors. We haven't seen Niall Smith as yet. We haven't seen Quinton Thompson. And of course no Kemal Savory. And if you're not looking for off spinning option, because there's Kevin Sinclair, one guy that played the inter-county but is not on the reserve list is Stephen Sankar. He actually bowls leggies.
Okay.
Hetmyer looking to get off the mark, will not do so on that occasion. Powell, a much better over from him. Already picking up the wicket of Anthony Bramble.
Devin Imlach can open the baton as well.
Yes, he did so in last year. Hetmyer also opened the baton last year, got 100 against the Windward Islands in the semi-final.
Yeah. At Coolidge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of options for Guyana going forward when Chandapal vacates that opening slot. So Powell short, and Hetmyer pounces on that one. Goes into the fence now. So Hetty is off and running. He gets a photo open his account.
Yeah, that's his favourite shot, the pull shot towards mid-wicket. And like you said, meat and drink there from Powell. Just giving him it short on the line of his off stump. That's what Hetmyer is going to feed off every day.
Yeah,
he's off the mark.
A little bit too short from Powell there. Hetmyer given enough time to rock on the back foot hit that wherever he wanted to. So Powell really a mixed bag so far, picking up that wicket but not really hitting those areas where he want to be more often.
Sometimes as a bowler, you got to be a bit more patient.
This one he's going full and Hetman is driving down the ground. He's going to pick up a quick single. So at the end of over number 4, the Harpy Eagles are 24 for 1.
Mixed bag of an over indeed. So despite picking up the wicket, still expensive, Powell. 2 overs, 1 for 18. The target 207. So the current run rate is 6 runs and over, which is very easy so far for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. No pressure.
It's going to be Ford once again from the media center end. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 6. He's asked a lot of questions of the left-handed Tejnarayan Chanderpaul.
The Windward Islands played 3 matches. They won 2. Today we saw Trinidad and Tobago Red Force playing their 3rd match. They've won 2. Guyana Harpy Eagles now playing their 3rd match. Could go on to be their 2nd victory. Could go on, I say. Nice
Good
start
areas.
from Ford.
Very good area there from Ford.
Do remember, it's a double round in the preliminary stage. If that format continues in terms of win going ahead, 2 teams from this group will have to go and join Group B, top 2 teams, for semi-finals in Antigua. Net run rate can come into play very early. You want to use that as well, and points and net run rate to separate yourselves from the others.
Yeah.
This is a good opportunity for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to finish this game early if they would like to think so. Nibbles outside the off stump. Had my beaten outside his off stump. I was shaping to play. There's Matthew Ford. Nice line, nice length, good pace and carry.
Matthew Ford operating on that corridor of uncertainty to the left-hander. Coming in with the angle and touching down and leaving the left-hander. Ideal length for the left-handed batsman.
Good bowling so far from Ford. Let's go 40. That's a chant on the outside.
This one touching down and holding its line. Chanderpaul well behind that one.
Ford, one of the emerging players for the St. Lucia Kings in a recently concluded CPL right here in the Caribbean. Did very well. I was very impressed with him. Former West Indies under 19 player.
Yeah. In that format, he was asked to bowl his 4 overs mainly up front. He did that really well. Yeah, so he's accustomed with the new ball, as we know. Prodigious swinger of the new ball, and this one is down the leg side and goes through Ramdin. Leg by, signal by umpire Chris Taylor.
Yeah, I was waiting to see the signal was going to be wide, but he actually brushed something on the way through to the keeper. And that's why it evaded Dinesh Ramdin, who's generally very good with the gloves. For a long time has been the best glove man in the Caribbean.
Also a very fit. Wicket keepers tend to get a lot of back injuries and so on. Ramdin, he's kept himself fit. Credit to him. This one, a gorgeous looking punch from Tejnarayan Chanderpaul, beats the extra cover and it's going to go into the boundary. And that's 4 runs to Tejnarayan. What a gorgeous looking shot there, John.
All timing and placement from Chanderpaul. Just finding the gap on the offside, beating the fielders, the ring of fielders there at extra cover.
And if you look at that shot from the replay, waited for that ball to come right under his eyes and executed to perfection.
Reminds me so much of Shivnarayan Chanderpaul. And there he goes, just like his dad, making sure that the ball gets to the boundary, but giving a field an opportunity to chase it, and they will come second. They had to chase it right out, however. Ford completes his 3rd over, 5 gone, 29. The loss of 1, Harpy Eagles, chasing 206. Hamza Mohammed replaces the other Mohammed, Kadir, with a score 29 for 1. Powell is going to continue. Hamza perhaps had a break and took it to the parking lot. There was a very colorful crowd out there, Hamza.
Yes, special good afternoon, good evening to all our viewers locked in.
Nice flowing drive from Hetmaya again to mid-off. Cannot beat the fielder.
First of all, you need to get some food after you basically had the entire commentary booth smelling of your scrumptious meal that you yourself had during that break.
Yeah, of course.
It really was a colourful scene outside the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Certainly a wonderful event out there, and what was even better is we had a few of those persons that took part in that event here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy watching the cricket as well. So
this one is hiked away, down towards mid wicket. Again, Hetmaya gets a boundary in that region. That's the area he's strongest in. And there is Powell giving him the opportunity to play the ball through the onside. And he picks up his second boundary to move to 9. 33 for the loss of 1.
yeah, Hetty, as he's fondly called, he's come out in a very aggressive mood here, and maybe that's what he needs. He needs some runs under his belt, and so far he's come out with that intention, possibly looking to go on here to make a big score for his side. Man who has 11 and 12 respectively. Currently he's on 9, so looking to break that sequence and get a lot more than what he's been getting here.
Hit in the middle of the bat, so that's always a good sign as well. Shimron Hetmaya.
Yeah, Paul, he's into his third over as well. Bit of a mixed bag from him, but he's looking really aggressive. Pick up that wicket of Bramble earlier on.
So he has a similar hairstyle and a beard style to Romari Shepherd, who also seems as if he's emulating in terms of bowling. This one hits straight down the throat of the field at mid-wicket. So often, your strength is your weakness. And there is Shimron Hetmaya getting 2 boundaries at mid-wicket. This time, a field has been placed a bit squarer, and he hit that ball straight down the throat of that lone fielder. And Bidesi take the catch very easily, and the fall of wicket number 2, Shimron Hetmaya, gone for 9. 33 for the loss of 2 in over number 6.
Shimron Hetmaya would be very disappointed, and rightfully so. There's only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and he found one perfectly in that man, Bidesi, patrolling that square leg boundary. That shot was not called for at this point in time. It's very poor batting there from the experienced Shimron Hetmaya.
So that's the end of Shimron Hetmaya for tonight. We did say after scoring 11 and 12, maybe he's going to get 13. Did not get into double figures tonight, Hetmaya. That is the key wicket for the CCC to pick up. So if they're going to try to get these runs very quickly, they'll have to rebuild at the moment, the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, when you talk about rebuilding, this is one of the guys from last game who helped rebuild the innings. Tevin Imlach. He's out there with a man who knows how to bat for a long period of time. It's runs in his generation at man Tejarain Chandapal again. Congratulations for him on his being called up to the West Indies team. A lot of debate when. It was just a matter of when he would be called up, and you know, everything happens in its right time. Maybe it's the right time for him. Only time will tell.
So Imlach is the new batsman. 25-year-old DCC player, Denmark Cricket Club player in Georgetown. He also lives in Georgetown. What a perfect first delivery. Well bowled, Powell. Bowling on that fourth stump line, forcing Imlach to play. He missed it. Imlach we saw getting starts in this year's tournament. Just not able to carry on. Hard worker Imlach. Many feels that he bats just a bit too slow. Last match he got 32 off 66 balls. Before that 36 off 46. Full toss to get off the mark. Flicked away nicely to mid-wicket Imlach. And he's off the mark. So Powell again expensive despite picking up the wicket in the over. So he has bowled 3 overs, picking up both wickets to fall so far. 26 runs from him. And after 6 overs, 37 for 2.
Yeah, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're going just above a run a ball at the moment. Still some worries in that camp there. The way Shimron Hitmaya was out in that last over. I think it's just about time to go back to the drawing board and get things right. Remember, we're basically in the first half of the first stage of this tournament here. When you're batting on the top of the order, you want at least your top three, one of your top three to be batting right through the innings.
Ford continues. And that is the area that Hetmaya scores the most in that cow corner area. And also the area in which, when he's in that hitting mood that we saw him earlier, the area in which he gives the most catches as well. This time, the first chance that he has given went straight into the hand of the fielder. Teams have been doing their homework against Shimron Hetmaya, realizing that that is the area of weakness. He's going to pull balls that are short, that are just on the line of the off stump, into that cow corner region. And I think that's what Ross was trying to do. Once it's in that zone, Powell trying to get it into that zone for him to play to the fielder. So the fielder is well placed. And Benisi held on nicely.
See, the thing about that dismissal as well, it wasn't somewhat of a short ball, I should say, but because of the slingy action and because of the high action as well, that ball just short of a leg, Powell will get that to raise a bit more than usual. And Hitmaya probably seeing that went ahead of it and probably just not timed it properly. So that, in this instance, working for Powell. It's a bit of outfoxing Shimron Hitmaya a bit there, and the field was set for it. So just like you said, they did their homework.
Ford looking for his first wicket. Edging through the vacant first slip position, because there is a vacant position there. The first slip is wide, more like a second slip. So it went between that fielder and wicketkeeper Ramdin and into the boundary for 4. Opportunities again. See, that slip field is very wide. Had he been in a conventional first slip position, Christian Kalicharan would have swallowed that nicely. But Chanapal is into double figures now. He's on to 11. It's now 41 for 2.
Yeah, when you talk about perspectives in this team here, you talk about exciting prospects moving forward in fast bowling. This guy, his name has to be right up there in Matthew Ford. Certainly a wonderful time he's having, and he's only going to get better. Really hitting some nice spots here tonight.
I think about Matthew Ford, he's just 20 years old. Pedro Collins is in the CCC management team. More or less will be working with him. Pedro Collins was also with St. Lucia Kings alongside Darren and Sammy. Big number 5 on his back. This time on the stump. Chanapal drives back up the track. A little bit of play. End of the over nonetheless. 7 gone, 41 for 2.
Yeah, Guyana losing those 2 quick wickets, but they're certainly on track at the moment. Run rate just under 6 at the moment.
This partnership is a very important one for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, because still to come is Leon Johnson, who's been short of runs.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying in terms, again, in that Guyana lineup. Himself, Shimron Hitmeyer, right? Yes, Anthony Bramble, he's getting those starts, but they need him to convert as well, right? Didn't really do much here tonight with a bat, but still.
So Paula starts a new over. So Ramdin and the rest of CCC side will know that if they break this partnership, they can perhaps pick up Leon Johnson, who's out of form, low on confidence as well, quite cheaply. Then there's Sherfin Rutherford, Kevin Sinclair, Omari Shepherd, Pestano, Moti Pamal.
See, the thing that's impressive about this Guyana team is the ability that the lower order possesses with the bat as well.
Oh, almost a chance. Hitting it hard and back to the bowler, but there is Powell not getting down in time. Imlach living dangerous.
Very close indeed there from Powell.
Had he held on to that one, it would have been smelling trouble for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
It would have been a brilliant return catch as well. Powell, a big guy himself.
Quick single. So Leon Johnson under some pressure to get some runs in this Guyana Harpy Eagles side. We did mention earlier, he made his debut way back in 2007. So he's a veteran now at this level. In 2019, before COVID, so you can say 2019 BC, Leon Johnson in 8 matches got 147 runs, averaging 18. In last year's tournament, 2021, Johnson 109 runs from 5 innings, averaging 21.8. This season, 22 and no score so far for Johnson. So starting back from 2019 to 3 nights ago, in the last 15 innings for Leon Johnson, 5 of those he failed to get off the mark. Just had 1 score of significance. It's 102 against the Leeward Islands in 2021. So it's 0, 22, 43, 34, 17, no scores, 13, 18, 4, 102, 3, 0, 0, 22, 0. So after that 102, nothing else to write home about. So across 3 seasons, 15 matches, 278 runs at 15.5 runs per innings. Just 100, no 50. 5 ducks. Captain Leon Johnson.
Certainly needs some runs under his belt here, and he needs to get it as soon as possible. I mean, take nothing away from the man leadership in this Guyana team, but they need him to be performing.
Oh, short ball into the body, looking to pull, missed it. Chanderpaul, and that's the end of the 8th over. Just a single in that. Powell over, Chanderpaul taken in the midriff.
Yeah, Powell just roughing him up there a bit of mind games. Lots of talk going on outside there. 42 for 2 now. The end of 8 overs.
The lights have taken full effect here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And we can see some smoke moving across. I'm hoping it's smoke and not clouds. I don't think your clouds lying that low. So, where do you think that smoke coming from? Maybe somebody doing a cook. There's a campfire somewhere. It also tells the direction of the wind.
Are they making a cook outside after that colourful event?
This one is flicked away nicely off the hip, but in the air. But not carrying the hand. As Matthew Ford starts a new over. This is over number 9 of the innings. Look at that smoke I was talking about. Making his way now on the monitor. The lights here are taking full effect. You can easily see that smoke moving through like clouds.
Great work there by our cameraman Matthew.
Flirting with danger. Stephen Imlach.
Matthew Ford has really troubled the batsman here.
And Matthew, the cameraman, picking it up.
Teamwork of the Matthews here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But from Guyana's perspective, all that's mattered for them is that he has 0 in that wickets column. And they'll want it to remain so. Skipper Dinesh Ramdin, he might have something to say about that.
Ford asking many questions so far in this opening burst. Imlach stylishly across. Plays it down to cover but cannot score. Nice passage of play here now. Early wickets by the CCC putting the Guyana Harpy Eagles on the back foot. Eagles not allowed to free their wings, so to speak. Bramble gone early for 12. Hetmeyer 9. 2 big scalps back in the pavilion. West Indies A batters at the crease at the moment. Imlach and Tejan Chandapal.
CCC would know that these two guys, they love to spend some time out there and go about their innings at their own rate. But from Guyana's perspective, they're not chasing the biggest totals, but they would want to get this in a reasonable time as well to ensure that their run rate stays above par as well. So I think rotating the strike here is going to be key. Imlach in that last game, he was very contented with just staying out there. Strike rate was a bit low at first, but got into his groove after and ensured that he built the innings with Rutherford. That's another edge again. I'm sure some of these bats here after this competition is gonna be, the edges will definitely be broken out. Narayan picked up some 8 edges in that last game. 7 of those falling short to slip. Very, very interesting stuff here.
Ford coming down towards the end of his 5th over. Nice fiery spell from him with the new ball. 20-year-old Barbadian runs in again. Oh. Tanapur playing inside the line, allows it to go by to Ramdin, and that's the end of 9 overs, 43 for 2.
How many deliveries have we seen those from Ford here tonight? Play and miss by the batsman.
In all fairness, Chandapal is actually playing in the line, leaving it alone. That smoke, it's quite interesting. It's a persistent flow. Looks as if you're traveling in a jet and the clouds are moving.
We see the ground staff there just coming to inspect the pitch a bit. Probably out of those footpaths that we were talking about.
And that smoke I'm talking about as well. Perhaps we'll have to ask Kadir to go have a look.
I was not about to say perhaps he disappeared to have a cook himself outside.
The ground staff finishing their repair work very quickly. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bouncing back to their winning ways today, defeating previously unbeaten Windward Islands Volcanoes. That game took place at the Queen's Park Oval earlier today. It's a day match. Red Force making light work of the Volcanoes. So Powell is going to continue. Like Ford, this will be his 5th over with the new ball. Gotta say how much he resembles Romario Shepherd. Bowls like him as well. Starts outside the off stump. Very good control we're seeing from him now. Roughed up earlier by Bramble and Hetmeyer.
I'm really happy to see that Ramdin has given him and that extra over to finish off this power play, especially having created that chance for himself in that last over. He's bowling really aggressive. Yes, he's gone for a few, but he's picked up a couple of wickets as well.
Flicked away. Could be a boundary for Imlach. Sliding effort from the fielder cannot prevent the boundary. So Imlach breaking the shackles. We felt that CCC were on top and it needed to release some of this pressure. That will help.
Yeah, there's a badly directed delivery there, strain on legs, and Imlach just picked up from where he left off in that last game. Anything on his legs, he will capitalize. Most of his runs scored in that last innings came off that leg, through the leg side region.
Such an orthodox stroke player, Tevin Imlach. We saw him playing a couple of reverse sweeps during the first game at the Queen's Park Oval.
And take nothing away from his offside play as well. He drives the ball really well at times.
He's trying to be unorthodox as well with that reverse sweep that we saw him playing early in the tournament. It's a shot he has been working on.
Probably trying to impress some T20 selectors.
I'm sure he has his eyes set on red ball cricket for West Indies. That type of determination and for success he has. Very humble young man. Part of that winning West Indies on the 19th side in 2016. It brought home that World Cup.
Just spoke about the way that he drives the ball. That looked beautiful as well there, but it's unfortunate they hit it straight to a fielder. Definitely looks solid.
Plays at the same club that produced Travis Dowling, who pretty much bats like that. Kind of like dogged, watch the ball right onto the bat. Keith Semple came from that club as well. Clive Lloyd, Lance Gibbs, Christopher Barnwell, also the assistant coach, Garvin Ned.
That's an excellent delivery there. Imlach did really well to play that though. And for a bowler with an action like that, it's almost as though you were just waiting for that yorker. Excellent delivery there.
Almost hitting Imlach off his feet. That's well bowled right up into the block hole. Sometimes you ask yourself if Yorker is still part of fast bowlers' artillery. They were seeing it now from Powell. What I'm impressed with both of these fast bowlers for CCC, showing good control with this new ball. Mentioned earlier, Powell need to be a bit more patient, and he has shown that he has patience as well. Gone for some runs, but that's when you're an attacking bowler. You tend to give runs, but then similar type of delivery will get you a wicket. And that's exactly how he got the wicket of Shimon Hetmeyer. Gifted him a few short balls, got boundaries, same short ball, got his wicket. This time it's beautifully played, back past the bowler, straight drive, always so good to look at. And it will be a spectacular effort to stop that one from going into the boundary. And they're coming back for the third. Good running as well. Imlach and Chandapal. And what a way to end the first phase of this run chase. 10 overs completed. And the 50 on the board as well for the Harpy Eagles. The run chase is on 207 is the victory target. 10 gone. 50 for the loss of 2 with Chandapal and Imlach looking to repair the early damage caused by the CCC bowlers.
Yeah, an excellent shot there. We talk about the driving ability of Imlach. That was a beautiful on drive there. Excellent piece of fielding. Saved a run for his team on the boundary. Score now 50 for 2. As John goes to investigate that smoke outside, we have Kadir Mohammed joining us back here on commentary. Kadir, 50 for 2 after 10 overs. Thoughts on this run chase so far?
A pleasant good afternoon once again to you, Hamza, and to you viewers. Yeah, 50 for 2. Going at currently 5 runs to the over, but losing down those 2 wickets, 2 important wickets, Anthony Bramble and Shimron Hetmaya. So a bit of a repair job here being done by Tevin Imlach and Tejnarayan Chandapal, as we see Amari Goodridge being introduced into the attack now for CCC. No, it's Matthew Ford. For a moment I thought Amari Goodridge was being readied, but Ford is going to continue. It's his 6th over now. 6 on the trot for the opening fast bowler, Matthew Ford. It's been quite economical so far. Just gone for the 15. So the Harpy Eagles in pursuit of 207 for victory. Imlach chooses not to float with danger there.
Yeah, because of the way Ford has been bowling, I think Ramdin senses just maybe he could probably pick up a wicket here, and that's exactly what they need.
Yeah, wickets certainly the order of the day for CCC. That's the only way they can win this game, by getting all 10 Harpy Eagles wickets. Ford again, back of a length, and nicely played down to third man by Imlach.
See, what that does do for the rest of CCC bowlers when it's their turn to come in and bowl, because there's going to be a stage where there is going to be a bowling change. They need to come and continue the good work that these bowlers are doing. Yes, they went for 51 off their first 10 overs, but remember now, the field, they allowed 2 more fielders outside, that's 1. But also they picked up 2 key wickets as well. So these bowlers now need to continue this good work that this opening pair has done for them so far.
Yeah, well said there, Hamza. And Ramdin realizing that, and he has a nice ring of offside fielders, still persistent with that slip in Kirsten Kalicharan. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, all in the circle. So he has just opted for 2 fielders outside of the circle, of the 30-yard circle. Third man, a wideish third man, and fine leg as this one, Tejnarayan is working this one off his hips. He's going to pick up 2 easy runs. A lot of space out there on the leg side. So he set a predominantly offside field for Matthew Ford. Matthew Ford just straying in line a bit.
From a Guyana's perspective, the positive out there is that Imlach is always going to be pushing and looking to get those runs.
Yeah, really like the look of Imlach so far in this Super 50 Cup. He's really looked the part, of a batsman determined to do well. And that only augurs well for West Indies cricket. Tevin Imlach recently this one again from Ford. Yeah, was part of that winning on the 19 West Indies team. So that's the end of the 11th over. The Harpy Eagles, 53 for 2.
Another good over there from Ford. He's bowled 6 overs, only conceded 18 so far. He hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. But he's more than deserves one. He's bowled excellently here tonight. It was a bit of swing on offer and he used it perfectly. Found the outside edge a couple times.
So we see some spin being introduced for the first time for CCC. Romario Graves picking up the attack now from the southern end. So he's going to be replacing Powell. Mikhail Powell, 2 for 34, picking up those 2 wickets. So Graves, a steady type of spinner. Very traditional in his approach as well.
Here he is bowling to Imlach.
Starts with one on the pads. Imlach just works this one out to Mansingh at mid-wicket. Picks up an easy single once more. So that's the thing with Imlach. He's quite adept at working the ball around, picking the gaps. You know, that's what you want to see in white ball cricket. Turning over the strike regularly. Something that has eluded us, our batsmen, in the past. So, you know, we want to see a more conscious effort from our batsmen to actually, in these middle phases of the game from overs 11 to 40, we want to see that type of stuff. Picking up those singles, hitting the gaps, deft touches.
And when you look at the teams around the world today that's winning these limited overs games, these 50 overs games, they capitalize on that middle over period you were talking about, that 11 to 40. That's such a crucial time in your batting lineup, because with the way how cricket has evolved over this period of time, especially with the introduction of T20 and even T10, once you set up that foundation, especially for those last 10 overs, you have 7-8 wickets still in the tank. Most instances, you're seeing a lot of team capitalizing and making somewhere between 80 to 100 in his last 10 overs.
Yeah, providing that you have that
power hitting in hand, and especially those wickets as well. And on most occasions, you see that one batsman out of those top 3 bat to almost to over number 40.
Yeah, that's a specific role that's been given to a particular batsman. So, a lot of things to look at, you know, going forward in our white ball cricket West Indies. Now we see Nathan Edward. He's on the field for the Mario Richards, who went off injured in CCC's batting effort. So Nathan Edward, another one of those young prospects as well, recently part of the Rising Stars under 17, the Leeward Islands team. And attempting to sweep that one there was Chandapal. No run, and that one completes over number 12. Harpy Eagles are 56 for 2.
Yeah, so a decent over there for Greaves, just conceding that 3 runs so far.
Powell, the lone wicket taker for CCC, 5 overs, 2 for 34. Matthew Ford, quite steady, 6 overs for him, none for 18, and Romario Graves just completing that over, just 3 runs in it. So
Greaves hasn't been bad so far in this competition. He bowled 10 overs against the Windward Islands, conceding 52 runs. He didn't pick up a wicket in that game, but he was quite economical against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. He bowled 8 overs for 20 runs. Certainly kept things a bit quiet there in that middle period.
Yep, together with him and Mansingh. Abhijay Mansingh, the leg spin bowler that we're going to see shortly. But it's Amari Goodridge from the media center end. Goodridge, well built. Very well built. Just 20 years of age. Hails from Barbados. So you take a look at Amari Goodridge, his build. You know, something to work with. Very good appeal there. Oh, probably just sliding down on third there.
That's a good appeal. It's gonna be very interesting to see where this pitches. Oh, that's very close. Just going down like there, Kadir.
Probably may have gotten some bat on that. Tevin Imlach. Goodridge. I like the look of him, Amari Goodridge. Tall, well built. Has a nice action as well. Decent approach to the crease. Good area. Very good area. So you want to be patient in that area. Asking Imlach to move him from there. That's the sort of area he wants to operate in. It's his first over. So just get settled on that good length.
Yeah, and he's only 20 years old of age, so you know, I think that's what a lot of our fast bowlers need right now in the career, man. Just that bit of guidance, those slight corrections.
Good again from Goodridge. On that good length, getting a bit of shape back into Imlach as well.
When I look at him, I remember seeing O'Shane Thomas for the first time coming in after a little injury. I mean, he put on some weight on fitness level.
Yeah, O'Shane Thomas had a lot of success early on in his international career and then got injured and then just really he fell away, really. But Amari Goodridge want to look out for, certainly for CCC's perspective and by extension Cricket West Indies as well, as he hails from Barbados, a land full of fast bowlers, rich history in terms of fast bowlers. So Ramdin persistent with that slip. So Goodridge, he starts with a maiden. So at the end of 13, the Harpy Eagles are 56 for 2.
Yeah, very good over there from Goodridge. Certainly troubling the batsman a bit as well. Goodridge would have picked up 2 wickets in that game against the Windward Islands. Picked up 2 for 56. Pick up that all-important wicket of Alec Atenez. Scored a brilliant 100 in that game, 140.
Alec Atenez certainly has caught the eye so far. Back-to-back hundreds for him. Just a quick look at the Harpy Eagles batting lineup so far. The batsmen to be dismissed. Bramble caught Ramdin, bowled Powell. Shimron Meyer caught Bidesi, bowled Powell. He went for 9. As Greaves continues. Chanderpaul just leaving that one outside the line of the off stump. Again a slip employed. Ramdin on the attack for wickets here.
Bowling to Chanderpaul, I would love to see another fielder close in. Just cramp him up a little bit more. That's excellent so far from Greaves.
So Guyana requiring another 151 for victory. So far CCC going about their job well.
This is really good bowling here from Greaves.
Trying to squeeze Guyana at the moment. Romario Greaves into his second over, just conceding 3 so far. So
It's very important that Chanapol and Imlach, they don't let this period get to them. And they're two very, very composed players. So hopefully they can weather this period and eventually, we all know when it comes to Imlach, anything that strays on his leg, he will put it away. At the end of 14 overs, the score 56 for 2. So what they need to do is just stay out there and bat and keep batting, rotate the strike ones and twos, put away the bad balls. But a lot of times we've seen in competitions like this, a team bowls a couple good overs, batsmen, they get frustrated really fast because of their aggressive nature, but it's about adapting to the conditions, adapting to the stage of the game, and a few of our batsmen, they're lacking that.
So back-to-back maidens for CCC. So we speak so much about batting partnerships. In this case, it's a good bowling partnership happening here between Greaves and Goodridge. Goodridge starting his second over, and this one is right up in the block hole.
Imlach,
So good thinking as well from Greaves, from Goodridge. Sorry.
I was about to say Imlach will really need to look at the bottom of his bat when he comes out there. He's dug out a few really good Yorkers so far.
So what is happening here now? We've seen 13 dot deliveries in concession. So Goodridge again. Very, very good area. Amari Goodridge.
If Goodrich could bowl one on that exact length and get that ball to leave Imlach, that first step will definitely be in a play there, but that was really close to the stump. Imlach would say he judged that perfectly.
And this one, Imlach is just trying to turn this one into the leg side. Good fielding by Mansingh. So at this similar stage, CCC were 52 for 2. So Guyana ahead by 4 runs, having lost the same number of wickets, 2 wickets. But this is good from Ramdin, realizing it's an opportunity to squeeze. He has set a good field, asking these bowlers to just hit those areas, and they have done well so far. Goodridge 1.4 overs, yet to concede a run. So what it's showing as well is Imlach and Chandapal, how long are they willing to weather this storm from these bowlers.
And if you want 2 players to do that, these are the ideal 2 players out there right now in Chandapal and Imlach. That's excellent again from Goodridge. And because of the start that Guyana got from a flurry of boundaries, they can't afford to do this at this stage.
A lot of chatter in the field now from CCC, realizing that they sort of got a hold on these 2 batsmen. You see Matthew Ford, a lot being said, supporting their bowlers quite well. So Goodridge completes 2. So he's bowled 2 overs, yet to concede a run. Another maiden here from the CCC after 15 overs. The Harpy Eagles are 56 for 2.
56 for 2 after 15. Excellent stuff here. And we'll continue with some excellent commentary after the drinks break. We have John joining back Kadir.
So welcome back after the drinks break. Players are refreshed and ready to go once more. It's Romario Greaves once again. CCC have bowled 3 consecutive maidens, keeping Guyana at 56 for 2 since the 12th over. Was welcomed back by John Ramsing. And this one is in the air, and Chandapal has to go, so the pressure finally telling on Tejnarain Chandapal. He has to go, caught Xavier Burton off the bowling of Romario Greaves, so Chandapal goes for 15 and Guyana slipped to 56 for 3 now. John, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a rush of blood there from Chandapal. Kept quiet for the longest time, 15 from 38 deliveries, and then this time looking to take on the bowler. First ball after the drinks break, hitting it straight to the fielder at mid-off. Looking to get himself out of this hole that he's dug himself into. Tejnarain Chandapal, he's gone for 15. So pressure telling on the batters, and they're not able to absorb this pressure, gifting their wicket away. 56 for 3.
So Leon Johnson, Guyana's captain, he who strides to the middle. So another one of those experienced batsmen for Guyana coming to the wicket now.
He has experience, but short of runs. At this level, scored heavily in the county level. In fact, had the highest individual score just before coming to Trinidad and Tobago. But 22 in the first game, no score against the Red Force. Got a brilliant delivery from Shannon Gabriel, quick and on the line of his off stump, and just offered a wide slip, a good catch. So he's under some pressure, Leon Johnson.
A very good passage of play here for CCC now. Romario Greaves operating on a nice line. Giving that ball a little bit of air as well. Trying to extract whatever turn is on offer as well.
Greaves and Goodrich working good in tandem.
A very good bowling partnership between those two. Greaves just straying onto the legs, and Leon Johnson gets away now with a boundary. So Guyana releasing some pressure, scoring their first boundary after
in fact,
21 deliveries.
The first run in a long time as well. So he had 3 consecutive maidens being sent down. So freeing the shackles just a little bit. And he's off the mark in convincing fashion. So there's a fine leg on a deep backward square now. Trying to plug that area. That Johnson just got some runs.
And he's back in that area. Outside the left-hander's off stump. Yeah, a little bit of purchase going away.
So Imlach now will have to really...
And this one, Johnson is looking to sweep again. Greaves. Oh. Johnson ill-advised at the start of your innings.
That was very close there, Kadir.
Yeah, close call there, umpire Chris Taylor.
This is Chris Wright this time.
Chris Wright. And then pinches a quick one.
So anxious times for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Eagles not necessarily comfortable. 61 for 3, however. Wicket in this over after the drinks break for Greaves. Captain Johnson, after convincing sweep shot, missed another one and then got a quick single. So some anxious moments for Captain Johnson. And I think the CCC may remember that Johnson is under some pressure to score runs. Did not get any in the last match. The CCC might realize that short of runs across 3 seasons, and may just think that they can have another wicket here if Johnson is still there.
Certainly, Johnson. This is really tailor made for the captain. Come out here and really show his mettle. A class player in this format, let's stay format. Has been around for quite a while now, so has that experience on his shoulders. And certainly there we see CCC was 74 for 2 at this similar stage. Harpy Eagles are 61 for 3. Goodridge once again. What do you make of Amari Goodridge?
I was just about to say that the few overs I've seen so far, he has good control, getting that ball just to shape away slightly from the left-hander, and he has the one that comes back in as well. So he has good control. Goodridge, not trying too much so far, bowling within himself, not fast by any means, but landing in very good areas. You remember the likes of Gavin Larson, Chris Harris, those guys from New Zealand. They were not express, but they bowl that line that makes it very uncomfortable for batters.
Yeah, operating in a very good area. Asking a lot of questions, Amari Goodridge, but he has a good build as well.
Yes.
Just 20 years of age.
Second year sports science student at Cave Hill in Barbados. So he mixing academics nicely with sport.
This one, Johnson is flicking this one past mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2. BDC gives chase. So Goodridge. So they finally scored off Goodridge. So Leon Johnson attempting to be positive in this innings, which are, when you look at previously how he's gone so far in the tournament, you really want to be positive. Goodridge back in that good area.
Yeah, Leon Johnson, a veteran of regional cricket, been around a long time. I mentioned it earlier, the team that he played with back in 2007. But the last 3 seasons, well, this season and the last 2, has not been extremely good for him. Last 15 innings, 5 ducks.
Oh!
Appeal for leg before, how's that?
Maybe just pitching outside leg. Oh. Would like to see that one again.
I'm sure umpire Chris Taylor would like to see it again as well.
Whoa.
Pitched on line, moving away from him and hitting him outside the off stump. So, very good decision from the Jamaican umpire. Moving, doing too much, a bit too much. You have a different view? You're seeing different?
Flirting with danger out there, Leon Johnson. So at the end of 17, good one from Goodridge. Harpy Eagles are 63 for 3. You're hearing a lot of chatter from the CCC players as well, John, and that can really put pressure on you as a batsman. Confidence not up, that can really put a lot of pressure on you as well. The chatter can really get to you.
Yeah, playing in your heads. It's a mind game. It's like chess sometimes when you're playing cricket. But that's a very good over again from Goodridge. Asking questions of Leon Johnson. Johnson just tentative at the crease so far.
So Greaves is going to continue from the southern end. Imlach backing across and turning this one into the leg side. Picks up an easy single. I really like the look of Tevin Imlach. Busy type of player. Solid. Out of the traditional book. Very orthodox in his approach as well, John Ramsing.
Yeah, the West Indies 18 player. On the 19 winning player as well when he was part of that team in 2016. Just 25 years of age. Played for the West Indies 18 earlier this year after a good 4-day season.
Mm-hmm.
So he's one for the future when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice confident stroke from Leon Johnson. Will get him a boundary. Pitched up delivery. This time from Greaves, and there's Johnson hitting through the line, beating the fielder at mid-on, and he gets another boundary. So that shot could very well bring back some confidence for Johnson. Johnson and his partner in business, Stephen Jacobs, together they're doing construction back home. You know, there's a big construction drive back home in Guyana called First Change Construction Inc.
Mm.
First Change, like the bowling. Quite appropriate for these guys. Johnson gets a single.
So after that boundary, picking up a single.
Yeah. So I was saying in the last 15 innings before tonight, 15 ducks for Leon Johnson. 2019 scores of 0, 22, 43, 34, 17, 0, 18, 13 in the 2019 tournament. That tournament the emerging players won with the finals at the Queen's Park Oval that December night. In 2021 in a shortened tournament in Antigua, Johnson has scores of 4, 102, 3, 0, 0. Then this year so far 22 and 0. Last 15 innings for Leon Johnson. 278 runs at 18.5 runs per innings with just 100, no 50s, 5 zeros.
Yeah, when you look at that, 100 and just amassed 278 in total. So that just goes to show a string of low scores among that 100. Consistency, not there for Leon Johnson, but nevertheless, leader of this Harpy Eagles team. A lot is going to be resting on his shoulders as Greaves end over number 18 with a dot. Harpy Eagles 70 for 3.
Seven runs from that last over. Ball by Greaves. So Mario Greaves doing the trick so far. If you do a comparison after 18 overs when CCC were batting, they were 82 for the loss of 2, 82 for 2. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles have lost an additional wicket, and there's some 12 runs behind as well. Just saw the graphic of what's to come. There's Rutherford, Pestano, Shepherd, and the spinners, Kevin Sinclair, Moti, and Permal. So batting is there right down for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, Harpy Eagles batting right down. But they don't want it to reach down to the likes of Permal and Moti. But all can bat. But ideally for the Harpy Eagles, they would like this pair to take it as deep as possible. Amari Goodrich going through a very good spell here, just conceding 2. He's into his 4th over now, well backed up by the fielders, Bidesi on this occasion. And Ramdin has still opted for that slip. There's a backward point, extra cover, mid-off and mid-on up in the circle as well as mid-wicket. So he's keeping those fielders in the ring. No easy singles as well.
Pressure.
And this one, Imlach is trying to beat McCarthy at backward point. Another dot delivery for him.
And that's what people have been critical of Imlach for the most. Batting and batting too slow. He may get 50, but will take up a lot of deliveries. May get, like he is now, having a start, despite having to weather the storm. After facing some 37 deliveries, you'll find that you may need to pick the gaps a little bit more regularly and try to start manipulating the bowling. Quick single now. Chance for run out. Johnson is quick. He gets home.
Well, I won't be too critical on Tevin Imlach in this sort of situation. His team, having come out there, he's seen 2 wickets fell. So it would have required for him to be a little bit more solid.
Yeah.
So credit to him. He's, weathered the storm well so far. He's just on 18 of 38 deliveries, but he's still there. He has Johnson with him. And Harpy Eagles require another 136 for victory. And I'm sure with the appetite for runs that he has, he certainly is going to eye up a big one here. Johnson looking for that quick single once more, but Ford anticipating that one. Does the fielding.
So lots of chatting going on. Both dugouts, in fact, both of the dressing rooms here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I just took a walk outside. Not a lot of spectators at all. And then when you look at it, the home side, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, not in this game. But then you have international players, you have quality players here. We need to keep supporting our cricketers, not only when they get to that international level. Chipped in the air, but well short of Mansingh coming in like a hawk. So
Like an eagle.
So that's the end of 19 overs. Goodrich continues to bowl very well here with one of the balls here from the northern end. Imlach 18, Johnson 12, 71 for 3.
Yeah, Imlach and Johnson just attempting to forge a partnership here for the Harpy Eagles. Exactly what is required at this stage for them. At this similar stage, CCC were 86 for 2. But again, the Harpy Eagles know the target that they're going after. So they are well placed at this stage. CCC going through a good spell here. Good passage of play for them. As Greaves is going to continue. He's into his 5th over now.
So we saw the opening bowlers. Matthew Ford getting 6 overs. Michael Powell 5 overs in the opening spell. And then now Greaves getting his 5th over on the trot. Goodrich, no doubt, will have another over. So giving the bowlers an extended run because they've settled in nicely on some good line and length. There's still Abhishek Mansingh to be introduced into the attack with his right arm leg breaks.
Yeah, he was quite good against Windward Islands as well, Abhijay Mansingh. So it would be interesting to see at what stage Ramdin opts to bring him on. Well, currently Greaves and Goodrich. Imlach looking for that reverse sweep. Gets enough connection on that one. McCarthy just going to keep it down to a single.
But just a single. And we saw these 2 batsmen were at the crease at the Queen's Park Oval when it was the left arm spin of the Windward Islands Kavim Hodge. And there was Imlach reverse sweeping twice. Johnson went down, have a chat with him, and then eventually Johnson reverse swept and was dismissed. So it's a high risk shot, but when you get bat on ball, enough connection in the gap, you get a boundary. Everyone tend to forget about the risk in it. But Imlach has been working on that reverse sweep. So looking to perfect it. He's on 19 and on strike. Greaves in the middle of a very good spell. This is now his 5th over.
Given a little bit more air there from Greaves to finish over number 20. Harpy Eagles are 73 for 3. So Imlach and Johnson doing a bit of a repair job here now for the Harpy Eagles. Captain Johnson a bit short of runs in this Super 50 Cup so far. Scores of 22 in the first game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. No score against the Red Force. But he's here in the middle now. He's 13 unbroken. Goodridge given another one here by Ramdin, so he's going to bowl his 5th now.
Deserves a 5th over. Well pitched up, nicely driven as well. The feeling of CCC has been very good. Not giving away an easy single, and they're not hanging back right back on that 30-yard circle. So the ball is getting to them very quickly. And any thoughts of a single is not being entertained. That's good feeling by CCC.
That's experience for you, Ramdin. Coming to the fore with that sort of experience, and this one, back of a length. Johnson in right behind that one. So the run rate has dropped slightly for the Harpy Eagles. Going at currently 3.6 to the over.
At the start of the innings, they were asked to score at 4.14 if they're going to win, batting out their entire allotment of 50 overs. Yeah, Ramdin, very experienced campaigner. 37-year-old.
This one, Johnson is looking to beat Makati at backward point.
Good Ramdin's record, 74 test matches, 139 one-day internationals, 71 T20 internationals. Lots of experience at the international level.
Very decorated a player as well. Won those 2 T20 World Cups as well, back in 2012 and 2016. This one, Johnson is playing this one straight, and he's going to get a boundary for it. Very good shot there from Leon Johnson. Straight back pass, Amari Goodridge, and picks up 4 good looking runs.
Well played. You see Goodridge now in his 5th consecutive over. So probably getting a bit tired. Pitching it right up to Leon Johnson. And Johnson just playing through the line. The straight drive. How beautiful that looks. Another boundary to the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain. He's on 17 now. Has a start here. He's in a nice little partnership as well. That's rebuilding the innings. Needs to go on.
This one, Goodrich pulling the length back a bit. Johnson getting a single out of Burton on the mid-wicket fence. So this may be the last one for Amari Goodridge in this spell. He's done well, being asked to come in at a crucial stage, really putting his hand up for his captain. Goodridge is straying onto the pads of Imlach. Good result for him, just a single. And that's the end of over number 21. The Harpy Eagles are 79 for 3. And I'm going to vacate my seat and allow The thoughts of Hamza together with John Ramsing.
Yeah, see signs of tiredness stepping into Amari Goodridge bowling. Just pulling the ball down a little bit and straying on the legs of the batters and allowing them to get easy runs. So no pressure at all at the moment from Goodridge. And that's something that Ramdin, with all of his experience, will have to look at closely and should be able to make some adjustments to his bowling lineup. So it'll be Greaves that will continue from the far end. Single taken easily. As you welcome back Hamza.
Yeah, good evening to everyone here. Locked on at the Brian Harper Cricket Academy. John, but what I must say though, despite being struck for that boundary, he's only conceded 9 of his 5 overs so far.
Yeah, just his last over was a little bit ordinary by his standard.
You see Greaves, he's continuing.
Johnson finding the gap nicely on the offside. Thoughts of a second, but good feeling from Bidesi right on the cover boundary. Preventing that second. So Johnson finding the gap. Looks a different player tonight, Leon Johnson.
There's a few people here looking on and watching the cricket. But when you hear the cheers that comes from the dugout, it's just wonderful to see the support that these guys have for each other. It's excellent here. I walked outside when Tejner and Chandapol. This is driving back there. Yeah, I walked outside. As soon as I walked outside, Tejner and Chandapol, his wicket fell. And the cheer that came from that dugout, it was as though half of the stadium was cheering on.
Yeah, there we see
Excellent stuff there.
CCC players and the think tank, the management staff, the support staff watching on. Floyd Reefer in the front. They're really supporting their team. They're into the action. Guiding from far. This one is played square of the wicket on the offside by Johnson. So he's now into the 20s, Leon Johnson. Imlach is on 22. So it's a partnership. It's a rebuilding one for the Harpy Eagles. They got together with a score on 56 for 3 when Chandapal was caught at mid-off of the bowling of Greaves for 15. That was the start of the 16th over. So now we're at over number 22 and they've taken the score on to 83. I do take your point. Young players, inexperienced players, you need those seniors around you. Like Ramdin is there in the field, but then the support staff of CCC mentioned in the dugout. Every delivery that goes, it's an event for them. Yes, no, do this, do that. Always supporting their side. That's very important.
The way they appealed outside as well, it was as though they were appealing in front of the umpire. It was just excellent to know. And you said young players.
Yeah. This one is perilously close to the leg stump. Good over again from Greaves. 6 overs for him, 1 for 21. Good economical stuff from him. And at the end of 22, 83 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, and you were mentioning young players. Apart from Ramdin, Greaves, Powell, and McCarthy, all of these guys in this CCC lineup below the age of 25, certainly a bright bunch of guys coming up here playing against some of the best in the Caribbean. Excellent exposure and a wonderful experience for them. So I hope they grab it with both hands when given the opportunity, especially with a leader like Ramdin there. And Ramdin, he's in the perfect position behind the stumps as well. We heard about this guy earlier, Mansingh. He's given the opportunity now.
Yeah, Abhijay Mansingh is now into the attack. Right arm leg break bowler. He's taken on a degree in finance in Jamaica. His dad is a doctor Down in Jamaica as well. Comes from a good family. Takes cricket very serious. Has been around the youth setup for a long time. Was part of the CCC side as an emerging player with the Jamaica Tallawahs. First delivery, slightly on the short side to Johnson, but cannot pierce the offside. So need to watch him very closely. Abhijay Mansingh. Ball in the hardest art in cricket. Leg spin. Nice turn coming back in. So he can be a handful here, Mansingh.
See Ramdin, it's good to see Ramdin just giving him a little bit of advice there.
And no doubt would have seen something standing behind the stumps.
Yeah, Mansingh, he didn't play in that first game against Trinidad, but got figures. 10 overs, 38 runs, 1 wicket in the circumstance where Windward Islands would have scored 300 in that game. As excellent bowling figures from the young spinner.
This one sat up nicely and first run off of Mansingh. Imlach 22, Johnson 21. Partnership now 28 runs to the value.
It's really good to see Ramdin has a slip in place now for him. I'd love to see him get that ball, flight that ball a little more. See if he can utilize whatever spinners on offer here on this pitch. Ramdin just trying to get his field spot on. It's Mansingh now continuing to Imlach. That's excellent bowling there.
Good running as well from Imlach. Looked up and see his captain coming down and he responded immediately.
Imlach, he's been out there he's faced some 49 deliveries so far. He's on 23. Leon Johnson has a start here tonight. He's on 21 of 28. You would say somewhat of perfect conditions for him to carry on here now. The captain Leon Johnson as well as Imlach.
This one steered nicely down past backward point. Runs again for the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain. He was a bit late in turning for the first one. Not going as hard as he should, Leon Johnson. But it's good feeling from CCC and allows him, well, disallowed that second run. So after two dot deliveries, 3 singles from Mansingh's last 3. 86 now for the loss of 3 wickets. Partnership now valued at 30. Down the leg side. Passes the keeper as well, Ramdin.
Yeah, keep talking how strong Imlach is off his leg. He's not going to miss out on opportunities like that. Scoring opportunities, I should say. And at the end of over number 23, the score now 87 for 3. Last one being a leg by there. Mansingh conceding 4 runs in the over, 3 runs off the bat.
Yeah, good start from Abhijay Mansingh. Asking some questions very early of Johnson and Imlach. Johnson and Imlach play a lot of spin back home in Guyana. So they will be equal to the task. But then they have to be mindful that they're chasing at a target. So if they do not get singles or do not get runs in the over, the required run rate will keep climbing. Right now the current run rate is just under 4 runs and over. 3.78, not out of the woods necessarily. Quick single, send back. A little bit of indecision in the running now.
Greaves, he's done a wonderful job here tonight with the ball. Greaves 21 runs, picked up a wicket. He's bowling his 7th over here now. Really going about his work nicely here tonight. Oh, that's good work again off his own bowling.
Greaves now in his 7th over. Just pulling that one down a little bit too much. Imlach drops it with soft hands in front of him and gets a single. Matthew Ford cannot prevent that single.
That man had slipped now, just been taken out and put sort of a short third man position there. Oh, this is good bowling again here by Romario Greaves.
Keeping things very tight. The right arm off spinner. Goes round the wicket. There's Johnson with all of the respect in the world. CCC the only team not to get a win in this zone. The Volcanoes picked up 2 wins out of 3 matches. They were unbeaten until today when the defending champions Red Force snapped that unbeaten streak. Red Force won their opening game, lost their second game, and won again today. So they also 2 wins from 3 matches. Harpy Eagles lost their opening games to the Volcanoes. Bounced back to win the second game against the Red Force. And here they are tonight looking for a second win. After 24 overs, 88 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, that's a reminder of that game, Windward Islands. They were bowled out, in fact, for 189 in 47 overs. Trinidad and Tobago, they chased it down nicely, 195 for 3 wickets. 43 overs exactly. So a good comeback there for them after losing to Guyana and that nail biter a couple nights ago. See Mansingh, he's going to continue bowling from the commentary on here. So slightly short on that occasion. A little bit of a misfield there by that man at point. But you could see how the dew factor is coming into play. They're constantly drying that ball now. So it definitely will affect the grip factor of these spinners here, John. So Mansingh, he's going to be bowling to Johnson now. Johnson, dead touch in that previous over. It's much better. It's good when he's bowling a little fuller, trying to entice Johnson probably to play that big drive. He has that man out there at the extra cover boundary. Oh, just strain on the leg there a little bit. Johnson very wary. That's good running. They come back for 2. This is really good from the Guyana captain. Moves on to 24 of 34.
I see the stats there for that partnership. 35 in good time. Also, in terms of the timing of it, they got together 56 for the loss of 3. First ball after that first water break. How often we've seen that a water break picking up a wicket. Nice control, well bowled from Abhijay Mansingh. It's good to see the leg spinners having control, and that's exactly what Mansingh is displaying here tonight.
Again, Johnson just looking for that little dead touch. He plays it really well though.
Yeah, just a little bit too close to his off stump on that occasion, though. Mansing realizing what Johnson wants to do, not giving him any room at all outside his off stump. So Johnson backing away, trying to create the room. This time he overcompensates, but there's protection at fine leg. Halfway stage of the innings gone, 25 overs gone, 92 for the loss of 3. Both of the batters on 25 now. Partnership extending to 36. At the same stage, CCC were 109 for 2. The Harpy Eagles falling behind right now. But still, the required run rate at this stage is not a big one. So they're not yet, like I said, out of the woods. Current run rate 3.68, required run rate 4.60. Still on the 5 runs and over to get from here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Very importantly, they have 7 wickets in hand. Xavier Burton is into the attack now, so it's more right arm off break. First ball, bang on target. Tall right arm off spin bowler. He's coming from the southern end of the ground. This one is a full toss. This one is swung away. Deep backward square. Looks as if it landed plump on the ropes, with the umpire signaling 4 runs.
Yeah, not the best of starts here for Xavier Burton. Not sure if that ball just slipped out of his hands. I would like to see him holding one of those racks as well, drying that ball before delivering. We saw that from Mansing, and there he has one now. Really need to dry that ball out there.
Saw Leon Johnson as well, taking the opportunity to have a change of gloves. So it's, despite it's night, it's very humid out there. These lights tend to bring a heat on these players, so he'll be perspiring. So in addition to the dew, the body heat producing that perspiration, because sweating is a cooling phenomenon. It means the body is hot, it needs to cool down. This one is cut away for a single. So getting closer to 3 figures now, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Mid-pitch discussion. Very animated Leon Johnson. Went to school in Georgetown, St. Rose's High School. Leon Johnson hails from the Kamoni Creek, a village called Santa Aratak, one of the riverine communities of Guyana. Guyana, land of many waters. Full toss again. This time Imlach just getting a single. His protection on the cover boundary. There's a man sweeping. So umpire Wright is having a discussion with Xavier Burton, perhaps telling him to maintain drying that ball, because his second full toss already of the over. Just 5 deliveries sent down. Down the leg side, we'll have to extend the duration of the over.
Yeah, I think Burton, he's in a bit of trouble here. He's not getting to control that ball properly. And if that's continuing here, Dinesh Ramdin will have some thinking to do as to who's going to come from this end here now. Yeah, he doesn't have control at all. Not sure if it's just the nerves out there, it's the dew factor into play. But at this current stage of the game, after 26 overs, 100 for 3, the 100 comes up. they would need a correction immediately, the CCC team.
8 runs conceded in his very first over. Xavier Burton against the Windward Islands in that day game. He bowled 6 overs. Did not pick up a wicket, but conceded 42 runs. Xavier Burton. So in that day game, he had an opportunity to bowl. Perhaps had more control then when it was not due. Against the TNT Red Force, 2.4 overs, 1 for 7. So he has a wicket this season already. And now we see the umpires having a discussion about the ball. And I'm sure it's about the ball getting due and losing its shape, getting a bit heavy, maybe a little bit swollen as well.
And while the umpires get a change of ball, we have a change in the commentary here as well. So John just departed, making way for Kadir Mohammed. Not sure if John is going to look for more food outside now. He said he hasn't eaten as yet, but I've constantly been seeing him with all different sorts of things in his hands to eat. Not sure if he's being generous tonight and sharing. Kadir, did you get some food from John? Or did you just get that scent as well?
I got the whiff. Certainly. But Guyana going along quite well here, these two, Johnson and Imlach, forging together 42 so far. And Xavier Burton sort of released a little bit of the pressure, conceding 8 in that over.
Remember, the CCC team, they were ahead at this stage. But after that partnership broke between, when I think it was Ramdin that was out, the batsman that came in after, yes, they contributed in the double figures, but they soaked up a lot of deliveries as well. They were bowled out for 206 in the 49th over. So despite being ahead of this game, the scoring rate slowed up dramatically at the loss of that wicket as well. So that's something to take into consideration here.
Yep, certainly. So Mansingh is going to continue now. Good delivery. Johnson just opening the face on that one. Picking up a easy single. So CCC have not done bad here so far. It's been steady going. Really giving it all in terms of their bowlers. Mansingh being introduced in the 22nd over. And he's into his third now, just conceding 8 so far. Imlach has soaked up quite a few, 26 of 55. But I wouldn't be too critical on him. The situation requires for him to be solid and bat deep. And hopefully he can take his team over the line. Abhijay Mansingh, the 24-year-old Jamaican.
That's cut away nicely, but a good piece of fielding there again. Excellent work there in the field.
Yes, CCC have been good in the field. Well supported in the field. Bowlers doing a good job and well supported in the field as well. And this one, Imlach is leaving this one outside the line of the off stump, spinning away.
There's a man, Odin McCarthy there at the point region, certainly saving a lot of runs here for his team tonight.
Yeah, he's in that pivotal backward point region. You know, that sort of area is where you want your best fielders to be. Spin again on offer for Mansingh.
Yeah, that man again, McCarthy. He's tossing it back. See the dew factor coming into play here, Kadir.
Yep.
Constant drying of that ball. Umpires having very close look at it as well, so that's kudos to them as well. That's good work again from Mansingh. So at the end of the 27th over, just one run conceding from that over. Mansingh, he's bowled 3 overs for 8 runs. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're currently on 101 for 3.
Yeah, Mansingh has come into the attack and he's done well. Really kept the pressure on.
Yeah, 106 more runs were required of 23 overs. It's 138 deliveries.
So Burton to continue here now from the southern end. Xavier Burton a bit loose in his first over. And there's John again, coming with a whole lot of food. I'm not sure where he's storing all this food, Hamza.
And every time he walks in, he comes in with more and more.
Seems to have made a lot of friends in the Southland.
As you see, Burton, he's continuing. He got a bit of turn from that delivery there. First over was badly controlled. That's excellent. That's a huge appeal there, but was that just sliding down the leg side? Half-hearted appeal from the bowler. Ramdin was more animated on that occasion. That's swept away and swept away nicely. But they only managed one. So this is much better from Burton after that first over. Partnership now 46 of 74 deliveries. So ideally what was required in this situation, not chasing the biggest of totals, just 207. This game is a funny game, Kadir.
Yep. Sure right about that one, Hamza. I've seen stranger things happen.
CCC could pick up a wicket or two here. Be nervous times in this Guyana camp.
This one, Imlach is just opening the face on this one. Picking up a quick single. McCarthy does the fielding. Brings Johnson.
On that occasion, height coming into play there. Getting that ball to raise just short of a length. And just luckily for Leon Johnson, that ball went directly over Ramdin's head.
Yeah, again, ball just holding up in the surface slightly. Johnson threw the shot a bit too early. Luckily for him, fell in between two fielders. So the Harpy Eagles require just another 103 for victory. Imlach and Johnson going about this quite smart. We've already put on 48 so far. Mansingh with a slightly short delivery. Johnson unable to really pounce on that one. Good result for CCC. It's a dot.
Truly looks like a fit bunch of guys out there, Kadir.
It's a relatively young bunch of guys, so they'll be... Oh, good delivery again from Mansingh here. Really young bunch of guys, so they're very, very enthusiastic. Very upbeat in the field as well. Sense that they have a chance in this one. Bowlers bowling well.
From a keeping perspective, the man behind the stump has kept himself fit over the years as well.
Yeah, credit to him. And this one, oh,
Is that a chance going down there from Mansingh? Not for the first time tonight.
may have been a bump ball. Not sure. Would like to see the replay.
So he continues here. He's sweeping and misses that.
He's kept
How did
himself
that
fit
miss?
over the years as
See
well.
the replay here now. Oh yes, it was a
This
bump
one.
ball indeed.
Oh,
Johnson, a well-flighted delivery on this occasion where he swept, just missed off stump. Very well bowled again
Did-
from Mansingh,
Did that ball hit the stump there?
giving it some nice bit of air, allowing that ball to go through the air, slight drift as well, and getting some purchase off the surface.
I think the previous ball hit the stump there. Ramdin just checking the bails to see if it's glued on. Very fortunate for skipper Leon Johnson.
This one, oh, just down the leg side, wide signal by umpire Chris. Right. Taylor, sorry.
Mansingh really troubling Leon Johnson there. He'll want to finish off on a high, Mansingh. One delivery to go. I just got away Leo, so he'll keep the strike for the start of the next over. Score now 106 for 3. And Mansingh, he still can't believe how that bail did not fall. Johnson, he's on 35 of 53. Imlach, he's on 27 of 62. Some good work there for Mansingh. He's completed 4 overs, 10 runs without a wicket. Ramdin still inquiring from the umpires.
So at this similar stage,
And with that as well, that last run brought up the 50 partnership as well.
after 29 overs, CCC were 126 for 3. Harpy Eagles are 106 for 3, but at this stage is when the Harpy Eagles start putting the brakes on the scoring, and this one is going to beat the short fine leg and go into the fence. So Johnson picks up a boundary. Burton straight. Johnson equal to the task. Just had to beat Powell in the circle. Had 4 written all over it.
Yeah, badly lined delivery there. So after an indifferent first over and an excellent second over, Burton now he started off straying on that leg stump.
This one Johnson's looking to beat McCarthy. McCarthy has been patrolling that backward point region for CCC well. This one again wider, but Johnson gets it in the gap. He's going to pick up a easy single.
So Burton, he is struggling a bit here to keep a rhythm going. He had an excellent second over, but the first over and now this 3 balls in this over, he's having some trouble controlling it at the moment.
Ramdin opting to go for Xavier Burton from this end, and was not really paid off. Good fielding by the substitute Nathan Edward on the cover point boundary. He also has Navin Bidesi, who can bowl a bit of leg breaks as well. So it was quite interesting for Ramdin to go for Xavier Burton ahead of Navin Bidesi.
But he's also persisted with him as well.
Did a bit of training with in the T10 with the Blue Devils team. Navin Bidesi was a part of that team as well, and he had some good control over his leg breaks. Blue Devils went on to win that Dream 11 T10 tournament, the just concluded one, previous tournament.
Yeah, the likes of Riyad Emirates would have started that speedster Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel was a part of that team as well.
He's been bowling really well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, it's good to see him fit and back among the back and doing well. Shannon Gabriel. And this one is nicely guided from Imlach. It's going to run close to the fence. Makati does some good work. Limits it to just 2. And it's going to be a easy throw-in. Just not backed up in the field there. Allowing that chance for a third run. Ramdin is not going to be happy with that. And that brings to the end of over number 31. The Harpy Eagles are 116 for 3.
Yeah, after 30 overs, Arjan 16 for 3. Imlach, he's on 31 of 64. Johnson, he's on 41 of 57. Well, and with that, I welcome back John into the commentary with Kadir.
So this move from Ramdin to bring on Xavier Burton has not really paid off for him. Burton bowling 3 overs, conceding 21 at 7s to the over. So Ramdin is going to have to find a solution from the other end, because Abhijay Mansingh is going through a pretty good spell from this end. 4 overs, none for 10. Into his 5th over now. John, but the Harpy Eagles are certainly well placed in a good position here now to go on and really win this game.
Yeah, good partnership so far between Captain Leon Johnson and Tevin Imlach, bringing back not only balance into this game, but also bringing the Harpy Eagles back slightly ahead. Almost 4 runs and over they're scoring at the start of the innings. They were asked to score at 4.14 to win.
Quick single. Imlach gets home easily. So Harpy Eagles just requiring another 89 for victory. These two going about this quite smart. 2 experienced campaigners at the crease for Harpy Eagles at the moment.
Yeah, Leon Johnson from the Georgetown Cricket Club. And right up the road, Temra Cricket Club with Tevin Imlach, doing the repair work nicely for the national side. Singles can easily be taken to big outfield, so once they pick the gaps nicely, they can get 1. We saw just moments ago 2 turn into 3 with that overthrow.
Okay, so Johnson moving on to his highest score of this Super 50 Cup so far. He's on 42. And exactly what he would have wanted. You know, getting a good start and carrying on. Gotten himself to 42 so far. Looking well. Sweeping nicely is Leon Johnson. He's going to beat that man up in the circle and he's going to pick up 4 more.
Yeah. Nicely played, Leon Johnson. The fine leg is in the circle. And he went over his head. So as if to say, if you want to get me, you got to grow at least 10 feet, because that was well hit over the fielder's head. The ball was starting on the line, was middle and leg stump, so there was no danger in sweeping to that one.
Yeah, calculated. The orthodox sweep coming out this time. We've not seen him play that reverse sweep so far in this inning, so he's probably making a conscious effort. Got him out in that first game.
Imlach got 36 against the Volcanoes and 32 against the Red Force. So here he is now in the 30s again, Imlach. It's not a start for the West Indies A-team wicketkeeper. But you'd want to get out of the 30s, get into the 50s, get to hundreds. Score heavily.
This one, Johnson is pummeling this one down the ground. Ford does the fielding, and that's the end of over number 31. Guyana have progressed to 124 for 3.
Yeah, boundary in the over from Leon Johnson. So 8 runs coming off of that over. The most expensive in the spell of Mansingh so far. So Johnson 5 overs. Mansingh 5 overs, none for 18. Once again, Johnson changing his gloves. It's hot out there. Lots of perspiration. You can see on his body the reflection there, which indicates how wet his arms are. Umpire Chris Taylor telling him just do not waste time. You already maybe started 50 minutes late today because of rain. Matthew Ford is going to be brought back into the attack now. He's going to be coming from the southern end of the ground. I heard the PA system saying the VIP end here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Correction to us, the VIP end.
Yeah, so it is the southern end of the ground, but some cricket grounds would name it
The end, yeah.
other than the north and south, which is like pretty much obvious. The VIP end. This is the media center end. At the Queen's Park Oval, there's the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, which is in north. And then the south, there's the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Mm-hmm.
So Ford comes back into the attack. And a single taken easily, but it's a leg by. So Ford now into his 7th over. He's bowled all 6 of his previous overs on the trot from the media center and here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, switch of ends for him in the second spell, operating now from the VIP end of this Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and would obviously brought back to get a wicket for his team here now. Harpy Eagles requiring another 82 for victory. Well placed so far with Imlach and Johnson, forming a nice partnership unbroken so far.
CCC lost their opening game by 7 wickets, and then the second game by 50 runs on the Duckworth Lewis and Stern method. So you find that teams like Guyana, Harpy Eagles, some of the established teams coming up against a CCC side that are pretty much now getting back together, will fancy their chances of winning convincingly. But losing those 3 wickets very early, I'm sure that set the plan right back. Anthony Bramble caught a wicket off Powell. 12, Hetmeyer after hitting 2 boundaries off the bowler. Bowler gave him back a ball right there, and he hit it down the throat of a fielder for 9. Chanderpaul, right after a drinks break, first ball, looking to be positive, looking to be a little bit aggressive. Hit the ball in the air but straight to the fielder for 15. It seems that the photographers are busy tonight.
You see, looks like Daniel Prentice. Good from Ford again. Quick single from Imlach. He's going to get home easily. So this is good from these two. Doing it in singles so far, taking the odd boundaries that are on offer. And that's exactly what is required. Already putting on 70. Johnson came together with Imlach with his team on 56 for 3. With CCC going through that good passage of play at that point in time. So really had to weather the storm, Leon Johnson. Tried to be positive. And he's gotten himself up to 47 now, closing in on another listy half century. Ford is keeping him honest. Matthew Ford. He's gone well so far. 1 ball short of his 7th over, conceding just 19. Remember, he started off proceedings here for CCC, bowling 6 overs in that opening burst. Being brought back here now for a second spell by Ramdin in the aid of looking for a breakthrough.
So Johnston, 13 this day, half centuries before tonight. Looking for his 14th appeal for a leg before, but it seems a bit high. Umpire Chris Wright walks away, which gives the indication they're not going to give a leg before decision. Signals the leg by. So that's the end of the first over on return for Matthew Ford. 7 overs, none for 19. 127 for 3 after 32.
So at this similar stage, CCC were 137 for 3.
So the Harpy Eagles 10 runs behind, same number of wickets. And at this stage, we're going to take a drinks break as well because the players are having some refreshments. We're going to have some coffee to keep us warm, keep the throat going with a little bit of honey. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in a few minutes. So we're back for the last 18 overs of this contest here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the combined campuses and colleges. After the second drinks break in the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings, we're ready with the action. Abhijay Mansingh will resume. 5 overs before this for him. Yet to pick up a wicket with his right arm leg breaks. Very good stuff, good control we've seen. Here he is bowling to Leon Johnson, who's well set on 47. Drives confidently, looking for the quick single, also looking for the run with his Matthew Ford. Johnson moves up to 48. Before this, Johnson 13 half centuries to go with 2 centuries at this level.
I was talking about the difference in stages earlier on. As you can see how easily Guyana is creeping up to where CCC was because of that slow patch in the middle overs. At this stage, CCC they were 137 for 4. Guyana, they're right behind them, 128 for 3. Imlach, he's well set. He's on 34 of 69. Been out there for a long time, as well as his captain, Johnson, he's on 48 of 65. So they're motoring along really well here now is the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That's an excellent delivery there from Mansing. Really bowling an excellent spell here. Had a couple close chances just like that. He had a one trickle Leon Johnson inside edge onto the stumps. The bail did not fall. To consider himself a bit unlucky here tonight is Mansing, but he has to keep going. And not in any control at all. There's Imlach trying to release some pressure. We talk about the support of the dugout there. Mansing so far he's bowled 5.3 overs, conceded 20 runs. Hasn't picked up the wicket as yet. And Captain Leon Johnson.
That's beautifully played down towards extra cover. Looking for the second that will get him onto a half century. He's going to come back. Imlach was going to come back to the non-strikers end as well. That's two very important runs to Leon Johnson. They gave him his first half century, the first score of 50 plus since the 12th of February 2021 when he got that 100 against the Leeward Islands at Coolidge in the Super 50 tournament. Here's Johnson. Maybe we can say it's a sign that he's going to get back into form, but that's a good sign for him and for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Leon Johnson 50 from 66 balls to bring up his 14th listed half century.
Yeah, good knock there from the skipper. He had some nervous moments in between, but the most important thing is that he is still there. He's not out on 51 right now. Half-hearted acknowledgement there to the dressing room because he knows there's still a job to be done out there. They require another 75 from 103 deliveries. He'll want to carry his bat to the end now. Bring it home. Skipper's knock here tonight at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
That's much needed indeed. That's one swept to it nicely by Imlach. Runs for him. Could get a boundary. The fielder's chasing, but he's not quick enough. Well placed. So Mansing leaking the boundary at the end of his 6th over. 33 gone. 136 for the loss of 3 wickets. And the partnership extending to 80 now between Johnson and Imlach.
Runs are coming by much easier now for this Guyana Harpy Eagle team. Badly directed delivery there from Mansing. Imlach, he's just playing on Imlach's innings here tonight.
He's very fit, Tevin Imlach. Super fit. One of the fittest, if not the fittest, in the Guyana Harpy Eagles side. Alongside Gurikesh Moti and Tejnarayan Chandapal. These guys, they're like superhumans. So he's batting a long time again, Tevin Imlach. Into the 30s for the 3rd consecutive time this season.
See Ford, he's back into the attack now. He's coming from that far end.
Edged. Con. Well bowled, Matthew Ford. Leon Johnson just after passing 50. Nicks one back to Dinesh Ramdin, who accepts very easily. And that's the fall of wicket number 4. Partnership broken. 80 run stand for the 4th wicket. What a way for the CCC to come back into this game.
Yeah, excellent bowling there for Ford. Very easy catch from Dinesh Ramdin.
No foot movement from Leon Johnson. Just planted on the crease. And we saw Chandapal go in the first ball after the water break. And now Leon Johnson going the 2nd over after the water break. 51 from 68 deliveries.
Skipper wasn't sure what to do there. He's been outside, he's been batting there for a long period of time. No movement at all. For now, on the back of everything that's been going on, Ford has bowled 7.1 overs, 19 runs, 1 wicket. Excellent bowling.
Yeah, that started with the first spell with a new ball from the northern end of the ground, where he showed good control. And while Powell was picking up wickets at the other end, he was there adding pressure by bowling deliveries as right on target.
In that first spell, Matthew Ford beat the edge on so many occasions.
Yeah.
It's ironic that he picked up an inside edge on this occasion to get the skipper Leon Johnson, but a very timely breakthrough for the CCC team. It's not over as yet. As we see one of the guys who built that partnership in the last game, well, the two of them actually who
back
built
together.
that partnership, they're back together here. And Imlach and Rutherford. Rutherford, he's facing his first delivery and he drives elegantly first up, but straight to the fielder. Almost as though he's been batting whole night here.
Yeah, the coaches will say every innings begins at 0. So Rutherford is just taking his guard and starting from 0. One of like the no nonsense kind of batters in this Guyana Harpy Eagles side. Got 49 in the last game. Missed out on a half century. Sheriff Rutherford squeezes this one down to short third for a single. He gets off the mark. He got 28 against the Volcanoes in the opening match. 49. So it's showing some consistency, but would need to make big scores. This is an opportunity for him now to bat to the end with or without Imlach. They both play for the same club in Georgetown. In fact, Sheriff Rutherford hasn't been home for the longest while to play club cricket. Remember, there was that period of COVID-19 as well. This year, lots of rain in Guyana, particularly in Georgetown. So wasn't able to play club cricket. It was talks of him changing clubs a few years ago. Haven't seen him representing any other club just yet. The last club he represented, DCC, in Georgetown. DCC, the home of the legends Roger Harper, Mark Harper, Travis Dowling, like I mentioned earlier, Derwin Christian, Christopher Barnwell, Trevon Griffith.
Certainly some household names there.
Oh, almost carrying to Mansing at that short mid-wicket region.
So Imlach is actually playing some shots here this last couple overs.
And he's into the 40s. So that is a good sign from him as well. So he has moved out of the 30s and into the 40s. Very pleasant young man, organized in his brain. He knows where he is, he knows where he wants to go as well.
He's out there with a guy who we've seen and we are seeing mature into his art here in Shilfin Rutherford over these last couple of seasons.
Quick, beats the outside edge. And into the gloves of the keeper. Well bowled to end the over. Successful over for Matthew Ford coming to an end. And that's the end of 34. It's now 138 for the loss of 4 wickets. Look at the bowling figures.
Yeah, Matthew Ford there, 8 overs, 21 runs, 1 wicket. Powell 5 overs, 34 runs, 2 wickets. Greaves 7 overs, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Goodrich 5 overs, 9 runs, no wickets. Mansing 6 overs, 27 runs, no wickets. Burton 3 overs, 21 runs, no wickets. But good look at that. Goodrich 5 overs, 25 dots in that. Ford, his 8 overs, 38 dot balls in that as well. And Powell 20 dot balls. Good bowling here for the CCC. That's cut away and cut away nicely. Oh! Was that a drop catch at backward point?
It's a bit of misfielding for sure. And allowed the single.
Wonder if that ball carried there. As you see in the replay here. Struck really nicely. Just short of that guy there at backward point. It looks like it's McCarthy. McCarthy has been doing a lot of work at that backward point region, and he's been doing it really nicely as well. Mansing now continuing. He'll want to bowl a better over than that last one. Better delivery there. Flighted on that off stop line. We all know Rutherford is a very explosive player at times. But what I've liked about him this last couple innings, he looks like he wants to build the innings for this Guyana team.
Yeah. Very pugnacious. One would take calculated risk. Sheffield and Rutherford. Hails from Enmore on the east coast of Demerara in the Sherriga scheme. Outside the off stump. Too wide. In his early days, he started as a wicket keeper at the Yavesh Cricket Club. Sheffield and Rutherford was very neat, but moved over to DCC and started to blossom nicely in the air over the head of that short mid wicket. Could have easily chipped it to the fielder.
I remember seeing him here for CPL while training was going on. He had the gloves in his hand. Looked really handy in training as well with it.
Lost his dad last year to COVID-19, Orin. But he's holding it nicely, his family, together. Lives in Queens, New York. Spends a lot of time over there with his now own family, wife and son. Cut away nicely, lovely cut shot. That deserves 4. Good feeling. Denying the boundary and parries it away.
So, but look who is there again to help clean up the field. And that man, McCarthy, really doing excellent job in the fielder. But that fielder made a lot of room. That was an excellent shot there from Imlach.
Yeah, it was too wide to begin with from Abhijay Mansingh and Burton on the boundary. Doing extremely well.
That's got away nicely again. Sounds really good off the bat of Imlach.
Burton, the lone man, sweeping it now there. So that's the end of 35. It's 144-4.
Guyana at this stage, they require another 63 runs for victory. Off 15 overs, that's 90 deliveries. Still 6 wickets in hand. Imlach, he's going about his merry way. He's on 44 of 77. Rutherford, who's recently joined him, he's on 2 of 6. A lot of batting still in this Guyana lineup.
At the same stage, 151 for 4, CCC. So they were 7 runs ahead, CCC. So you can say Harpy Eagles 7 runs behind where CCC were. Greaves back into the attack. From the end where he got all of his success. Starts with a full toss.
This is excellent from Imlach. Latter stage of his innings, he's looking to rotate the strike more. He's hit a couple boundaries. Really finding his way here.
So Leon Johnson getting to 50 and then getting out. Hope Imlach, if he gets to 50, will not follow the same pattern. So he's going to continue. That was outside the off stump. No foot movement from Rutherford, but enough. of bat onto it. Imlach is back on strike. He's on 45, sorry. From 78 deliveries. Closing in on a half century. And also closing in on another milestone in terms of his birthday. We'll celebrate his 26th later this month. And that's the reverse sweep. That's the reverse sweep. Umpire, I'm sure, gave Imlach a scare because he checked his counter and I saw his fingers as if it was going up. But there you see Imlach again trying this reverse sweep. Not sure how confident he is, but that's a very good shout. There he is showing the umpire that indicating to the umpire that might have been some bat.
It was really good here from Greaves. I was really close though. Probably a bit of a bottom edge on that there.
Suspect so. Good night to good friend of mine, Barrett Mangru. One of the youth coaches in Guyana. Coach the women's side, coach the blind side. One of the most successful youth coaches and started as and then
Swept away nicely.
that's 4 runs. Imlach moves to 49, touching distance of another half century. That was too easy from Greaves. There's Imlach taking full advantage. It's badly lined.
Easy pickings there again, and we've been saying it all the time. Anything on his legs, he's really strong in that region.
So some adjustments now to the same onside. The mid-wicket now is going a bit straighter. It was a bit too fine earlier, but still was beaten to his right. Imlach on 49. Will not get to 50, not in this over. Over is completed. The 150 is on the board for the Harpy Eagles. 36 gone.
Greaves is there, just completing 8 overs. He's bowled 8 overs, 28 runs, 1 wicket, so not bad. And he means just straying a bit in that last over. Easy pickings for Imlach.
Yeah, I was saying blind. Mangru started as a book scorer as well, using the Box Hill system. We don't call them scorers anymore. Statistician. Excellent statistician. Was always into cricket, scoring, playing, while being a senior policeman in the Guyana police force. Back down the track goes Rutherford. Back over the head of the bowler. That's a big 6.
Shelfin Rutherford just showing a glimpse of his power here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We've seen some straight back hit here, but what a shot that was. Muscled. And that's what he can do out of the blue. He just hits one out of the park, and he's been doing it for a while now. He's such a dangerous player when he's on sound. Shelfin Rutherford with that moves on to 9 now. 8 deliveries. It's pretty new out there.
Earlier we saw Demario Richards hitting cleanly back over the head of the bowlers. This time it's big from Rutherford. No foot movement, looking to cut. So if Rutherford stays out there for another 5 overs, this run chase could be over in a hurry.
It's a good comeback there from Mansingh though. It's beating the edge.
Into his 8th over now. Abhijay Mansingh. He had to pick up a wicket. This time Rutherford goes inside out again and goes over the fielder at wide long off. And he gets another 6 in the over. Power on display here. Shelfin Rutherford on fire.
That, if we thought the first one was a good shot, take a look at this here. That ball. Excellent inside out. Over cover.
Strange enough, did not get it in the middle of the bat.
That's just the power of the guy with a big bat in his hand.
There is Ford. Waiting right back on the boundary rope, right on the edge. An insect perhaps getting into the way of Rutherford now.
Ramdin with a little giggle there behind the stubs. Mansing continues.
Looking for the single, it's not on. Sent back by Imlach, who was ball watching as well.
Very strange from Imlach. Usually the one getting those quick singles in, but rightfully sent back in the end.
Yeah, because it was hit firmly to the fielder. Next week, it's going to be a major softball tournament in Guyana. Prime Minister's T20 Softball Cup. It's a softball tournament among 28 teams in 4 categories. Big tournament.
Softball is huge in Guyana, and there, I remember when I was there, they played something called bumper ball as well.
Well, that's it.
First prize was a goat, some money as well. And interesting fact about that, it was a one-day competition. They cooked that goat right on the ground, and both teams played in the finals, stayed back and shared it.
That's
Very good camaraderie there.
win or lose, goat with you. This one is inside out again from Rutherford, and he will get another 6. Third in the over, and suddenly Mansing figures looking totally different than what it was 1 over ago. He's conceded 51 from 8, and after 37, the Harpy Eagles 168 for the loss of 4.
Excellent batting here by Shufin Rutherford. His power on display here.
18 runs in that over, 3 sixes. Sheriff Rutherford took off the bowling of the leg spinner from Jamaica.
You all are really big on your tape ball cricket there as well.
Yeah, T-ball is huge.
Got hit with one of that and pin stung me for 3 weeks straight.
Yeah.
Right on the tie.
Yeah, so next week, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, that softball tournament will be played in Georgetown. The finals of all 4 categories will be at the National Stadium at Providence, with live coverage as well.
See Mansing being taken apart in that last over. Have Greaves, he's continuing now.
So Greaves, right arm off spinner, bowls to Imlach, who's well set now on 49, about to approach another milestone. He's going to just need a single now. Imlach, there it is. No, there, chance for a run out. Now we'll get the single via the overthrow. So there is the wicketkeeper Ramdin fumbling, allowing Imlach to get a single that will take him to his second late stay half century. Half century to Imlach of 84 deliveries. Workman-like half century. Weathered the early storm and now bringing up a half century.
Yeah, excellent batting there by Imlach. A bit of scared to reach to that landmark though. A better throw and things would have been interesting out there. Imlach now, he moves to 50 of 84 deliveries, and it is an innings just what Guyana needed in the context of this game. See that man who's shown a glimpse of his power in this last over. He's on strike now, Shufin Rutherford, and he looks to go, and he goes big again.
His last 4 scoring shots, all being sixes. So there is Sheriff Rutherford muscling another one. This one is over mid-wicket. He's now on to 27 in a hurry. 4 sixes in his innings so far.
And just like that, Guyana, they require 32 of 75 deliveries. It's as though he wants to get it over with in these last couple overs here.
So is Mansing leaving the stadium? Look how far back he's going just to retrieve that ball. That is a massive stand. Oh my, that's the southern end of this magnificent venue. So Mansing perhaps will get there eventually. So Tejan Wright, Chanapal 15, Anthony Bramble 12, Hetmaya 9, Leon Johnson 51, all back in the pavilion. And now Rutherford 27 in quick time, and Imlach 50. A workman like 50. Looking to get Guyana to the 207 needed for victory. Ford 1 for 21. 2 wickets as well to Powell. So after some top order wobbles, the middle order certainly holding it together for the Harpy Eagles. Imlach puts on 80 runs for the fourth wicket with Captain Leon Johnson. And now he's there again with Sheriff in Rutherford with another good partnership so far for this side. It's 175 for 4. The target is 207. So the ball is back. Mansingh is back on the field of play as well. And resumption will happen very shortly. Umpires having a look at the ball, making sure it's the same ball and that is in good playing condition to resume. So the Jamaican umpire is very busy in this game. Chris Taylor, Chris Wright, the experienced Greg Brathwaite, the reserved umpire for this encounter. Good to see the umpires as well rotating their duties. You don't want to have umpires being burnt out. Match referee Donovan Hales. I always say it's Donovan Hales. So we're back with the action. Quick delivery this time from Greaves. Upon resumption, looking to keep Rutherford quiet. He's already hit 4 massive sixes. Sheriff in Rutherford. This is his first season with Guyana since 2019 at this level, Rutherford.
He's been touring all over the place. Really sought after T20 player.
And T10. The Dubai T10 is coming up very shortly. Rutherford will be heading across there.
Greaves would want to finish his 9th over here on a high. Let's see if Rutherford has something else to say. It's just a single to end the over. So at the end of 38 overs, the score, Guyana, they're 176 for 4. They're chasing 207 for victory. They require just 31 again from 12 overs. Greaves, he's just bowled his 9th over. He's gone for 36 runs. He's picked up a wicket though. Imlach, he's not out there playing a really handy hand. 50 of 84, just holding this Guyana innings together. Sheriff and Rutherford, after just striking 4 massive sixes, he's on 28 of 17. But these were the two guys that built that partnership. Sheriff and Rutherford was very sedate in that last innings though, but it just goes to show after that partnership between his captain and Imlach of 80 runs. Come out here and this partnership already 40 runs.
In quick time, this partnership. Johnson top scored 51 so far. Imlach right on his heels. Rutherford could pass both of them if he continues in this vein. 31 needed from 72. And Goodridge is back into the attack. Amari Goodridge didn't bowl too badly at all. Excellent control. 5 overs, 9 runs conceded. That's very tight. Very economical stuff from the right arm seamer. Not expressed by any means, but just landing in the good areas. Here he is again from the northern end.
Yeah, the partnership 40 of 30 deliveries so far. Really going along nicely here. Goodridge has really bowled economically here tonight. 5.1 overs, 9 runs. And picked up a wicket. Let's see if Sheriff and Rutherford has something else to say about that figures. He's hitting that ball really hard, but straight to the man at cover. That was struck really firmly there.
Good feeling from Kalicharan. Full-blooded drive. Nicely knocked down. He's not hanging back on the 30-yard circle. He's in maybe about 10 yards from the edge of that circle. Assistant coach Garvin Ned very vocal on the outside, as usual. Always cheering on his troops.
The CCC team staring down the barrel of another defeat, unless something dramatic could happen outside there.
Yeah, they lost both matches they played so far. Harpy Eagles lost their opening game to the Volcanoes, won against the Red Force. Next round we'll see matches being played on Monday. Harpy Eagles and the Volcanoes will renew their rivalry right here in a day-night match. Wide delivery begins at 2 p.m. On the same day, CCC and the Red Force will battle at the Queen's Park Oval.
You remember the matches here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy starts at 2, day-night matches.
Mm-hmm.
At the Queen's Park Oval starts at 9. So it's the transition needs to be done as soon as possible, because Windward Islands, they'll be playing their last 2 games here on Wednesday and Saturday of next week.
Their first 3 were at the Queen's Park Oval, and the last 3 will be up this side, well, down this side and south.
They'll be looking to renew their winning ways. Star-studded Windward Islands team as well, featuring the likes Athenaeus, Hodge, and there's those dynamic duo in Fletcher and Johnson Charles.
We're yet to see Obed McCoy with ball.
Goodrich again. Not a good over here. Just going for 2 so far. One of that being a wide.
It's very economical, Goodridge. Imlach, rock solid at the moment.
Full toss there, and that's crunch. Pass backward point. What a shot from Imlach. That ball raced to the boundary. So not the end there for Goodrich that he would have liked. At the end of 39 overs, the score 182 for 4. Just a gift there for Imlach, and he's not going to miss out at that, especially at this stage of the innings.
6 runs from the comeback over from Amari Goodridge. Imlach picking up another boundary. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles now getting closer to 207 needed for victory. 25 runs away.
Yeah, they've conceded some 11 extras so far, the CCC team, as compared to when Guyana bowled. Guyana gave away 35 extras. Something to go that I'm sure management staff and the coaches would definitely look into.
Was not the best bowling performance tonight from the Harpy Eagles. They want to go back to that drawing board. This one is cut in nicely with an offer. Greaves starts new over, and already Rutherford has taken the boundary off of him. Just too wide.
Yeah, the bowlers now for the CCC team just straying a bit here. But it's as though their heads have dropped a bit since Shirley and Rutherford came and blasted those 4 sixes. Young bunch of guys out there. Their support team, their coaches have been cheering on since ball 1. So the guys out there that need to raise their spirits a bit.
Remember, there's a Jew factor here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Single easily taken, punched down the ground nicely. So every time the ball goes into the outfield, the towers will come out trying to try the ball. spinner so they can grip the ball. Greaves in his final over. Bowled very well tonight. His last spell he's roughed up. Tonight, start of San Fernando week. We said David Rudder in concert tonight. Remember, David Rudder gave the West Indies and the world the anthem for Cricket West Indies. Rally around the West Indies.
Certainly an iconic song along with Trini to the Bone. Very patriotic.
With the man with the hammer gone. Was he pong in the pan?
Oh, very unlucky there. Imlach. Greaves would consider himself to be very lucky because that ball could have gone anywhere. Imlach just hit that straight to the man at fine leg.
Looks like McCarthy, the fielder, there at fine leg. I'm sure he's happy that it went straight to him as well. Not so happy this time. The ball goes down towards third man and is going to get into the boundary ahead of the chasing Mansingh. So not lucky on that occasion, Greaves. Got away with it on the leg stump. This time, too wide of the mark on the off stump. And there is Imlach guiding it down to third man for a boundary.
Yeah, slightest of room there, and Imlach pounced on that. Moves up to 58 now. Just 16 required for victory here.
Greaves got a wicket of Tejanrai Chandapal. And over number 16. He was caught at mid-on. Trying to get on with things after the water break. Now Greaves down towards the end of his final over.
That's nicely driven there. So at the end of 40 overs, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 192 for 4. Greaves, that's the end of his spell. A decent night. 1 for 46. Imlach, he's on 59. Rutherford, he's on 34. Guyana Harpy Eagles just requiring now another 15 for victory. And as I say my final word here, I welcome back into commentary to end off this game, Kadir Mohammed.
It's a nice steady partnership as well. Could be a match-winning partnership. Johnson and Imlach put on a nice partnership of 70 runs. Now we're seeing Imlach and Rutherford the next part. A quick single as Goodrich starts a new over. Single cannot be prevented. Kalicharan there being put under some pressure. Let's welcome back Kadir.
So the Harpy Eagles cruising along here. Just 14 required again for victory. And this would mean their second victory in a row. Imlach really guiding this chase along nicely. He's played well, a very mature hand from the right-hander. 60 not out. Rutherford really came in and blasted the ball to all parts of this Brandlar Cricket Academy. And Amari Goodrich. Pitched up delivery, driven down the ground for a single.
These two have realized a nice 50 partnership already. It's now at 57. I did say yeah, I did say 70 runs for the fourth wicket. It was actually 80 runs between Imlach and Captain Johnson. So 57 now between Imlach and Rutherford. Goodrich bowling some nice line and length so far. Appeal
This
for a
one
leg before. How's that? Umpire says not out. Umpire Chris Taylor. And there was Rutherford halfway down the track as well. Looking to complete a leg by.
By Chris Taylor just walking away immediately, signaling He had no intentions of making that call.
Yeah, sometimes give the impression that the bat was involved as well, because he's moving away if the batters decide to go for any run. So goes into his 7th over.
Imlach. Very stylish in his approach, Stephen Imlach. Easy on the eyes, John Ramsing. Were you a batsman or a bowler back in your time?
Oh, my time. I'm still in my time, my friend. Yeah, I used to bat to the top of the order, and I bowl what is called a wicked off break.
A wicked off break.
Yeah, sharp turn, good bounce, good control. Left-handers are very much wary of me. They tend to be bowled around their backs. This one is off the hip, but it's protection at fine leg.
Guess we'll have to see some of those before you leave here.
Lots of time, my friend.
So the Harpy Eagles well on their way to victory here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. They're currently 195 for 4. Imlach and Rutherford really have taken the game away from CCC. A credit to CCC though, taking the game as deep as possible. We're into the 41st over, 1 ball short of it. As this one, Rutherford again is hammering this one down the ground, just a single. And at the end of 41, Harpy Eagles are 196 for 4.
2 hits away from victory, 11 runs needed. These days with cricket, you don't see the water cart going out on the field. The guys have a little
That whole
mechanism
mhm.
that would carry out some bottles and so on. Do you know how many bottles they hold?
I think like 8 bottles.
Well, I would never know because I was never taking drinks.
Hey, you sold me down the river there, John.
So good night to Lennox. Yeah, Lennox says he was the most experienced water boy in cricket. Never knew what a centre pitch looks like. Packs the water very well.
Sad for you, my friend. So Goodrich completes his 7th. And Powell comes back now from the VIP end as Rutherford just getting a bit of running repairs done to his grip.
The impressive Powell, who looks a lot like Romario Shepherd, physically and also the way he bowls. When I first saw him, I immediately contacted some other guys to have a look at him, and they felt the same thing. He looks a lot like Romario Shepherd. So good afternoon to all the guys down there at the VNet Communications. Watching this one closely. This one is played down towards backward point. Rutherford looking to finish his game quickly.
Nice cameo from Shafeen Rutherford, 24-year-old from
Enmore.
Yeah, 36 of 24. Strike rate up. Guyana just 10 away from victory. Mikhail Powell taking those first 2 wickets to fall. Bramble caught Ramdin. And Shimron Hetmaya.
Slingy action, badly lined, and will at least leak 2 runs.
I think that would probably be his biggest wicket to date, Mikhail Powell. That of Shimron Hetmaya.
Yeah, he set him up nicely. Bowled 2 short balls for him to get the boundary, and then continued with the short ball, and then he hit it down the throat of Badesi, right back at mid-wicket. Bursting onto the scene and getting an opportunity now, but he's at the age of 31, Mikhail Powell.
This one going full. Imlach.
Third one, a little Jamaican, 3rd-year student at Vale in Barbados. Mastering in sports science.
Yep, that's Mikael Powell. What is nice though is this CCC team brings together uh, members from all parts of the other islands as well. Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad. Yet to see a Guyanese in here.
Well, we haven't seen any in this
Edition.
lineup this year.
Mhm.
Previously, the likes of Akshaya Prasad, who won the title in 2018 with the CCC. So Guilford Moore, Ramdin Chattagoon, some of the guys that represented the CCC that played in Guyana, that play in Guyana as well. In fact, Machu Nandu would have been a perfect CCC player, not in the Guyana side, in the standby or in the reserve list, but he's also a current student enrolled at the university in Canada.
Okay.
But he's back home, perhaps waiting for his phone to ring to say, look, you're on the next flight to Trinidad and Tobago to replace Tazen Chandapol, who's going to be jetting off after Monday's game.
But that would mean that a replacement player would definitely need to be called in to the squad. Who gets into the playing 11? It's going to be another issue.
That's correct.
This one, Imlach is just fiddling with that one outside of some bush through. Finishes off over number 42. Harpy Eagles progress to 199 now for 4.
Yeah, there's some options there available to the Guyana selectors to see which Harpy Eagle will make the trip. A few names including Chandrapal Hemraj. Whether he's fit or not, he'll have to be seen. He had an injury to his left pinky finger. Akshaya Prasad, who like I mentioned earlier, won the tournament in 2018 with the CCC side. Had 8 matches, 5 of which for CCC, 3 for Guyana Harpy Eagles in 2021. Machu Nandu, right up there. Then they have the option of bringing in Junior Sinclair with his off spin, or even Stephen Sandkar, not in the reserve list, but an option as a leg spinner. Some names, that's just my take.
I'm sure those members of staff are going to be contacting you to get your take on it, Mr. John Ramsing. So here's a Mary Goodridge now into his 8 over, and this one Rutherford is looking to go big.
Machu Ford takes it quite comfortably. Right back at long off. Goodridge gets his first wicket of the night, and it's the big wicket of Rutherford, holding out to long off when just 8 runs needed for victory. In over number 43, Rutherford goes for 37, 199 now for the loss of 5.
Yeah, Rutherford trying to finish it off probably in this over. Just a bit of a cutter there from Amari Goodridge. Smart bowling from the young man. Really deserved a wicket after his fantastic bowling so far. He gets the big wicket of Shafin Rutherford. He goes back for 37. Harpy Eagles. They lose their 5th wicket now with just 8 runs required for victory. And we see Kevin Sinclair striding out to the middle, very confident young man is Kevin Sinclair.
Run partnership broken. So CCC picking up another wicket. They picked up 3 when they took on the Red Force right here in the opening match. Now they've picked up 5 Harpy Eagles wickets. If the Harpy Eagles do not get 8 runs in a hurry, or be very watchful, they can lose some more. CCC, not a bad effort at all. Kevin Sinclair, like you mentioned, is a new batsman. Had a good game against the Volcanoes with bat.
This one, Sinclair is watchful. Amari Goodridge, credit to him. He's been on song tonight. Into his 8 over, 1 for 19 and
Yeah.
just reward.
I like his style. It's not expressed by any means, but getting the ball to do what he wants. Landing on the right spots, good line and length. Getting the rewards. Being very economical. It reminds me so much of the New Zealanders of yesteryear. Gavin Larson, Chris Harris.
And this one
This one's
drilled down the ground by Kevin Sinclair. It's going to go into the boundary. So Sinclair certainly wants to finish it off in a hurry. Just 4 more required for victory now.
off the mark in convincing fashion. Goodridge just pitching up to Kevin Sinclair. Sinclair has improved so much in his batting and obviously his bowling as well. Gets off the mark with that flowing cover drive.
Advancing a bit there too, Kevin Sinclair, meeting it on the half volley.
Yeah, that's because Goodridge, like I said, not very fast.
And this one trying to go over extra cover.
The 200 comes up on the board in the meantime. No timing in this one from Sinclair, which is much different than one ball earlier. The pace of Goodridge reminds me so much of a guy back home, Ishaka Jackman. This lands has a very good run up, textbook run up. Runs and lands in some good areas. Asks many questions. Very unlucky at times, Ishaka.
This one is certainly going to be game, set and match for Guyana. Kevin Sinclair smashing this one over extra cover, and that's the result Guyana were after. So a successful chase in the end from the Harpy Eagles. They win this one by 5 wickets. Kevin Sinclair, he's not out on 8, and Tevin Imlach really steadied the ship after it was rocking slightly at the start. Came in and consolidated, scored when he needed to, and he was there at the end to bring it home for Guyana. What are your thoughts on this performance here now, John Ramsing?
Yeah, some work to do at the top order there. But the Harpy Eagles, they are getting the victory by 5 wickets. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Leon Johnson. Welcome back to form. Nice match-winning half-century from him. And Tevin Imlach, like you said, holding it together with that 63 run knock from 100 balls. 37 in no time from Sherfin Rutherford after the top order. Really could not weather the storm. Dejan Wright, Chanapal 15, Bramble 12, Hetmeyer 9. And when those 3 went, the score 56 for 3 in no time. And the rebuilding process had to start. And Johnson and Imlach did that nicely with that 80-run partnership. Rutherford came and finished it off and just could not complete the job. Sinclair doing that in fine style. 2 boundaries to him. And the CCC kept winless after 3 matches, while Guyana Harpy Eagles winning their second match in 3. Congratulations to them. Not a bad bowling effort at all by CCC, but was just better, more experienced players on the park tonight against them. And the Harpy Eagles coming out victors, quite deservingly so as well.
Yes, certainly. Improved performance from the CCC in their previous 2 games. Took this one down to the 43rd over, in which Guyana got home in the end. So,
match summary there for you. And you're seeing convincing victories and nice numbers on the screen for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So John, it's Guyana played 3-1-2, Trinidad played 3-1-2, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes played 3-1-2. So it's interesting going into the second round, if you like, of matches to come.
Each of the teams in the zone, which is Zone A, playing each other twice. 3 matches on the lights, 3 matches at the day venue at the Queen's Park Oval. So that first phase is finished now. And now the teams will have to play each other again. So there you see the match summary. 206 for 9, the combined campuses and colleges. In fact, it's 206 all out, with Richards retiring out after suffering some headaches and some dehydration. But Badesi and Ramdin pulled things back together nicely, and they got to 200. Romari Shepard 4 for 19, very economical, and picking up 4 wickets. Sinclair supported 2, Bestano Moti 1 each, and
for the Harpy Eagles,
set a target of 207. They got there in the 43rd over with 5 wickets in hand.
Yeah, Devin Imlach, really the star of the batting performance for the Harpy Eagles. He was there at the end, 63 from 100. Not the striker he would have wanted, but held the innings together. Barring those 3 quick wickets at one stage, the Harpy Eagles were 56 for 3. So he really held it together. Together with Captain Johnson, they formed a 80-run partnership. Johnson getting a half century, his first of this Super 50 Cup. And then Rutherford, in typical fashion, a blistering 37 of 26. And the pick of the bowlers really for the CCC was really Amari Goodrich. 1 ball short of 8 overs, 1 for 27. Well supported by Powell, who opened the bowling as well, 2 for 37 of 6. And Matthew Ford was good again, 8 overs, 1 for 21. And the off spin of Romario Greaves, he bowled his full quota of 10, 1 for 46. So in the end, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they win this one by 5 wickets. Congratulations to them and commiserations to CCC.
Before we go, your choice of man of the match, if you look at the performances on the summary.
My man in the match would definitely go to Romario Shepherd. He really set it up with the ball, limiting the CCC to just 206 all out. He bowled a really tight spell. 4 for 19. I would definitely say Romario Shepherd, my man of the match.
Yeah, he got the early wicket with the new ball, came back towards the back end, picked up 3 very quickly, and he is responsible for the Guyana Harpy Eagles having to chase 206 made by CCC, and indeed he is given the man of the match award. You're not seeing it on the screen, but it just took place, and congratulations not only to the Harpy Eagles but to Romario Shepherd for consecutive man of the match performances on the lights here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That will end our broadcast for tonight. Here's an invitation for you to join us on Monday when we bring you some more action. It will be the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force battling against CCC at the Queen's Park Oval from 9 a.m. and at 2 p.m. right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will be back in action again. This time they take on the Windward Islands Volcanoes from 2 p.m. We invite you to join us for those matches. Until then, on behalf of everyone in the commentary box and on the technical side, my name is John Ramsing, wishing you well. Do join us on Monday. Goodbye.